Pleasant good morning and welcome to the National Cricket Centre in Couva, Trinidad and Tobago, where we'll have the opening match of the Trinidad and Tobago West Indies Rising Stars on the U17 Championship, where Trinidad and Tobago would take on Windward Islands in this first game. So we note that Trinidad and Tobago won the toss and have elected to bat first. Just to run through the playing 11 for Trinidad and Tobago: Fariz Ali, the captain; Christian Rampasad, Riyad Muhammad, Luke Ali, Brendan Budu, Niall Mingo, Aidan Racha, Ishmael Ali, Anil Ruplal, Alexander Chase, and Alvin Sunny. To give you an idea of the playing 11 for Windward Islands under 17: Kirsten Murray, Jelani Joseph, Edmond Moranci, Joel Durand, Ersinio Fontaine, Kurt Murray, Jonathan Daniel, Theo Edward, Can Elcock, Devontae McDowell, and Cody Grant. So we definitely have lovely weather here for this first game of the tournament, and we note that other games are also being played simultaneously at locations across Trinidad and Tobago. We have the Inchinali Park and Gilbert Park in California, Inchinali Park in Presal, as two of the venues being used today, as well as Portgen and Penal to be used during the tournament. So I'd like to welcome my co-commentator alongside me, Mr. Ian Wason, as I am Kisha Bahar Singh, and we'll take you through the proceedings today for this exciting encounter. Welcome, Ian. How are you doing?
Good morning, and I'm going quite well, and I want to say good morning to all the viewers as well viewing this match. It's the Windward Islands and the Trinidad and Tobago team. It's the under 17 team might want to redeem what the under 19 team did. Some disappointment there. And of course, the under 17 Windward Island team, they a lot of hope on these guys too. Some really good players on that team. Guys with a bit of name and some legacy. Of course, the captain, Murray. Understand that he's a cousin to former wicketkeeper, West Indies wicketkeeper Junior Murray. Some family there. So it's going to be a nice match today. The sun is with us. And of course, we're going to get a good tournament after the 50 overs. They're going to have some two-day matches as well, another element that the Cricket West Indies have brought in.
Yeah, well, it's definitely an excellent initiative by Cricket West Indies, as we have seen throughout all of the tournaments this year, and the continued development of these youth cricketers. We note that the opening batters for Trinidad and Tobago just walked out there: Riyad Muhammad and Luke Ali, who would be opening the batting for Trinidad and Tobago. And Windward Islands, just to decide on their opening fast bowler, it looks like it's going to be Kirsten Murray, one of the fast bowlers in their squad. And as we note that fast bowlers in this tournament actually have the provision to get bonus points for wickets as well. So I'm sure my fellow commentator, Mr. Wason, would be most excited at that prospect, being a fast bowler himself.
Yes, I would be excited of that. But when I look at the pitch and we know the NCC favors the spinners, I would be less happy. But of course, as you're getting first strike, they would want to make use of whatever moisture would be on the wicket. And of course, the batters will want to weather that early storm. But I think the key to win this match and to win matches here at the NCC is the ability to play spin better. I think once you can execute with this, I can get runs off the spinners, I think that's where you'll be successful.
Definitely, and we know that the umpires on field, standing umpire in view of the screen, Mr. Robert Foster, and the umpire at square leg, Mr. Kevin Sisnet.
So we are looking at
Riyad Muhammad and Luke Ali to open the batting, and Kirsten Murray opening the bowling.
So the captain will start from the southern end at the NCC. When you look to the right of us, we see some of grey clouds coming in, so we look like we may have a bit of interruption sometime during the day.
First delivery, fullish length and driven nicely through the covers. Batsman go through for one and come back for two comfortably. So great start there for Trinidad and Tobago. Luke Ali getting runs off the bat with the first delivery that he has faced, and I must say it was a easily playable delivery for him to come onto the front foot and just play through the line of the ball, through that cover region there. As we saw just with that delivery, the outfield is a bit sluggish due to the extreme amount of rains we have had over the past couple of weeks and months in Trinidad and Tobago. As we know, we have entered that rainy season in this part of the hemisphere. That one again, a fullish length delivery, and this time driven on the onside down to that fielder at long on.
As you can see, some swing away already from the left-arm bowler. It would be good, and how he would now be bowling to the left-hander, Riyad Muhammad, who would have averaged about 90, close to 90 in school cricket this year. A very good batsman, who has been the mainstay of Presentation College San Fernando this year.
As you know, Riyad Muhammad certainly was one of the standout players in that secondary school cricket league, and in fact was part of that Presentation San Fernando team that took the 3 titles. And right as you said there, Ian, that one just getting a bit of swing away from left-handed Muhammad, but played smartly into that cover region and getting a single as well. So it's great to see the initiative from these batters already looking to rotate the strike as often as they can. And I mean, that is most important in any format of the cricket, especially 50 overs.
So it's 4 without loss, and Murray is getting that movement, that the kind of movement Wasim Akram and those left-arm bowlers would have got. This one is a bit short off the pitch, not as full as he would have bowled the other deliveries. Left alone and a bit wide too, uncalled by the umpire.
Yeah, that one unfortunately not getting the same movement into the right hand as he did in the first couple of deliveries. Probably trying to swing that one away, but just going too close to that wide line and getting it outside of the off stump.
See the ball swinging again there. So once he gives the ball time, when he pitches the ball further, get the ball time to swing, he gets the movement. And these are some of the tricks they would learn. When you want the ball to move, you give it more air. You pitch it up further, get the ball more time. And when you want the ball to just pitch straight, you drop it shorter. So he'll be bowling to the left-hander, Riyad Muhammad again.
Yeah, I think the only difficulty with those swinging deliveries thus far has been that they have been overpitched and a bit too full in length, so not allowing the ball to drop and really move or seam off the surface as well. Yes. So granted it's the first over, and I'm sure once he gets into that rhythm, he'll be able to find that right line and length that he would aim to go in that corridor of uncertainty.
It's good that he has 2 slips to the left-hander.
That one just banged into the pitch, no real movement there, but tucked into the leg side by Muhammad, played smartly. As we note from observing Muhammad over this year, he's a very intelligent batsman. He looks to take his time at the crease, but also rotates the strike so he doesn't get bogged down too easily. You know, not the most aggressive in nature when he starts, but he can be if he needs to in terms of having the ability to strike boundaries and play through the line of the ball with confidence. Again, a low full toss on that occasion, and Muhammad just leaning forward to play that one. A very awkward looking shot there. Did go a bit aerial, but thankfully it dropped safely in the end. So getting a single to end that over, and at the end of the first over, the score 6 without loss. Trinidad and Tobago going along nicely, and I'm sure Windward Islands would not be too dismayed by that start. It's good to see some movement in the air, especially encouragement for your opening pair. So they would be encouraged by the fact that the Trinidad batters are also playing shots and they're looking to get the singles going. So might be opportunities for a run out if they can be alert in the field and attack the ball as quickly as possible.
So the bowler taking up the attack from the northern end. Devontae McDowell. And it's he will be bowling to Riyad Muhammad, who retained the strike after the single from the last ball of the first over. 6 runs per over. And yes, we are in the power play, but of course the batsman must assess the pitch, assess the bowling before they just wildly swing. Of course, you can just find the gaps between the fielders because there are a lot of runs on offer. Look, and if he can get that ball between extra cover, mid-off, between point and extra cover, there are runs. And you can get the runs without this power hitting, as they say. You can find the gaps. There are runs on offer.
This one is a good start on the line of the stumps and just played into that short cover position by Muhammad. So again, we see a left-hand pacer opening the attack for Windward Islands, and I'm seeing that smile on your face here, knowing that 2 left-hand fast bowlers are opening the attack. I mean, admittedly, it's a great sight for me as well. Always a pleasure to see left-handed seamers and the ability to swing that ball in and out of the batsman. Some lovely movement there, right on cue, as you see Muhammad leaving that one alone smartly. As we noted, 2 slips in play. The fielder outside of the circle at this stage, just the third man who's a bit wideish off that second slip and a deep fine leg.
Riyad Muhammad, who opened with Presentation San Fernando, is doing, as you mentioned, he's a slow starter, but once he gets in, he's a difficult bowler, a difficult batsman to dislodge.
He's one of those batters that you always expect to bat through the innings based on his style and the ability to play consistently. It's a good delivery on the line of the stumps and just opening the face of the bat there. Muhammad, that one getting a single. His fielder from point had to come around, and the field will rotate as the right-handed Luke Ali comes into strike.
The Rising Stars under 17. This is the final of the Rising Stars competitions this year. We have had the under 15s and the under 19s went already, and the Trinidad and Tobago want to repeat as the under 15s did earlier, and of course Jamaica doing well in the under 19s just a couple weeks ago. Devontae McDowell bowling from the northern end.
That one under the line of the pads and flicked away nicely by Luke Ali, and looks like it's going to run away all the way to the boundary for the first boundary of the innings for Trinidad and Tobago. So a lovely looking flick shot there by Luke Ali. That one just straying a bit too much on the leg side and into that arc, but great use of the wrist as well by the batter to exploit that region. Did go a bit uppishly, but granted it was safe, knowing that no fielders are positioned on that side, and he played over the fielder at mid-wicket. So excellent start there for Luke Ali. Very confident indeed with his stroke play, and 4 runs added to the total for this young man and Trinidad and Tobago under 17.
What I like about that is that, and I was just having a conversation about that earlier, that's a decent flick, and there are runs on offer if you can find the gaps, because the fielders are inside the circle. Once you get those gaps to penetrate, to just go over the infield. So there's no need for these power hitters, as they say, in the power play.
Yeah, it's all about smart batting.
It's just smart batting, and if we can get that smart batting in the West Indies senior team, where we can get players like Shea Hoop and players like Brandon King, who can find the gaps, we can get better results. This one is chopped in apart. Loud appeal!
And he's given him. He sent him, raised his finger there. Luke Ali having to go, given LBW, and first breakthrough for Windward Islands under 17 That's a huge blow there for Trinidad and Tobago. Luke Harley was looking really confident in the crease. Granted, it's only the second over, but the shots he's played thus far look to be within that same region, and granted, he went to play a similar style shot on the leg side. Unfortunately, this one hit him flush on the pads, and umpire says not raising his hands to send the batter back to the pavilion. So the fall of the first wicket there for Trinidad and Tobago with the score on 11, and that's 11 for the loss of 1 in the second over. A very important breakthrough there for Windward Islands, Ian.
Well, I don't want to say it was just a matter of time, but any left-arm bowler who is swinging that ball will always cause problems for a right-handed batsman. Getting that ball to swing back into the right-hander reminds me a lot of the wickets that Wazim Akram would have got, Shaminder Vas would have got in their time, and when they were playing. So Windward Islands making use after being asked to bowl first. So West Trinidad and Tobago deciding to bat first on the back foot as Christian Rampasad with a number 25 on his back. He will come in. But that was the end of the over. So he will not face, as Riyad would face Murray. Straight to the mid-wicket. So they will not get any run there.
Kristen Murray again, continuing from the media center end. That one outside the line of the off stump and played into the offside.
Well pitched up, well played by Riyad. He will just get one. Mid-on hustles the field. The Christian Rampasad will get ready to face his first delivery. Another right-handed batsman. Not sure McDowell will be waiting to have a go at this one. Now, if Murray continues to bowl over the wicket and gets that ball in that area that he was getting, it would cause some problems for Rampasad. Rampasad will need to be very watchful. Plays this one short. He bowls this one short. He just comfortably plays that on the back foot in front of him. No possibility of a run. Could see Murray is varying his lengths. Well played by Rampasad. You could have seen that, looking to get that ball to move back, giving the ball, pitching the ball further up. Well played by a watchful Rampasad.
It's definitely good to be mindful when you now come to the crease, and especially with left-handed fast bowlers swinging the ball in and out. Just trying to play the ball within the V's. That one striking him on the pads, but definitely going down leg, as we could see the exasperated look from the bowler himself as he just turned away. That brings the third over to an end. The score 13 for the loss of 1 wicket at the end of 3 overs. Trinidad and Tobago under 17. Projected score at this stage 217. I think any score over 200 on this surface, Ian, would certainly be a competitive total, given the fact that we know spin has a huge role to play, and both teams, Trinidad and Tobago as well as Windward Islands, have competent spinners in their lineup. So it's good to see that the pacers are doing well at the start, and even more interesting when the spinners come into the fore.
Yes, of course, it's always good.
That's one getting some nice swing again, and we see a run out here and another breakthrough for Windward Islands. That one looked very, very close indeed, and the square leg umpire raising his finger as soon as the bays were dislodged. What another important breakthrough there, and the new batter, Christian Rampasad, having to depart. That one seemed to be a good call initially, as they have been running those quick singles easily, but and this time, Ian, unfortunately, he was a bit too slow there, and despite grounding his batter and running full throttle, unable to get past that crease and reach safely home.
Well, problems here for Trinidad and Tobago, now 13 for 2. Riyad playing the quick single, playing the ball to the extra cover region, but well fielded and good work in the outfield. Trinidad and Tobago are now 13 for 2, opting to bat first.
And I recall that when they decided to bat first, we were both discussing whether it might have been an interesting option to bowl first, given the fact that there was still a little bit of moisture on the pitch, as well as the fact that we know how the weather conditions are in Trinidad and Tobago presently. So Windward Islands definitely making the most of the fact that they have been sent in to bowl first, and Trinidad and Tobago choosing to bat first. So reading a bit here, 13 for the loss of 2.
So Brendan Bodo getting off the mark immediately, the stylish under 15 captain for Trinidad and Tobago. You can see immediately that shot he played shows some of the class this young man has. Also another player for Presentation College, San Fernando, a teammate of Riyad Muhammad. So they are both teammates for their schools right here. So McDowell checks his run. He will go back to the top of his mark. This will be an interesting partnership between these two, Muhammad and Bodo.
And that's about the 4th time, in fact, that McDowell has pulled out of his run-up. Just seems to be missing that momentum to run through the crease. Granted, most of his deliveries, when he has delivered, they have been on point. So I think it's just a matter of finding that right rhythm. And as we note here, the run-up itself is not the smoothest, but still able for these fast bowlers to go through. That's a good delivery there. Just on around that Yorker length, outside the line of the off stump. Brendan Bodo, very capable batter indeed. As you noted, he was captain, in fact, of Trinidad and Tobago under 15, as they were successful in the CWI Rising Stars under 15 regional tournament earlier this year. So very capable player, Brendan Bodo, batting at number 4 for the Trinidad and Tobago under 17s. That one leaving alone outside of the off stump.
Even when he leaves alone, he's posing for pictures.
I think that's a bit of the inherent stylish nature you were talking about, Ian. You know, some batters, they have that flair naturally, and it's good to see that he can mix that flair and that talent with sensible batting while out there, leaving alone those deliveries that no need to chase after in this stage of the inning. So slip still in place. Again, that one very close, but inside the wide line. So McDowell maybe tempting Bodo there to probably play an expansive shot through that offside region.
I think with his movement, I think he should be aiming to pitch the ball closer to Bodo, have him try to entice him to come forward.
Let's see if he will get that in this delivery here. And this one, sidishly played through the offside. He did come closer to the batter, but Bodo, thankfully, was able to step forward and punch that one through the covers. Again, due to a bit of a heavy outfield, not getting that ball to run all the way along to the boundary, just getting a single off it to end that over. And at the end of 4 overs, the score 16 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Just the 1-4 that we had earlier from Ali, flicking that one over mid-wicket to the boundary for 4. But since then, most of their runs have come through quick running between the wickets, as both batsmen looking to play themselves in, having a look at the pitch, and the bowlers. Four overs gone, 16 for 2, as Kirsten Murray, the captain, continues to bowl from the southern end.
That was played uppishly, but thankfully it's safe on the leg side, and the batsman come back safely for a couple of runs. So not afraid to play his shots is Rendon Boodoo. Definitely it's part of his natural game, and as we noted, this pair at the crease would have a very good understanding of each other, having played for Presentation College San Fernando throughout the entire season. That one angled down the leg side, and Boodoo getting a touch on that one as fine leg comes around. Could return back to the keeper. If he left that one, I'm sure it would have been signaled a wide, but I think he was looking to maximize that delivery and probably play it away for 4, instead getting the bottom edge of the bat and just a single down to fine leg. So as we see, 2 slips still in play for Riyad Muhammad, the left-hander. Granted, Murray would try to get that ball to swing across him and see if he can get that outside edge. Oh, that's well watched by Riyad Muhammad. That one just pitched and seemed to have continued on a straight line. In fact, yeah, that one not swinging in or out as most of his previous deliveries, but just seaming through to the keeper. Oftentimes it's those deliveries that can get the edge when you are expecting the ball to swing away and one just keeps straight off the pitch.
So he have found that if you want the ball to move in the air, pitch it further up. If you want it to go straight. Oh, that's a ball that kept low, and Riyad Muhammad just beaten by the lack of bounce. It's good for him, it was outside the off stump.
Kept dangerously low there. I'm sure Riyad Muhammad, as you see, he's just walking away to take a moment for himself and recalibrate, leaving alone any of those balls that are close to his off stump, because that one just stayed low and also nipped back in a slight bit. Again, we see that one pitch on the line of the stumps and through the batter, completely beaten there.
So now he has to be extra watchful. The pitch is starting to misbehave, and we are only in the 5th over.
See a slight grin as well from Riyad Muhammad on that delivery. It's one of those where you're grateful that it hasn't hit your stumps, it hasn't taken an edge, because it was really difficult to play indeed. That one on the line of the off stump, playing it rather sheepishly, not too sure where it ended up after all, but thankfully no harm done. And excellent over there from the captain, Kirsten Murray, comes to an end at the end of 5 overs. The score, Trinidad and Tobago under 17, 19 for the loss of 2 wickets. Both left-handed seamers going really well for Windward Islands here, and I'm sure they'd want to prize another wicket in this first 10 overs if they can, and see if they can rattle that top order from Trinidad and Tobago to continue with the momentum that they've already gained from the start.
And of course, as a bowler, it will be very encouraging, as you would want to bowl wicket to wicket, as you're seeing the ball starting to misbehave, the pitch is starting to misbehave, with some of the balls keeping low.
So on foolish line delivery, not timing it as he would have liked there, Boodoo, but again we see that confidence, his ability to play the shots. Dare I say, sometimes his stroke play reminds me of Sachin Tendulkar in terms of how he drives the ball and just poses as soon as he plays the shot naturally. That one a bit too wide outside of the off stump. So we've seen a bit of a ploy here from McDowell in that many of the deliveries, Ian, he's bowling outside the line of the off stump and just inside that wide line. He bowls at least one or two deliveries there consistently and then brings a couple back into the batsman and forces the batsman to play.
Yes, he has already seen how Bodo is not shying away from driving, so he's trying to get him to follow the ball outside the off stump and bowling it wide.
We see a change of angle there as he comes around the wicket instead to angle that ball more into the stumps of Bodo. Again playing a drive straight to that fielder short cover. I'm wondering if McDowell would have also liked two slips in play, as we saw the skipper on the other end having two slips for all of his overs. I wonder if McDowell might be encouraged with two slips as well, given the fact that Bodo is certainly playing his shots. And that one, Yorker link on the line of the pitch, but driven back lovely behind the bowler, straight drive, and they get 2 runs comfortably. So Bodo again, full flow here, Ian. I think the form that he is in right now is certainly very commendable. To come out with 2 wickets down in the first 3 or 4 overs and to play strokes like that, must admire the confidence of this young man.
And mind you, as the under 15 captain, you can see that he's a bit younger than most of his peers here. Now, I want to go back to the slip as you would mention after this delivery. I think because of his movement into the right-hander, he would be less inclined to have that second slip. If it was Riyad Muhammad as a left-hander, that natural movement would take the ball away from the left-hander. But as he was bowling the ball wide, I think, as you rightly said, that a second slip could come into play because he will be forcing the batsman to come after.
That one, a full toss delivery outside of the off stump, and Bodo just punching his pads there with his gloves because he would rue missing out on that opportunity. Play the right shot. It was all along the ground. The only problem, straight to the fielder. So as you noted, finding gaps, Ian, most important.
Yes, they need to find the gaps, and that is the issue with the power play.
That one again wide outside of the off stump and signal wide by the umpire. So granted, we are only in the 6th over, so he doesn't really need to be too harsh on himself in terms of missing out on those deliveries. It's just to keep that mental strength and to be able to push through, you know. And that one is driven lovely through the covers, just as we noted, finding the gap there. Unfortunately, the ball is holding up before the boundary ropes, and they get 2 comfortably.
And that's the end of the 6th over. Is 25 for 2. 9 runs of this over. As you can see that, yes, when he finds a gap, Brendan Bodo, because of the heavy outfield with the light showers that we would have been having, the ball is not traveling too fast on the outfield. The outfield is a bit slow, and so therefore he wasn't able to reach the ropes. But as the batsmen, they would want to hit and find the gaps. There are gaps on offer as all the fielders, 9 of the fielders inside of the circle in the power play. This one is pushed on the onside. Riyad Muhammad will just add 1 to his score. Murray so far, good figures. 3 overs, just the 12 runs. Muhammad is on 5. He's watchful, 5 from 14. Usually a slow starter, but somebody who you can depend on to bat through the innings. Bodo is on 10 from just 12 deliveries, a bit more aggressive in his approach. Well fielded there, they will get no run. And of course, also today, the West Indies senior team and India, the 4th T20 international. Have you noticed that every time when West Indies will be playing a all-format tour, let's just do that to this delivery. play down there to mid-off, they will get no run. Just like in South Africa, in an all-format series, as the format gets shorter, the West Indies get better.
Well, I mean, I think it's definitely been noticeable that the T20 version of the game has been our strongest. That were on the line of the stumps. Loud appeal, and umpire Foster shakes his head. The signal not out. I think that one just seems to have been going down the leg side.
Yes, it seems to be been doing too much, although this angle is not the best angle. But it seems from this angle you can still see that it was doing a bit too much.
Yeah, definitely. But again, we can see Boodoo trying to flick that one aggressively on the leg side. Not looking to defend much at all here. That one on the line of the stumps again seems to have been too high. This one definitely straighter than the previous delivery, but striking him above the pads. And I'm not sure if that was the best advised shot there, Ian. Granted, the bowlers are doing well, and it's good to see that aggressive approach and the fact that you are willing to take the attack to the bowlers and not let them settle. At the same time, I think sometimes, you know, you need to respect the good deliveries, play each ball on its merit, as that one is played much better. It's driven to that short cover position, but doesn't seem to phase Brendan Boodoo here much, the bowlers. He's just playing his natural style, and at the end of 7 overs, the score 24 for the loss of 2 wickets. Trinidad and Tobago under 17 against Windward Islands under 17 at the National Cricket Centre here in Balmain, Couva, Trinidad and Tobago.
And you made a valid point. Sometimes batsmen must understand that a good ball is a good ball. A dot ball is a dot ball. Sometimes we might want to force runs, which is not bad in terms of the situation. There are situations where you need runs and you need to force. You might need 4 runs in the last delivery to win a game. You have to. But there are times in the game you have to understand that a good ball is a good ball. You have to playing each ball on its merit would mean either hitting a 4 or allowing it to be a dot ball.
McDowell again. That one on the line of the pads of Riyad Muhammad. He's flicking it on the leg side. Fielder from fine leg, deep fine leg comes and returns it. As you can just see, some rain in the distance, not too far actually, just to the right of our screen. Thankfully, we still have some sunshine, but
and I think the rain would have affected one of the matches here at Pre-Sal. We just get some feedback on that match.
Yes, you know,
and the Pre-Sal venue.
Good single taken there. Good call from the non-striker. Noting that an error was made by the wicketkeeper, not handling the ball cleanly, and thankfully they were able to run through for by that game at Inchinali Park presently. Windward Islands versus Jamaica, and Barbados also taking on Guyana at Gilbert Park in California. All 3 games within the central region of Trinidad and Tobago. That one is badly lined down the leg side, past the reach of the keeper, and thankfully the fine leg is quick enough to prevent it. Just 1 run, in addition to the wide that is, so 2 runs total added to the score. And it brings the confident and aggressive Brendan Boodoo back on strike.
We can already see the batters coming in who batting with Riyad. They will be the aggressor while Riyad would bat through the innings. Well played from Bodo. They hustled for 1, but decided against it. Well fielded. Windward Islands team, a very disciplined team in bowling. They are trying things because you don't want to get the batsman comfortable with 1 line and 1 length. Of course, they're trying to mix it a little. And you see where they're trying to bowl it out wide to force Brendan Bodo to go after.
That one taking a thick outside edge, but past the first slip, and just as he mentioned in the previous over, Ian, if that second slip was in play, I think he would have certainly had a chance there.
Yes. But Devontae McDowell doing quite well in mixing up the deliveries. 29 for 2 in the 8th over. So 29 for 2 in the 8th over, you would expect that the Windward Islands to be the happier of the two teams.
That one just played offensively into the leg side. And no run.
Riyad will continue to bat his normal style, his way of batting. 6 from 16. He's not one to be concerned and want to get worried about his run rate.
This one flicked through the gap on the leg side and able to get a single there, Riyad Muhammad. As you rightfully say, his natural style of game is to be that sort of stay and bat type of role where he aims to bat through the entirety of the innings, more of an accumulator rather than an aggressive player. And the main thing he needs to remember is just to rotate the strike ever so often so that he doesn't get pegged down with too many dot deliveries, as we have seen even on that last delivery. Smart cricket again, just angling the bat a bit finer to get that ball in between the two players on the leg side and to get a single instead of playing it straight to them for a dot ball.
And it's all about batting as a team. You have different batsmen with different styles. You can have the aggressors batting around players like Riyad Muhammad. He can bat, and this is what they do in the West Indies senior team as well. You have Shea Hope as a captain batting through the innings. That's why he has opted to bat in the middle, so he can stabilize the innings. And you have the players like Mayers, and these are the guys who can, as people say, run down the runs. But we have seen just a heavy drizzle, or what we would say a light rain, just passing over. They were thinking about leaving the field, but they opted against it, and thank you for that. They will continue with Riyad Muhammad to face the skipper, Christian Murray.
It's a good delivery from Murray. We note that in his previous over, a couple of deliveries kept rather low and dangerously so at that, very close to the stumps, and forcing the batter Riyad Muhammad to be wary indeed in terms of anything lined in that direction. So we saw there that the umpires were just having a bit of a consultation with the groundsmen, and the groundsmen who know the weather the best in all territories wherever the grounds are located, they normally give the signal in terms of whether to come on. That one on the line of the stumps, and nice on drive there. Good quick single taken by Riyad Muhammad. Again looking to rotate the strike, as we said, and keep those runs flowing.
Good batting, played with a bit of soft hands there. Muhammad 8 from 19, Bodo 9 from 20. Although he has been the aggressor, it's very good bowling and fielding from the Windward Islands team to have Bodo 9 from 20. Just not timing it. Getting bat onto ball, but not in the timing that he would have liked.
Just has to be careful that he doesn't miss time one or play one too early or too late and lead to his demise at this stage. Certainly an important bat of a Trinidad and Tobago in their lineup. That one is played uppishly and falls short of that field, that fine leg. Running in and one bounce, it went to him. I don't think even if he sprinted full speed there, he would have had to dive forward some distance to try and catch that ball. But again, we see an opportunity, sort of an opportunity at that, given the fact that Brendan Boodoo has played that one aerially. And again, we would think that the best approach at this stage would be play a natural game, yes, play confident, yes, but at the same time be mindful of the situation the team is in. So well defended there from Riyad Muhammad. Don't think they'd want to lose another wicket at this stage, Ian. Score 32 for 2.
They have to consolidate. Now, Riyad natural way will be to consolidate. That's how we naturally bat. It's Bodo that who would have to tailor his, and while you have to, you have to balance getting the runs, keeping the run rate clicking.
That one on the leg side and tucked away from Riyad Muhammad. Looks like it would run all the way to the boundary, and 4-run single by umpire Foster. So a welcome boundary there for Trinidad and Tobago on the 17, and for Riyad Muhammad as well. Played smartly off the legs and beating the fielder, speeding away to that boundary. So at the end of 9 overs, the score 36 for the loss of 2 wickets. Riyad Muhammad and Brendan Boodoo both at the crease, and the opening pair of Murray and McDowell for Windward Islands. 2 left-arm seamers going along nicely. Game just hanging in the balance at this stage. Healthy run rate, and at the same time 2 wickets down in the first 10 overs. So it's a pretty even affair, we will say, at this stage.
And it's all about staying at the wicket. Riyad Muhammad knows the runs will come. You have to be disciplined, because the runs will come, but you cannot make runs you cannot score runs from the pavilion. You have to be out there. So he moves on to 12 from 21, Bodo 10 from 22. Going at 4 runs per over.
That one driven nicely into the offside from Boodoo, and they get a single. Good communication from the batters. That one just going to the left of the field, that covers not too far, and granted, due to the understanding between the pair at the crease, they were able to complete that single quite comfortably. I think that's something that's very undervalued in cricket, Ian, in terms of having that communication with your non-striker, that ability to know you can run a single easily just to the left or right of the field and take that scoreboard pressure off. Excellent Yorker delivery.
Well bowled and well played from Riyad Muhammad, the ever watchful Riyad Muhammad. Well bowled from Devontae McDowell into his 5th over, 1 for 20.
As a fast bowler yourself, what would you follow up that Yorker length delivery with, Ian?
A shorter delivery.
Expected that.
A short delivery, in fact.
Oh, and that one was a shorter delivery than the Yorker, but not quite the short delivery you were looking for. However, that one going between the bat and Riyad Muhammad just hanging his bat outside of the off stump there a bit loosely, and thankfully no edge being taken, and went straight through to the keeper. It's well watched there again by Riyad Muhammad. That one seemed enticing initially to probably step forward and drive at, but just hanging back of a length is McDowell. Still probably trying to get that slip into play. We've only seen one edge thus far, thick outside edge that passed the slip quite comfortably. This one angled on the line of the stumps. Again, great quick single there taken by Trinidad and Tobago batters. Really smart cricket to just keep that scoreboard ticking, keep those singles going. It's been impressive bowling, I must say. They really haven't given too many loose deliveries apart from the initial start with some full tosses. They have really kept it tight and just forcing the Trinidad and Tobago batters to look for those quick singles and look to rotate the strike so that they don't get bogged down.
Yes. And just one more delivery to close. That's 38 for 2. The run rate just dropping a bit to 3.86.
Looks like there might be a potential bowling change from the media center end. Seeing some discussions.
So we want to say good morning to Anil Lakan, who will sit down on the chair and replace myself. And he will continue for the next few overs with you. So we want to say good morning to Anil.
Pleasant good morning to our listeners and viewers wherever you may be this morning. Good morning to Kishav.
Good morning, Anil. Definitely a pleasure to be in your company again.
Well, it's always a pleasure to be in your company, Kishav.
That delivery there, just completing the 10th over. We saw that there was a bit of miscommunication initially, where the umpires were switching ends and then realized one delivery was still left to be bowled. So finally the 10th over has been completed, and the score 38 for the loss of 2 wickets.
So Trinidad and Tobago winning the toss here at the National Cricket Centre, electing to bat first. Having looked at the surface this morning, Kishav, it looks a surface that the team batting first, will want to take the opportunity and post a formidable total. Lovely conditions here at the National Cricket Centre. Just a bit of rain, dark clouds hovering around, but nothing to stop play at the moment. So 38 for 2. Luke Ali going via the LBW route, and Christian Rampasad going via the run-out route.
We see the first bowling change here from the media centre end. It's going to be Edmund Moranci to take up the attack. We know that he was, in fact, one of the returning players who played in this under-17 team last year. Moranci, the skipper, Murray, as well as Joseph, 3 players who would have been part of this Windward Islands under-17 setup in the previous tournament and then returning this year again.
So Edwin Moranci into his first over. Runs in. This one is short, making some height off the wicket. Riyad Muhammad gets into the line, chopping into the line actually. Plays it back out to that short mid-on position. There's no run. So Riyad Muhammad still there, batting 13 from 26 deliveries. And Brendan Boodoo, what a refreshing young man indeed in terms of his ability, his talent. He's so easy on the eyes. And this one is just squeezed out to that short square-like position. But immediately Brendan Boodoo was on his game. And they get a single. So Edmund Moranci just getting that ball to tail back into the left-hander. Riyad Muhammad just was cramped a bit of room there, and luckily for him, getting the inside edge and getting the rotation. So that takes the score to 39 for 2. So at this stage, Kishav, Trinidad and Tobago winning the toss and electing to bat. What's your thoughts on the first 10 overs?
Well, definitely there has been a mixture of success and, I wouldn't say failure, but just a bit of difficulty in terms of losing 2 early wickets. That one is outside the off-stump, slashing at it, and he's given caught behind. Brendan Boodoo has to go, and just as I was mentioning, Anil, in terms of the unfortunate nature of this first 10 overs in that Trinidad and Tobago lost 2 early wickets. Now they have lost the 3rd into the 11th over, and it's that of a very pivotal player in their lineup, Brendan Boodoo. As we take a look at the replay here, yes, Moranci with a bit of extra height, and that one you can see a bit of extra bounce as well.
Yeah, so short and wide outside the off-stump. He should have just allowed that to go into the wicket-keeper. But chasing that wide delivery, not getting close enough to it, and firing a catch to the wicket-keeper. So Trinidad and Tobago losing their 3rd wicket here at the National Cricket Centre on the score 39 for 3. And I must say that Trinidad and Tobago is in a spot of bother at this stage.
Yeah, definitely. And the thing about Brendan Boodoo, as you were rightfully saying, he's so easy on the eye, such a stylish player. But just as we were mentioning in a couple overs prior to that shot being played, we were wondering if he was just being a bit too aggressive in this early stage of the innings, given the fact that we know it's his natural style of play. He's a confident player. He likes to get bat on ball.
But one has to take into consideration as well, the surface has shown that it's a bit slow and low. So it's important that scoring opportunities will come far and few in a surface like this when batting on a surface like this. So it's important as well to be aggressive against the seamers. But once the spinners come on, it's going to be very difficult to score indeed. And we'll just wait and see how that plays out later on in the innings.
Yeah, definitely. I would have loved to see Boodoo bat until the spinners come on, because with his style of play, certainly he looks like one of those batters who would have used his feet to the ball, who would have played all of the shots available to him. And it brings the new batter to the keys, the wicketkeeper Niall Mango, played for North Zone and Fatima College in Trinidad and Tobago.
So just getting into line and allowing it to go into the middle of the wicketkeeper. So 39 for 3, we into over number 11. The batting power play has been concluded, and one would have thought that Trinidad and Tobago have getting to 39 for 2 after 10 overs. That would have been a decent start, possibly 1 wicket too much in the power play, but now losing a 3rd wicket in the 11th overs has really put the Windward Islands in the ascendancy.
Yeah, definitely. I think the rate of scoring has been good. Just that wicket column.
And this one just teals away from the outside edge. So excellent bowling from Edmund Moranci. Just getting that ball to shape away from the surface at the last moment. And what we've seen thus far is that all the seamers from the Windward Islands, they just seems to have that ability to get that ball to swing. And what they're doing really well, they're not hitting the ball into the pitch. It's very abrasive indeed. What they're doing is pitching the deliveries up and allowing the ball to do the work, which is very important.
Yeah, definitely some intelligent seam bowling from the Windward Islands fast bowlers. And as we note, the fast bowlers actually also get bonus points for the wickets as well. So 2 of the wickets go to fast bowlers and 1 via the run-out route. I'm sure they'll be happy with those returns thus far.
So this one, Mingo Niall is nicely into line, just prods forward. It goes out to that backward point position. There's no run. So at the end of over number 11, Trinidad and Tobago winning the toss and batting here at the National Cricket Centre at 39 for 3. And remember, this is the Rising Star on the 17 regional tournament taking place right here in Trinidad and Tobago. 3 venues that are located for these games: the National Cricket Centre, the Inchinali Park, and of course Gilbert Park in California. So 3 games are playing simultaneously together. Riyad Muhammad, he's battling for Trinidad and Tobago. He's 14 from 27 deliveries. Brendan Boodoo getting a start, but unfortunately for that young man, not able to continue. So we're going to see spin for the first time from the northern end. So it's going to be the left arm spinner. So spin being introduced in the 12th over of this innings. So I'm very excited indeed to see exactly how this is going to pan out here.
Yes, we know the National Cricket Centre is famous for spinning pitches, Anil, and as you rightfully stated, it has been playing a bit low and slow already thus far this morning.
Yeah, so scoring opportunities is going to be challenging, I must admit. This one is driven handsomely through extra cover. They go for 1. But they've still 1. I just thought that maybe some more aggressive running they would have gotten 2 runs there. But Riyad Muhammad just leant on that delivery and caressed it through that extra cover position. And getting a 1. So it brings the wicketkeeper Niall Mingot into strike.
So you know that this bowler is in fact Kurt Murray, who is the twin brother of the captain, who opened the bowling with the left arm seam from the media centre end.
So it's going to be Kurt from the northern end. It's going to be bowling to the Trinidad and Tobago wicketkeeper Niall Mingo. Very stylish indeed. And this one immediately goes from the straight. So immediately we are seeing that there's spin and offer here at the National Cricket Centre. And I'm telling you, it's not a pretty sight when you see the ball spinning away from the street. And this one just squeezes past the first slip position. They're going to get 1, but the skipper might just be inclined at this stage immediately to get a gully into position. The Kishal, there is enough evidence that the ball is spinning from the straight, so then you've got to get that extra feeler in position, attacking feeler.
Certainly a lot of turn on offer already. That one played smartly by Riyad Muhammad, just coming forward and playing that ball back along the length of the pitch.
So Kurt Murray into his first over. And Riyad Muhammad presenting the maker's name. Goes out to cover, there's no run. So Kurt Murray on the money immediately here, Kishal.
That one not timing it as he would have liked there, and not being given the amount of width that he would have liked as well to play that one square off the wicket. So it brings a tidy over from the left-arm orthodox spinner to an end. And at the end of 12 overs, the score 41 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Which really represents a stage where this innings is at, where this innings is at the moment here, Kishav. Trinidad and Tobago possibly just losing 1 wicket too much at this stage. But at this time, we're going to take a break. The players, they're going to have a drink as well. So we're going to return as soon as the action resumes. So we are back live here at the National Cricket Centre, the resumption of play after the water break. Trinidad and Tobago resuming at 41 for 3. Trinidad and Tobago winning the toss here at the National Cricket Centre and immediately taking first strike. So it's going to be Moranci from. And this one is worked down to fine leg. It's going to be one. They're turning. But immediately Riyad Muhammad sent back Nile Mingo. So the score goes up by 1. It's 42 for 3. Riyad Muhammad back on strike. He's on 15 from 31. Riyad Muhammad, one of the openers, being there from the beginning of the innings. So you've seen it all thus far. I'd like to say a special good morning to Imran Shaki Khan. Imran, the leading wicket taker for Trinidad and Tobago with over 450 wickets.
Yeah, definitely a stalwart and pillar of Trinidad and Tobago cricket over the last few years, as well as the head coach of the under-17 team, Mr. Riyad Emrit. Two very invaluable players to the game in Trinidad and Tobago.
And this one is bang on target. It's played out to mid-off. Riyad Muhammad just leans on that front foot, plays it out to mid-off. There's no run. So the score is kept on 42 for 3. So Edward Moranci getting a wicket immediately in his first over there, getting that ball. And here we see it again. Textbook forward defense, but there's no run. Moranci. And again, this one is played back. The bowler doing a tremendous job in his follow through. There's no run. So Riyad Muhammad, one of the pillars of this Trinidad and Tobago batting lineup, and how well Trinidad and Tobago will want him to bat this entire allocation of 50 overs. And if Riyad Muhammad, together with the other batters, are able to do that, then Trinidad and Tobago will put a total that they believe they could defend in the second half.
Yeah, I think his ability to bat through the entirety of the innings would be pivotal towards the setting a good total.
So what's required at this stage, Yakishav, is for the supporting acts like Mingo, the skipper, Faris Ali, and all the other batters to come, is really try and understand your role of batting with the likes of Riyad Muhammad.
Definitely, and we know that Faris Ali, the skipper himself, very talented all-rounder, both with bat and ball. Quick opening fast bowler, as well as he has scored a lot of runs this year with the bat. In fact, he has improved tremendously. Initially, people think that fast bowlers aren't really batsmen as well, but he has shown that he has all the all-round capabilities and what it takes.
Well, that one just takes off a length there. Luckily for Nile Mingo there, there was no gully in position. It just spooned down to the third man. But look at this delivery, taking off from a very good length indeed.
I think the extra bounce on that delivery was something to take note of. Similar to the delivery that Brendan Boodoo played outside of the off stump. Extra bounce due to the fact that Moranci is a tall player indeed. Seems to be taller than the rest of players in the Windward Islands lineup, and that height is certainly giving a bit of extra purchase off of the surface.
Riyad is forward, plays it out to that short mid-off position. There's no run. So we are seeing that this surface here, Bahadur, it's a bit on the uneven side. Some balls that one definitely take off from a length, and I'm sure that the batters, they have to play the ball as late as possible under their eyes.
It definitely is challenging for the batters as we take a look at the scorecard there. 44 for the loss of 3. The two batters out thus far, Luke Ali, the opener, as well as Christian Rampasad and Brendan Boodoo, the last wicket to fall.
But take nothing away from the Windward Islands bowlers. The opening bowlers, they were absolutely brilliant indeed with the new ball. And now the likes of Kurt Murray and company, Moranci, they're supporting them really well. So it's going to be Kurt Murray from the northern end. It's going to be bowling to the wicketkeeper Nile Mingo. Flighted delivery. This one is worked away to that short mid-wicket position. There's no run. So Kurt Murray giving this ball some generous flight indeed.
one keeping extra low again there, and on both ends of the pitch we have seen deliveries with variable bonks, despite where they have pitched, either fullish in length or just short of a length, and deliveries are either keeping rather low or getting some extra purchase.
So this one trying to steal a single there, but some excellent work there at that short square leg position. There's no run. So Riyad Muhammad sensing the danger here about her, and immediately is sending back Nile.
It's well played. Textbook forward defensive again. I mean, granted, we are still in the 14th over, Anil, so there are a lot of overs left in the innings, and no harm in playing those shots and getting your eyes in line with the ball, able to play them comfortably, judge the pitch a bit better. And as you rightfully said earlier, once you can play that ball under your eyes and let that ball come to you and play it confidently, then you should have no worries.
And this one is guided away to that backward point position. Niall Mingo playing that ball late. Had he played it any later, he would have been absent, but there's no run. The score is kept on 44 for 3 after over number 14. Niall Mingo, he's on 3 from 12 deliveries. And Riyad Muhammad, he's been the rock for Trinidad and Tobago at the top of the order. He's on 16 not out from 35 deliveries. McDowell, Kurt Murray, Moranci, all these guys have done a tremendous job for their captain.
Yes, in fact, that was the first maiden over of the innings thus far. The previous overs have been tight. The batters have been rotating the striker as well, so
It's going to be Moranci. This one is played out to cover point. There's no run. So on a pitch of this nature, a batter is important for the batters who get in. They need to go big. They need to bat as long as possible, because it's going to become increasingly difficult for the new batters to come and settle.
yes, I think once you are out there, you have to make most of that opportunity. You can't leave it for the next batter to come and do, because it's so unpredictable, the nature of the surface.
And this is a lovely Yorker going through Riyad Muhammad. He was late to react there. Luckily for him, that ball was not zoning in on the sticks, and it goes through to the wicket keeper. So the score is kept on 44 for 3. Riyad Muhammad, he's on 16. The wicket keeper now, he's on 3. And Edward Moranci, what a spell he's having.
Yeah,
He started
definitely.
really well here at the National Cricket Centre. Tall, strapped man.
Good pace, good bonks, nice areas. Certainly a very bright prospect here in the Windward Islands lineup.
And this one, he's just Riyad Muhammad trying to play that ball on the own side. That ball is shaping away from Riyad, and he might just be well advised just to play with a straight face. He's trying to turn that ball on the leg side, but luckily for him, he didn't take the leading edge and go anyway out to that extra cover position. And I've seen him being dismissed in that fashion. So he's got to be very, very careful indeed not to be playing a bit too early. And this one is driven to mid-off. He's attempting that single, but wonderful work indeed from the fielder at mid-off.
A rifle throw at that. Just seeing a chuckle there from Moranci, as that one seemed to have struck him low down on his foot as he was trying to back up that ball. Thankfully prevented it from going for any overthrows. See a look at the replay. Nice looking shot there from Riyad Muhammad, but single not on offer, a bit too straightish, and went with too much pace to that fielder, so not allowing him to get that single.
So that's exactly what happened. He timed it so well that it raced to the fielder at mid-off. So this is short. This one is pulled behind square. It's 1, it's 2. It goes into the boundary here. So a welcome boundary here for Trinidad and Tobago. Edwin Moranci going into the pitch here, trying to get that bumper, but that bumper was ineffective because it was just above waist height. That height where it's controllable for the batters to pivot inside their wicket, and Riyad Muhammad cashing in from a poor delivery from Moranci, but the score moves up by 4. It's 48 for 3, and we're in over number 15.
Excellent shot there from Riyad Muhammad. As we saw in that replay, he actually waited that extra second on it and was able to play that ball directly in line with his eyes, roll his wrist so that they went along the ground and sped along to the boundary for 4 runs.
And this one is a PU coming off. We just have to wait an umpire. But he doesn't signal anything, so another run to the total. That single takes the score on to 49 for 3. Riyad Muhammad quickly moves on to 21. So the 3 wickets to go. Luka Ali, 8. Cristiano Rampasad without scoring. And Brendan Boodoo going for 11.
I'm going to see the left arm orthodox spin of Murray continuing from that Atobulden end.
So Kurt Murray, left arm orthodox spinner, bowling from the northern end, keeping a very tight rein on the batters. Riyad Muhammad has not been able to break free in this innings thus far, but from a Trinidad and Tobago point of view, they would need him to continue that vigil. Flight to delivery. This one is played out to extra cover. Just possibly felt that he missed out there, Kishav.
Yeah, definitely. And the good thing about Riyad Muhammad is his temperament. He's one of those batters that doesn't let those things faze him. He will continue to bat, face each delivery, play each ball on its merit, and look forward to more run scoring opportunities.
Just trying to turn that one from outside the line of the off stump. Possibly just making a bit of height off the wicket. Umpire not interested.
It's a very tight line from Murray in terms of how he's just angling that ball in or around the off stump of the left-hander, not really giving much width on offer.
Yeah, so Murray keeping a tight off stump line. Riyad Muhammad trying to force that ball from outside the off stump. This one is driven up to mid-off, just no run. So I just feel at this stage Riyad Muhammad just possibly getting a bit flustered. He's timing the ball well, but he's just finding the feelers. One might just be advised to him to, just try and just keep his temperament going here. And that one is spinning and
extra bonks as well in that one, and he actually tried to lean back and play the square cut, but unfortunately was not able to get the correct timing with that delivery, and another dot ball.
So this pitch is continuing to be challenging here for the batters. This one is driven down to lawn. It's only going to be 1. So at the end of over number 16, 50 for 3. Riyad Muhammad moves on to 22. And now Mingo, he's on 3. So the projected score 157 at this stage. I'm sure Trinidad and Tobago So I'd like to say a special good morning to Ian Wilson.
Yes, good morning. Returning, giving Kishav Bahadur Singh just a little break so he can return in the 25th over. Trinidad and Tobago, that's a 50 up, 50 for 3, just progressing slowly.
So it's going to be Edmund Moranci to continue from the pavilion end. He leaves us here. This one is driven out to that extra cover position. There's no run. Riyad Muhammad continues to bat really well here at the National Cricket Centre. Coach Riyad Muhammad will want the likes of Riyad Muhammad to bat this entire innings of 50 overs, Ian.
Yes, and he has done so in the past. He has done so all season with presentation, Shagwana, San Fernando, I beg your pardon. He has done that throughout the season. He's averaged about 90 runs this year for presentation.
This is short, and this one is tugged away for a maximum over deep backward square. That ball just practically sit up on the surface. Riyad Muhammad, your beauty, taking him downtown and over mid-wicket for a maximum.
Yeah, so you can see the replay here. Ball a bit short, and Muhammad was quick to pounce on that for the maximum. So Riyad goes on to 28 to score 56 for 3. And just a matter after we know that Riyad is a slow starter, he would watch that's how he bats, but gradually he would play into his own, and of course the runs will start to flow.
So really showing some good temperament. And yeah, he's playing that one out to extra cover. There's no run. So back to normal programming for Riyad Muhammad. But Edwin Moranci possibly just guilty of trying to go into the pitch. This pitch is slow and low in nature. So one would possibly be advising Moranci, the like of Moranci, just keep pitching the ball up, try and get that ball to do something off the surface, rather than trying to hit the ball into the surface and it's not responding.
Yes, he's young and he will gradually see that as he bowls, as he gets into his spell. Not a pitch to bowl short on.
And this one is played through mid-wicket. Go for one. That's what it's going to be. So Riyad Muhammad continues to bat on here at the National Cricket Centre. That single takes him on to 29. The score moves on to 57 for 3. And we are into over number 17. So some recovery here from Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, two early wickets, and of course Mango, who is known to stick around. He's done so for Fatima, and he's doing so today with Riyad Muhammad for Trinidad and Tobago.
And this one is played to mid-on. Immediately he calls for one, but Riyad Muhammad has gone so much past his crease that he was unable to take advantage of that misfield. And that's one of the things, Ian, for youngsters looking on. When you're running that, when you're taking that run, you want to ensure that you don't go past the crease, because there's no recovery in terms of if there's an opportunity for that second run.
Yes, we have seen that happen many times in the past. Of course, you have to first run your first run hard. But of course, in running your first run hard, don't run too far past the crease.
And this one is played down to mid-on. Riyad Muhammad gets into line on driven to mid-on. There's a single. So that run, the score moves up to 60. Is it?
59.
59 for 3, my apology, after over number 17. So that single takes Riyad Muhammad on to 30. So we're seeing a move on here from Riyad Muhammad, just looking to be a bit more positive here, and it's important indeed that he continues to fight for Trinidad and Tobago here, Ian.
Yes, he has been there for quite a while. He has faced 52 deliveries. He's on 30, a strike rate just about 60. So he has been there. The onus is on him now to up the tempo just a bit. Niall Mango only faced about 14 deliveries. So he's yet to play himself in. So Muhammad has to be the one to go after.
And this one is driven to cover point, but excellent feeling there. There's no run. It's a smart bit of feeling from the skipper. Moving in just about a meter to his right and making that stop. So Kurt Murray, flighted delivery. This one is it through extra cover. They'll go for one. They turn for two, but that's all it's going to be. But a nice flowing drive indeed from Riyad Muhammad.
Yes, Riyad Muhammad, a nice flowing drive. As we see the replay, Kurt Murray, the twin brother of the captain, Curtin Murray. Of course, relatives of former West Indies wicketkeeper Junior Murray.
So this one is just punched down to long on. Another single on offer, so that takes the score on to 63. 62, my beg your pardon. Riyad Muhammad moves on to 33. And it brings the wicketkeeper Nile on strike. So Nile Mingo doing the right thing here for Trinidad and Tobago, playing situational cricket. And this one is driven back up to the bowler. There's no run. Nile Mingo plays with North as well as Fatima College. This one is played out to backward point. There's no run. So Kurt Murray continues to wheel away here at the National Cricket Centre. And this one is played down to that fine leg position. It's only going to be one on offer. So that single takes the score to 63 for 3. So after over number 18, 63 Trinidad and Tobago winning the toss and batting here at the National Cricket Centre. What are your thoughts after 18 overs?
Yes, of course. After 18 overs, being 63 for 3, they had to consolidate after losing Luke Ali very early, and of course, Christian Rampasad, unfortunately, with that run out, and Budo, although he stuck around for a short while with Riyad Muhammad, he went one too many outside the off stump, was caught by the wicket keeper. So now Riyad and Nile Mingo, they have to consolidate. They have to balance. Keeping the wickets intact at the same time keeping the run rate ticking, and that can be very tricky, but that's the way Riyad Muhammad naturally bats, so it's not a problem for him at this stage in the game.
So there's going to be a change from the pavilion end. Joel Durand, a left arm orthodox spinner. So there seems to be a great number of left arm bowlers in this team. We saw 2 left arm seam bowlers. Now we are seeing 2 left arm orthodox.
Yes, and he will be.
Oh, my apology, Overick, and this one is flighted. So Durand starting off with a wide. Joel Durand. And there's some turn and offer there. That one was very close to the off stump. But Nile Mingo, he had that one covered. So a very short approach. This one is driven through extra cover. There's only going to be one. They're going to turn for 2. And excellent running indeed from both these batters here, taking on the fielder there at that extra cover position and coming back quite comfortably for 2. So now that double takes him on to 7. So the score moves on. So it's now 66 to 3. And this one is played off the back foot, but excellent feeling there from the fielder at backward point, just anticipating really well. There's no run, there's no addition to the score. The score 66 to 3, and we are into over number 19. Duran. And this one again is played out to that backward point position. Nile unable to find a gap. And the score remains on 66 to 3.
I think that's where the problem lies. You need to be able to find the gaps a bit more, and that's where they have been struggling. And not to say that, not taking anything away from the Windward Islands team. They're feeling quite well, if I must say so. But I think the Trinidad and Tobago batters would have liked to find the gaps a bit more, especially when they were in the first power play, where they had only 2 fielders outside of the inner circle.
But even though in this second stage of the innings here, one would hope that, they both Riyad Muhammad and Nile, they take the opportunity to work the ball into the spaces, into the gaps, and keep the rotation of the strike going.
Yes, and that
So
is the kind of batting they need, especially when they have to consolidate the 3 early wickets.
But it's going to be Kurt Murray from the northern end. And this one is played out to that short extra cover position.
And
There's no run.
the fielders of the Windward Islands making it very difficult for the Trinidad and Tobago batters to find those gaps.
So this one is worked into that mid-wicket region. Excellent work there from Riyad Muhammad, getting into his sticks and using the wrist and working it into that mid-wicket region. They get a single, so the score moves up by 1. It's 67 for 3. Kurt Murray bowling with a slip. A third man, a backward point, extra cover. Cover on the boundary, long off, mid on, square leg, and a deep backward square. And this one again is forced to that short mid wicket position. Nile unable to find the gap. Score is kept on 67. And this one is swept behind square. They go for 1, 2, and it goes into the boundary. A wonderful execution of the sweep shot there by Niall Mingo. And he gets 4 good-looking runs, Ian.
Excellent shot. Good batting. We see the replay here. Sweeping that one. Choosing the one to sweep. Going down leg side.
And this partnership is now with 32 valuable runs from 56 deliveries. So both Niall and Riyad continues to build a partnership here for Trinidad and Tobago. And this one is a nicely flighted delivery. This one is squeezed out to extra cover. There's no run. So at the end of over number 20, Trinidad and Tobago winning the toss and batting here at the National Cricket Centre. They are 71 for 3. Riyad Muhammad is batting on 34 from 57 for deliveries. And Kurt Mingo, he's on 11 from 27 deliveries.
Yes, good batting, and Mingo, they want these 2 batsmen to stay as long as possible. They would have played against each other in the final of the secondary schools T20 competition. Mingo for Fatima, Riyad for presentation San Fernando. As we welcome and we want to say goodbye for a short while to Anil, as we welcome back Kivash Bahadur Singh. Welcome back. You've got your break and time to continue.
Definitely. I mean, during the break, I've been looking on keenly at the game's play and seen some lovely shots in between there. That most recently that sweep shot from Niall Mingo, and previously the 6 from Riyad Muhammad. Durant to continue. This one flighted and just played back along the length of the pitch to the bowler.
This one was given a bit more air. And Riyad going back to the bowler.
This one angled on the leg side, swept away uppishly. Thankfully falls safe. That fielder coming off from deep mid wicket there. Just a single. So 20.2 overs gone, 72 for the loss of 3. Your thoughts, Ian, on the projected score?
Yes, they would want to get some impetus in this in the score, but we have more batting to come. If these 2 batsmen can bat at this rate, let's say until next 10 overs, they can get about 30 runs there, get about 110 perhaps. And the last 20 overs, if they can get 100, so let's say about 200 runs. And just as you mentioned, 200 runs on a pitch like this would take some doing to get.
Yeah, definitely. I think once you can set a decent total, runs on the board can always be defended on a pitch of this nature, as that one is defended into the leg side, and the fielder coming across to gather it. Single to Niall Mingo. We know that thankfully today has not been as hot in terms of the humidity and the heat and the weather conditions as the previous days in Trinidad and Tobago. One flighted outside of the off stump and a lovely looking drive played from Riyad Muhammad. Fielder coming out from extra cover and just a single to the batters. But definitely seems to be growing in confidence here, Riyad Muhammad, having played very watchful innings in the early stages. Now he's playing a bit more expansive in terms of his range of shots and definitely has to stay there for Trinidad and Tobago throughout the entirety of the innings. One is flighted and played behind the head of the bowler. Mid-off comes around, cannot get him, but the long on was in place to cover anything that was going towards the boundary. So they get one, and now we see an overthrow, some sloppy work in the field there, and allows the batters to come through for 2 runs.
Yes, a bit of unattractive cricket from the field, but of course well played by Niall Mingo. He played the ball in the air, but he checked his shot because he knew that the long on and long off fielders were in place. So he checked his shot, played it for a single, and got the other, the extra run because of the mismanagement in the field.
Definitely, and we know that at the end of 21 overs, the score 76 for the loss of 3 wickets. Projected score at this stage 181. Current run rate 3.62. So going steadily along. We know that initially they started with a run rate of just above 4 runs per over. So it has slightly dropped since then, but granted, due to the nature of the bowling as well as the difference in terms of the loss of wickets, that would have caused the runs to cease a bit in terms of the natural flow. And this pair has been doing really well thus far to rebuild the innings. Niall Mingo 14 from 30, Riyad Muhammad 36 from 60 after that explosive start from the Windward Islands fast bowlers.
So Joel Durand will continue from the northern end. 2 overs, none for 8. We bowling to the left-handed Riyad Muhammad.
That one just tucked into the leg side for a single.
So that's just to correct myself. That's Kurt Murray into his 6th over. Just conceding 13 runs. So superb bowling from the northern end.
Oh, some lovely turn and offer there. Has been keeping it tight as Murray. That one on the line of the stumps and just defended. So Mingo has been mainly watchful thus far in his innings. Apart from that sweep shot in the previous over, has just been playing straight and through the V's. Nothing wrong with that, of course. And again, the slip coming into play there. Has to be mindful with the amount of turn and offer for Kurt Murray. Left-handed orthodox to the right-handed batter. Naturally for that ball to turn away and see if they can get an outside edge. It's up to Mingo to prevent that from happening. That one a bit flatter and able to tuck that into the leg side for a comfortable single. Brings the left-handed Riyad Muhammad into strike. 37 from 61. Playing an excellent innings here thus far for his team.
Yes, and something that he's not unaccustomed to.
And that's a lovely looking sweep shot. Similar to the right-hander shot from Mingo in the previous over. This time Riyad Muhammad going down on one knee and playing that into that vacant area on the leg side. Deep square leg. Doesn't get 4, but gets 2. And at the end of the 22nd over, the score 80 for the loss of 3 wickets. And Trinidad and Tobago going along steadily at this stage. And just to know the score across in the fourth T20 International between West Indies and India being played at Lauderhill in the USA. West Indies presently 69 for the loss of 4 wickets after 9.1 overs. At the crease, Shai Hope on 29 not out and Shimran Hetmaya on 3 not out. 2 wickets apiece for Arshdeep Singh and Kuldeep Yadav in that T20 thus far.
So Shai Hope coming in for that's Johnson Charles, and so far I think he just hit another 6, so he's on to 35 as the West Indies are 75 for 4. Do you think that Shai Hope should have been on this team a bit earlier?
I personally think Shai Hope can play across all formats, but I mean definitely, you know, he has been in a great run of form, so it's good to see that he's been given that opportunity on this stage. And it's Durant to continue here with his right hand off spin. Duran not getting as much turn as the left-handed Murray, but at the same time he's bowling a very tight line and link outside of that off stump to the right-hander. Did get some purchase on that one. Most of the previous deliveries would have in fact gone straight, but that one definitely kissing the surface and turning square.
Yes, and you can see the spinners getting some purchase of this pitch. You could imagine the other spinners involved in this game will be licking their chops at this one. This one coming back. Mingo just surviving a slightly interesting appeal.
Yeah, that one definitely seemed to have been going down the leg side. And this one tucked nicely from Mingo to get that quick single. Again, smart batting from the pair. Noting that not many deliveries are available to strike to the boundary cleanly. So they have to make do with getting those quick singles in and around the 30-yard circle and off the square. Sometimes simple movement as in using your wrists, opening the face of the bat, using the angles to your advantage. A lot of flight on that delivery and actually dropped about Yorker length before the batter, just playing that one straight behind the bowler for a single. And at the end of 23 overs, the score 82 for the loss of 3 wickets. Trinidad and Tobago under 17 in this clash against Windward under 17. Thankfully, that initial drizzle we had has abated and we seem to have good weather conditions here for the rest of the day's play as these teams do battle at the National Cricket Center in Couva.
Yes, so Riyad Muhammad was on 39, Mingo 15. Brandon Bodo earlier made 11. That's the 3 top scorers so far for the Trinidad and Tobago team. Also earlier, Lucali and Christian Rampersad are the 2 other dismissed batters. So Riyad Muhammad just stepping out, using his feet a bit to meet the ball and getting 1. So he's into his 40s. He's in fact going along quite well. His run rate his strike rate has increased just a tad. Just facing the 64 deliveries for his 41. Driving, couldn't beat extra cover. And they will get no run, Kishav.
Yes, definitely could. Murray keeping it tight as he can. And that one, another dot ball. Into his 7th over and just 18 runs alone conceded. I'm sure he'd want to add one to the wicket column, Ian, but if even he doesn't, he has certainly done a great job for his team in terms of keeping that pressure on. Again, that one flighted and driven straight to the fielder at short cover.
Yes, so Kurt Murray doing quite well with the ball. Should be the captain, who is his twin brother, should be proud of him.
And that one definitely pulled down too hilly and short outside the line of the leg stump. Just waiting for the signal from the umpire because it seemed to have struck the pad. And yes, just confirming their leg by signal by the umpire to bring that 24th over to an end. The score 85 for the loss of 3 at the end. The bowlers to get wickets thus far, Devontae McDowell and Edmond Morancy with 1 apiece, in addition to the run out of Cristiano Rampersad earlier in the innings.
You could have seen that Murray tried something different with that ball, trying to bowl it a bit faster. It looked like it was a seam-up delivery. And, of course, he dropped it a bit wide and short for Muhammad to take advantage of that.
As you mentioned that, Ian, so you know there are differing trends of thought in terms of if you bowl 5 deliveries that are good deliveries, do you try something different on the 6th, or do you continue with the same type of 5 deliveries that you have done?
I'll answer that after this delivery. Good delivery. Have Riyad Muhammad a bit square. What I would always try to do as a bowler, you try to finish big. You don't want to spoil. And of course you want to try something, but you don't want to spoil that over.
That one, some lovely turn there. Just beating the bat of Riyad Muhammad.
And that is a very good delivery. You got the turn to move away from the batsman, but the length was also just perfect to draw the batsman forward. That's a perfect delivery.
Yeah, what I've noticed from Durand as well is that he's releasing that ball from the highest point in certain deliveries, and those deliveries are the ones that are getting more turn off of the surface. As that's when we see getting some turn as well, but a bit flatter. When he flights the ball and gets that loop in the air, he's certainly getting to rip off the surface as the batters come back for 2. Just tucking that one into the leg side there. Riyad Muhammad pushes on to 43 from 71. Inching ever closer to that half-century mark. We see another slip being brought into play. Some good aggressive thinking from the Windward Islands.
Yes, so the captain rightly seeing that movement and where Duran is pitching the delivery, when he would have seen he's drawing Riyad Muhammad forward, and it's always good to have that extra slip in there. Very good thinking by Kirsten Murray, the skipper of the Windward Islands under 17 team.
This one is a quick single, and they get through safely in the end. Good call from Niall Mingo to non-strikers, and he was already halfway down the crease by the time Riyad Muhammad looked up and saw Niall Mingo run towards him. But thankfully, the throw was to the keeper, and Niall Mingo reached safely at home.
Just look across after this delivery, what the West Indies senior team is doing.
That one tucked down to the leg side, a wide signal in fact.
So the West Indies are 84 for 4 in the 11th over. Shea Hope is on 37. With him is Shimram Hetmeyer, who is on 10. And of course, Shea Hope making a return to the T20 team. He's doing quite well in his return.
That's a lovely looking shot there, played through the gap in the offside. Go for 1, come back for 2. Comfortably in the end. Again, the bit of extra grass on the outfield due to the moisture around and from the heavy rainfall over the past couple of weeks, not allowing that ball to speed along. But thankfully 2 runs completed, and the score pushing on to 92 for the loss of 3 wickets at the end of 25 overs. As we see in the replay there, the ball holding up in a bit of lush grass and the return coming through. So just as we note this, West Indies Rising Stars Under 17 tournament is certainly an integral part of development for the youth cricketers across the region. And part of the role of this tournament as well is to identify players for the next World Cup cycle, as we look at players from the Under 15 as the previous under 15 Rising Star tournament earlier this year. This under 17 one, the under 19 tournament that was just concluded. It's a good initiative from Cricket West Indies where they are looking at players from as early as the under 15 level straight towards the under 19 level, so we can build upon our youth talent and definitely harness the development with a holistic approach.
Yes, and it's good to see that these young players are being looked at, even for the, there are some players who can maybe break into the West Indies under 19 team. So we have the selectors not only looking at the under 19 tournament for the under 19 West Indies team, but there are also players here who can break into that team. Because we have some players who are playing involved in this match who would have played in the under 19 team. We have Fariz Ali, the captain for the Trinidad and Tobago team. He was part of the Trinidad and Tobago under 19 team as well. So there are players who can break into the team as young players. Of course, we have Sachin Tendulkar, who played Test cricket at age 16, so it's not far-fetched that you can have 17-year-olds playing on the West Indies under 19 team.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a all-round nature where you have to build these players from the youngest level going straight up to the senior level, as we see Jelani Joseph taking up the attack from the outer bowl and then right
and he's a leg spinner this time, so we'd love to. He will be getting the ball to move away from Mingo.
Joseph, one of the returning players who would have participated with the under-17 team last year. That one getting a thick outside edge. No gully in place. I know you were calling for the gully from earlier on here, and it would have been great to have one there. As you see, an overthrow. Batsman come back for the second, looking for the third, but I think they'll decide against it. So just, I think, the second occasion which we have seen overthrows in this innings thus far. Just a bit of tightening up by the Windward Islands. Some communication needed with respect to backing up. If the fielder is going to throw the ball at the wicket, need players to back up, not just one but two. That one turning and bouncing. Good purchase there from Joseph. Mingo trying to play that on the right side, not getting it comfortably. And that's when he just tried to caress that ball down to that short fire leg area, but straight to the fielder for no run. And the end of 26 overs, the score 93 for the loss of 3. The 50 partnership, in fact, brought up between the pair at the crease. So they've done a great job to steady the innings for Trinidad and Tobago after losing a couple early wickets and losing Brendan Boodoo, one of their prize batters in the lineup as well. The pair of Riyad Muhammad and Niall Mingo have certainly done great work to get Trinidad and Tobago to 93 for the loss of 3. I'm sure they'll want to push forward and bat as long as they can. Riyad Muhammad approaching a 50 on 46. Not out on Niall Mingo on 18. The more they can bat through the innings and continue to score runs, the better. So it would ease a bit of pressure off the incoming batters who can come in and play their game freely without having to worry about rebuilding at that later stage.
Yes, so Joel Durand will continue. He's into his 5th over. 4 overs, none for 17. And Mingo, who is on 18, will look at it from the non-strikers, as Riyad Muhammad is on 46, would be looking for his 50, possibly in this over. Flicking this one on the onside to hustle for 1. He moves on to 47. The score 94 for 3. Projected score is about 180, but with the players to come, Ferizali and company, they would look to accelerate the innings. That's why it is very important, Kishav, to keep the wickets intact. That will give you more freedom for the batsmen coming to play their shots.
And definitely agree. I think, in fact, if they can, this pair can bat at least up until 150 without, let's say, 35 or even up to 40 overs. I think within the last 10 overs, Trinidad and Tobago certainly has the ability to push forward and get over 200.
So that's why we say 200 runs, 210 would be a good score and a competitive score, especially on this pitch, where the spinners would be their mouths watering to have a go on this pitch.
That one driven nicely to the right of the fielder at mid-off. And again, a good single taken by Riyad Muhammad there. I've seen a bit of concern shown for his fielder, who, when he stopped that ball, just seemed to have fallen to the ground and holding his boot, but thankfully he got back up and he's all right. Most importantly, you want to ensure these young cricketers don't have any injuries while on the field of play. Always important to have the proper footwear. That's a wide signal by the umpire. They're starting the line of the delivery. A bit too close to middle stump, and with the turn on offer, that one turning away. This one too short on that occasion and just paddled on the leg side by Niall Mingo. Didn't seem to pull the ball with any sort of force. Just sort of used the bat and angled it down to that leg side. So at the end of the 27th over, the score 99 for the loss of 3 wickets. Riyad Muhammad not out on 47. Niall Mingo not out on 21. Next batter to come in, the captain for Ali, who has been in magnificent form earlier this year in the local under-17 tournament. In fact, scored multiple hundreds and 50s, as well as a top score of 181 in one of the games.
Yes, so and these guys will be the guys who will look to increase the run rate when they come in. Jelani Joseph in his second over.
A bit of a mix-up at the non-strikers end, and thankfully the throw is too high for Joseph, unable to retrieve the ball cleanly. And you can see Riyad Muhammad at the non-strikers end, just giving a thumbs up to Mingo there. In fact, I think it was Riyad who called for the single initially and sprinted back when he realized it went straight to the fielder. We all know the nerves are on play here. He on 47, he's on. Even though he's at the non-striker end, still has to be very wary, does Muhammad.
Yes, and good that these two guys have that chemistry.
Yes, chemistry and understanding, so important to the game of cricket. This one taking the outside edge. Thankfully, a thick outside edge at that. Not going the first slip, but going to that fielder at the gully position.
And just some news coming out from Miami. Shea Hope had just been dismissed for 45. The West Indies 106 for 5. And a good 45 to make for Hope on his return to the West Indies T20 team.
Yes, unfortunate to lose Shea Hope there. A batter in form. Top scoring in this game. Going to the spin of Chahal. As you know, the spin of India has certainly been lethal in this series. The leg spin of Chahal and the left arm wrist spin of Kuldeep Yadav. As you see the leg spin here of Jelani Joseph, hoping to trouble some of these Trinidad and Tobago batters. I think spin is such a crucial part of our regional game. The ability to bowl spin as well as to play spin. Something that these youngsters certainly need to work on. Oh, and he has he dropped him? It looks like he's dropped him there. That one was a full toss. And Riyad Muhammad, yes, indeed. It's a drop catch there at that short position on the leg side. What a reprieve for Trinidad and Tobago and for Riyad Muhammad. Just needs to settle himself. That one on the leg side, tucked away, and he gets a single comfortably to go on to 48. Those nerves, Ian.
Yes,
A rank full toss.
and straight to the fielder. And fortunately for Riyad, couldn't hold on to that one. And he lives. And this is his first life he has been given at 48 as we take drinks.
And definitely the water break could not have come at a better time. So at the water break after 28 overs, the score 101 for the loss of 3 wickets. And we'll take a short break here and return to you. Welcome back here to the National Cricket Centre in Couva, Trinidad and Tobago, with this very exciting contest between Trinidad and Tobago and Windward Islands in the CWI Rising Stars Under-17 Championship. We have Joel Duran continuing the bowling from the media centre end. Trinidad and Tobago 101 for the loss of 3 wickets after 28.1 overs. Trinidad and Tobago having won the toss and decided to bat first, as we see some brilliant sunshine just covering the playing surface at this venue. So welcome back alongside me, Mr. Ian Wason. You see a very expansive shot down the leg side there, played by Riyad Muhammad. And he gets 2 runs there to bring him to his 50. As we can hear the applause from all of the players and supporters around the ground. He raises his bat there to acknowledge the celebration, and a wonderful innings from this young man thus far. You see the embrace from Niall Mingo, giving his partner a well-deserved hug indeed. That shot certainly bringing him to his 50 in fine style, although not getting a boundary. Definitely a lovely stroke on the eyes. And Riyad Muhammad taking advantage of this opportunity to bat through the innings and carry his team to a formidable total.
Yes, and among the spectators clapping and cheering him on would be his parents. I had a nice chat with them before. And the amount of work they say that he would put in to his game really paying off here. So the families of Racha.
Oh, that one is striking him on the pads. It looks plumb. He's pointed to the bat, but the umpire raises his hand and sends him LBW. So, unfortunately, Riyad Muhammad has to go as soon as he reaches that mark of 50. Has to depart, given LBW by the umpire. And unfortunately, just reaching to that milestone, he wanted him to bat through the entirety of the innings, but has to go at this stage.
So Riyad Muhammad going as soon as he reaches his 50, looking for that sweep shot, but the ball that was played, the ball was on target. And this is one of the issues that a lot of the batsmen need to look at. And, choosing which ball to sweep and which ball to just come forward and play with a straight bat.
Not only that, Ian, I think one of the biggest problems across not only youth cricket but senior cricket in the region is that when batters reach to that 50 stage, they suddenly decide to play more loose. And not just loose in terms of looking to score runs faster, but it seems that the mental concentration lapsed, because just in this over, you have reached to your 50. Previously, he did not play any shot like that for the entirety of his innings unless the ball was going down the leg side for sure. That ball was angled on the line of the stumps. And it's an off-spinner bowling to you, so granted that ball coming to the left-hander would have been turning away. So if that ball is angled on your stumps and turning away, that sweep shot is definitely very risky. If it's angled on the leg side, then you certainly have more confidence to play it, knowing that the ball will turn in to the angle of the bat. On that occasion, that one seems to have been plumb on middle stump, and
yeah,
previously he would have just driven that straight along the ground
and that's
or played it back to the bowler.
And that is what he has been doing all the time, playing with a straight bat, coming on forward, as he mentioned. Sometimes that's that mental thing. He got to his 50, and it would look like he was playing for himself. He got to his 50, and then he would want to go on. But then again, it could be some instructions from the team as well. You get to your 50, try to accelerate. So it could be a mixture of both.
I think he recognized it himself, because as he was walking off, in fact, he was just pointing to his head, or, basically holding his hand on his head as if he knows that he made a mental mistake there. But take nothing away from the new batter who has come to the crease, the captain of Trinidad and Tobago under 17, Fariz Ali, as the 29th over comes to an end. The score 103 for the loss of 4 wickets. Riyad Muhammad departed in that over after making his 50. But we both know the talent and the ability, as well as the proven record and statistics of Fariz Ali from this season in Trinidad and Tobago, Ian. He has certainly been the standout in terms of batting and bowling in this age group.
Right, so coming out from Naparima College as well. But we don't want to be too hard on Riyad Muhammad. It was a well-played 50, a deserved 50 as well. Just that lapse in concentration But it was a very well played 50 for the young opener, the left-handed opener from Presentation College San Fernando. As mentioned, the new batsman Fariz Ali, who also came back from the under-19 team from Naparima College, the all-rounder, who is handy with both bat and ball. Very good player. And of course, he would up the tempo naturally. So it's not a bad thing to have Fariz Ali replacing Riyad.
Yeah, definitely a very competent player. But as we were saying, I still would have liked to see Riyad bat through the entirety of the innings. Take nothing away from his innings. It was certainly very well executed and played a great hand for his team. But to do all the hard work and reach to that stage and then out as soon as you make your 50, definitely is a tough ask. That one just punched to the leg side a bit uppishly as they got a bit more bounce on the surface there from Joseph. This one driven behind the bowler. He calls for a quick single and he gets there. So he's off the mark there, the skipper. And certainly that would be a relief for any batter. We know that the first run scored is sometimes the most precious as it just eases that pressure off of the batter and gets the innings flowing with some energy. Now Ming going to strike, 23 from 53. He would love to carry on here as well. That one is a lovely looking sweep shot played all the way down to the backward square boundary and picks up 4 runs. So excellent looking shot there from Nyamingo. The second time in the innings that we have seen him play a sweep shot down to that area and getting 4 runs for it. As we take a look at the replay here, that one, we can see the line of the delivery from Joseph on or wrong leg stump and Mingo just shuffling across and playing that very competently for 4 runs.
Back to the live pictures as Fariz Ali, he's on 1, but Mingo is on 27 with that beautiful sweep shot. Jelani Joseph into his 3rd over. And last, this is the final ball of his 3rd over, none for 9 in his effort so far. And that's the end of 30 overs, 109 for 4. Just about that time where I remember when we were speaking earlier, I said that 30 overs, we would want to get up to 100, 110 overs. Now with Fariz Ali in the middle with the next 20 overs. If they can get 50 runs in the next 5 overs and 50 runs in the last 5 overs, that's 100 runs, 200 runs, not a bad score on this pitch. But I think that they can get more than that if they can go up to about 60 runs in the first 10 overs and perhaps another 60 in the last 10 overs. They can get to 210, 220, 230, and that would be a very good score to defend against the Windward Islands.
And we see Durand again continue with his right arm off spin into his 7th over. Picking up 1 wicket, 25 runs conceded. This one is a bit short. Tucked away into the leg side, but straight to that fielder. Just needs to be patient here, there's Ali. That one a bit of extra flight and driven nicely to that fielder at mid-off. Gets a single to keep rotating the strike.
At the end of this tournament, the 50 over tournament, there will be 2 days tournament as well. I would love to see how Riyad and these guys perform in that. And that will be good for these young men. And it's a good introduction. We can get them playing a bit of the red ball cricket as well.
That's why I keep an extra low there from Duran, but certainly going down leg. And as you rightfully stated there, Ian, for this 2023 edition, CWI is introducing that 2-day red ball format to add to this pre-existing 50 over format for the Rising Stars under 17s regional championships. That one is driven straight behind head of the bowler, uppishly, and they get a single comfortably. Takes the score on to 111 for the loss of 4 after 31 overs. And as we note that the teams will compete for the 50 over cup as well as the 2-day championship, the CWI's high performance manager, Mr. Graham West, stated in a press release that the introduction of the 2-day component at the under 17s level is a significant step forward in the development of multi-format cricketers for the future.
And this is what you need. And we need players to build this appreciation for red ball cricket. We know for the last few years, with the popularity of the franchise cricket, the IPLs, the CPLs, and all these other cricket, a lot of focus has gone into that, and we have more players playing that format. And then the red ball cricket has suffered a bit. So we want to see players get back that interest in red ball cricket.
Yeah, definitely, and that's in fact echoing the sentiments of the director of cricket of CWI, Mr. Myers Bascom, who expressed that the addition of the 2-day format presents coaches and players with the opportunity to craft skills for the longer format at an earlier stage in the player's development. Also, it is a tangible way for Cricket West Indies to demonstrate its commitment to securing the future of West Indian Test cricket, as we encourage these younger players to ignite their ambitions to play Test cricket, getting accustomed to that longer version of the game.
But in there are a lot of things that the West Indies cricket can do. In fact, the ICC can do to help preserve Test cricket as well. You often hear a lot of players say they want to play first-class cricket, but because of the packed international schedule, it's tough to come home and play the first-class cricket season when the West Indies will be out. This year, we had a very good opportunity to see some of the West Indies players who were home and were able to take part in the 4-day tournament. It was good to see some of the returning Test players playing in that first-class tournament.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's one of the more important aspects to develop, because the mental strength you have to use in that longer version of the game, it certainly transfers to the 50 overs, to the 20 overs, even in the T10s for those who play in those leagues across the world. That one is flighted, it beats bat, it beats keeper, it beats everything, and is running towards the boundary, but it looks like it was slow up just before it does. Batsman seemed to be coming back for 3 runs, and that's excellent running there from the pair of the wicket, Ali and Mingo, to get 3 welcome runs there.
Well, it's a very slow outfield as well, so it's very difficult to get the ball to the boundary.
Indeed, at the end of the 32nd over, with 3 runs added to the total, the score 116 for the loss of 4 wickets. We know that the overs at this stage are certainly ticking along very quickly, given the fact that 2 spinners are operating from either end, and they are getting through their overs with much taste indeed.
And as we are talking about the first-class cricket, the Test cricket and things like that, I saw a comment from an Australian that there should be no 2 Test series. The minimum number of tests should be 3, because you want players to appreciate and the fans to appreciate the importance of Test cricket again. We have seen a proliferation of white ball cricket, especially T20 cricket, but we want to see that interest, and we want to see a lot of and the interest must come from the powers that be, Because if the powers that be, they themselves are showing and leaning towards white ball cricket, especially T20 cricket, what will you expect the players to think? That when the ICC and all these other bodies are concentrating on T20 cricket, they must put things in place for people to appreciate Test cricket again.
That's certainly one of the reasons why we commend the CWI for their initiative to introduce that two-day format into this under-17 level, as we noted that the under-19 level had the three-day format as well as the 50 overs. So it's up to the players, given all the opportunities that they have. And we even know that domestically in Trinidad and Tobago, the under-19 team for preparation, they took part in the two-day championship in the local division as well.
Yes, and that was done. What I would also like to see an increase or lengthening of the first-class tournament we have here. Maybe perhaps 2 rounds. So that would allow, even when the returning test players come home, they can still get some cricket to play, because usually sometimes when they come home from international duty, by the time they come, the tournament is done. But if you have 2 rounds, they have a better chance of fitting in and playing some local domestic first-class cricket while they are home.
Definitely agree. As we saw that last delivery there from Duran, keeping extremely low. And Mingo was certainly crouching almost down to the ground level to defend that one from going on to hit his pads. This one played down to field at mid-on. Gets a single. Duran into his 8th over on the trot. And that one punch through the offside there from Fariz Ali. Lovely looking shot. Go for 1 and they will come back for 2. Good throw in terms of the pace, but direction just a bit off of the wicket and allowing the batters to reach safely. So at the end of 33 overs, the score 120 for the loss of 4 wickets. Now Mingo on 33 from 66. Fariz Ali on 5 from 12. Definitely you can see the intent from Trinidad and Tobago as they are looking to capitalize on anything loose and maximize their run in between the wickets, as 17 overs remain in this first innings. They want to get over that 200 mark and certainly set a formidable total with backing of their bowling. We know that they have some competent pacers as well as spinners in their lineup. So very evenly matched, the contest at this stage. And it's going to be Jelani Joseph to continue with his leg spin into his 5th over.
You're seeing the purchase they're getting from the pitch. Very encouraging for the spinners.
One thing about Joseph, I think he could probably be encouraged to flight the ball a bit more. He's been a bit flat in some of his deliveries. That one is flighted nicely, played uppishly into the air. The fielder at mid-on goes back and he's dropped the catch. You can see the look and dismay from the fielders around as well as the bowler. And that one ought to have been taken. He did all of the hard work in backpedaling and getting his hands to the ball, but unfortunately slipping through his fingers. And just as I was encouraging the bowler to bowl with a bit more flight, we see the reason why. Flight sometimes encourages the batters to play those aggressive shots and a bit of mistiming, allowing it to go up into the air. So we can see the mid-on pushing back to long on. This one is a full toss delivery, punched down to the fielder at long off, and they get a single. So definitely he would be happy to see that the flighted deliveries are encouraging the batters to play their shots, which can also lead to wickets. That one again, a bit more flight in it. Anytime he has been quicker through the air, and he has certainly pulled it down and allowed the batters to work him around for the single. So definitely this seems to be the better tactic at play.
And you have made a point, and I want a very interesting point. You said that when you flight it up, you will get the batsman to attack you a bit more and then you will get a chance to get more wickets. And this is something I've always said. Sometimes attacking bowlers, the bowlers who usually get wickets, naturally they would be more expensive. So I would tolerate some expensive bowlers if they are getting wickets.
Yes, of course. One of the perfect examples of that from the region would be Dwayne Bravo throughout his illustrious career. At some times he might have been a bit expensive, but always you can count on him to get breakthroughs. You can count on him to get wickets, whether it be during the innings or even at the death.
Yes.
Because it's that bit of variety and the ability to take risk which can lead to reward.
Exactly. And that is why I also say I will tolerate a bowler like Usain Thomas. He's very quick. He takes wickets. You can count on that. But sometimes he might be a bit expensive, but he's a natural wicket taker. But what you have to do now as a unit, you have to balance the attacking bowlers, and you know the rule that they would have. Then you have the defensive bowlers, bowlers who may not take wickets as often as the attacking bowlers, but you can depend on them to pull the run rate back. So it's about balancing that at the bowlers and letting each bowler play their role. Just like batsmen have their roles, you would have attacking batsmen and defensive batsmen. Bowlers also have their rules. And I would also like to see, and that goes for both Test cricket and white ball cricket, although in a white ball team, you might want that extra economical bowler in the team, because at the end of the day, white ball cricket, you don't need to take 10 wickets to win a match. However, in Test cricket, you need to take 20 wickets to win, unless the opposition make a bad declaration of some sort. So there's a balance on looking at the bowlers that you have and choosing them to play whatever format, and mixing and matching and balancing the team. Very important.
Yeah, definitely agree with those points expressed there, Ian. And as we were mentioning earlier about batting in partnerships and understanding your batting partner, it's equally important when you're bowling as well, because as you rightfully say, if you have a bowler on one end who might be flighting the ball or taking risks in terms of bowling deliveries that can potentially be wickets or boundaries, the bowler on the other end has to understand his role as well in terms of keeping it tight and building that pressure. So if you bowl in partnerships, one bowler at one end, keeping that pressure on the batsman will be more inclined to attack the other bowler and probably release the shackles, so to speak, and play shots that he would not normally have played. And that's why if you have one bowler doing his job at an end, the other bowler can take risk and certainly try to encourage the batters to also take risk as well, which would lead to reward for either the batting team in some cases or the bowling team in some cases.
Yes.
But as we know in the game of cricket, without risk, then nothing might happen virtually.
Yes. And then there are some bowlers, Kishav, like the special, and you're talking about the special elite bowlers now, like bowlers like Curtly Ambrose and Glenn McGrath and these bowlers who can be attacking, and at the same time, while they are attacking, getting wickets, you can't get runs off of them the same way. So these are the special, these are bowlers in a different category, all them by themselves, who can be attacking bowlers and economical bowlers at the same time.
Yeah, definitely world class indeed. As you see, a change in the bowling from this media centre end. It's Elcock into the attack, and he picks up a wicket with a second delivery. We can see the captain getting an outside edge there through to the keeper. As you take a look at the replay, Elcock into his stride. And that one for Ali playing at it outside of the off stump, and umpire raising his finger, the signal that he is given out there. So the captain has to depart. Unfortunately, not able to score as much runs as he would have liked for his team today.
But as we saw in that replay, he neither went forward or back. He was just there, tentative, just pushing lazily. And, of course, a faintest of edges to the wicketkeeper, who obliged that one. And 5 wickets down, 34 overs. In the 35th over, 122 for 5. I think, yes, the Windward Islands would be happy of the two teams.
Definitely Windward Islands reeling the game back into their favor after we know that the score previously was around 98 for 3. And within the space of under 25 runs, they have lost 2 more wickets and gone into the middle order of Trinidad and Tobago's batting. Niall Mingo thankfully still there on 34 from 71, and Alvin Sonny joining him at the crease, the new batter.
So Alvin Sonny just marking his guard to face Elcock. Very first delivery bowl, he got a wicket, and no better way to start your spell. That ever happened to you? I never took a wicket with my first delivery.
Well, in fact, just this weekend, I was participating in the Brian Davis Festival at the Queen's Park Oval. And the first delivery I bowled, I got a wicket, but it was actually a run out. So the batsman played the ball along the pitch, and I collected the ball and just flicked it at the non-striker's end because the non-striker was backing up a bit too much in advance, and that was a wicket. The second ball was, granted it was a full toss, but I set the fielder down at Cow Corner, and I got a wicket. So thankfully, I was blessed enough to experience that. I wouldn't say what happened for the rest of the spell, but
I got a wicket in the first over, but never the first delivery. Nice delivery.
I think that's the most bonks we've seen on offer thus far. Despite the tall fast bowler Moranci, previously when he bowled a spell, certainly saw a good bit of lift. But that delivery from Elcock was hostile indeed. That one rising, yes. And the batter just had to defend that one into the offside.
I know, of course, Idian Racha will be encouraged by that delivery when he gets the ball in his hand to bowl for Trinidad and Tobago in the Windward Islands innings. Well fielded point. So Elcock just creating some buzz here with the ball in his hand, the medium fast bowler. And to see who is the next Cameron Coffey from the Windward Islands.
So on fuller line delivery and driven to that fielder at short cover. He has a very skiddy action, does Elcock. Get some nice zip through the ball, as we've seen from a couple of deliveries thus far. And a nice change up there, slower ball. So in his first over, seeing nice variety there from Can Elcock. And at the end of the 35th over, the score 123 for the loss of 5. As I take my leave and I welcome Mr. Anil Lakan back into the commentary for the next few overs.
Yeah, pleasant good day to all our listeners. Pleasant good day. Trinidad and Tobago winning the toss has moved on to 123 for 5 after over number 35. But Ian, I must admit, I'm a little bit disappointed between the sticks. I felt that Skipper Fareed, Ali, and Niall, for some reason or the other, the skipper himself, when he should have been taking on the fielders, he was just contended with the singles, and to me, he just lost momentum, during his innings.
Yes, but Mingo, he's still there on 34. Now, Alvin Sonny is a new batsman. He has to try to get the innings going. Just 15 overs to go again, 5 wickets down. What will be your approach as we come to the end of this innings?
Well, at this stage, I will continue to bat at the rate, which is just about 3.5 runs over until the 40th over. Now, this Trinidad and Tobago batting lineup does bat deep indeed. So the likes of Alvin Sonny, I think it's ideal. This platform is ideal for the likes of Alvin Sonny. But Jelani Joseph goes past the outside edge of Sonny's bat. So as you could see what's taking place out in the middle, Ian, the pitch is getting a bit abrasive. This one is driven back to the bowler. There's no run. So the question, Ian, is what is going to be a competitive score?
I think 210. 200, between 200 and 210, 220, 230 should be a competitive score, knowing the nature of this pitch at the NCC.
200 and?
Between 200 and 220, 230.
So you're saying that they need to score at least 6 runs and over to
Yes,
get to that total.
you need to get some kind of impetus on this team, because remember we had a slow start with the it's gone. Try to get something going, and he came out a bit too far, did not get contact with the ball, and he lost the plot. The wicketkeeper doing the rest. And Sonny goes.
Yeah, and a very big blow indeed hereby with the Windward Islands. Yeah, that ball spinning away from the outside edge. Always Sonny wasn't totally committed to what he wanted to do, and he was left stranded down the crease. So wicket number 6 goes down for Trinidad and Tobago. It's now 123 for 6, and at this stage the scoreboard is going nowhere.
And now this brings in Adian Ratcha, who is a good all-rounder.
Yeah, we do know what Adian Ratcha is capable of. Very exciting young fast bowler from all the way from Rio Claro. But he does have some batting ability, and I'll tell you what, the likes of Adian Ratcha, he could add some valuable impetus to this innings going into the back end.
I saw the prowess of his batting during the final of the school's intercall against Fatima at the Brian Lara Academy. He did well with the bat. And this was a time when Fatima actually were on top of the game. But Ratcha came with his batting and took the game away from Fatima. And I'm sure you could have remembered that.
Yeah, I scored 5 running boundaries in order to take Presentation College San Fernando over the line against a very buoyant Fatima College. It seems like Fatima College was coasting to victory until Adian Ratcha stride out to the middle and really made a significant difference to the outcome of that game. This one takes an inside edge. It goes to that short fine leg position. So Adian Ratcha is off and running. So he's that kind of player. He's very busy indeed. 2 things going to happen is either he's going to use the long handler or he's going to be walking back out.
Yes, but I think we need someone to stay with Niall Mingo. He has been there. He's faced 75 deliveries.
And this one is tickled down to fine leg. They go for 1. They come back for 2. We'll just have to wait on the umpire to see if he did get some bat on. The umpire is signaling leg by, so that takes the score up by 2. So it's now 126 for 6, but excellent running indeed from the spear. Adian Ratcha, providing that impetus, that aggression between the sticks. So after over number 36, 126 to 6. And a lot now is going to be dependent on Niall Mingo and the rest of the Trinidad and Tobago batting lineup to take them to some score of respectability, Ian.
Yes, and they need to at least get at least 200. Will be a competitive score.
But at this stage, it just seems, 200 just seems a bit far-fetched at this stage. It's going to take some tremendous batting from the rest of this TNT batting to get them to that 200 mark. But nothing is impossible with this young man on strike, Adian Ratcha. Very exciting young cricketer all the way from Rio Claro, having played at the under-17 level. So he does have a bit of experience playing at this level. But he needs to produce the goods here now at the bat. But it's going to be Khan Elcock from the pavilion end. And this one takes the outside edge. It peels down to third man. They're going to get 1. That's all it's going to be. So Elcock continues to trouble the batters here at the National Cricket Centre. Not hostile by any stretch of the imagination, but it just seems at this southern end here, and there's a spot just in front of the batters here. Whenever that ball is pitched in that area, it just seems to take off from a length. So it's a bit disconcerting for the batters sometimes.
I know one of the batters who would be interesting at that spot is one of the non-striker, Racha, because when he goes to bowl, he will be looking for that spot.
Well, indeed, I'm sure he will be taking some notes while he's batting out in the middle. Or, the fast bowlers union, they do like to look at areas that are of interest to them.
Just looking at the score from the West Indies and India after this delivery.
And this one, Nile is stylishly into line. He plays it out to that extra cover region. But Khan Elcock, the bowler, does the fielding, so there's no run. So over number 7, 37 in progress at this stage. And Niall Mingo, the wicketkeeper for the Trinidad and Tobago batting team.
Just want to say that the West Indies closed on 178 for 8 batting first against India.
And this one is played out to that backward point region, but there's no run. So do you consider that to be a competitive total, Ian?
178 for 8 is a very good score, seeing that we have Jason Holder back. He missed the third one day and the third T20 where we lost. And of course, he has been instrumental in defending the low scores. So we have Holder who is back in the team. And that will be very good for the West Indies. Shimron Hetmaya returned to form. He got 61. Shea Hoop got 45. So it's good returns from these two batters.
So excellent running there from Niall Smith, seizing the opportunity. There was a ricochet of the stumps. The base was off and immediately calling his partner through. So 1 run added to the total. That takes the score to 128 for 6. A bit of sloppy work here from the Windward Islands. And Trinidad and Tobago benefiting via that ricochet. So we are into over number 37. It's going to be Elcock from the pavilion end. And this one, Racha is stylishly into line. Punches out to extra cover. There's no run. So at the end of over number 37, the score 128 for 6. Trinidad and Tobago winning the toss here at the National Cricket Centre and opting to bat here. The current run rate just about 3.48, just about 3.5. And if they were to continue at this rate here, Ian, 13 by 3 is 39. They possibly would just get to that maybe a 181, 85 total. But I'm sure that they have ambitions of getting to that 200 mark.
Yes, they need to get. And it's also psychological as well. If you give your bowlers a better chance, to defend 180 will be quite a task. Will be quite a task. Sometimes these days, 180 is not even enough in a 20 over match.
Loud appeal from the wicketkeeper. Now Mingo just trying to run that ball past slip. That slip is not really into a first slip position. He's more into that second slip position. And we have seen in the recent times that balls have gone through that area. Now Smith drives up to extra cover. There's no run. So just getting a bit bogged down here is now Mingo, but batting brilliantly for Trinidad and Tobago. And again, this turn, there's bounce.
There's a lot of bounce there.
So Jelani Joseph goes past the outside edge. And a wide signal. So now Smith just needs to continue batting. And split out to that point position. And immediately setting off and getting the single. So excellent running between Racha Niall Mingo, well, it brings a left-handed Adrian Ratcher on strike. He will fancy his fancies against Jelani Joseph with the ball spinning into him. There's just one man patrolling the boundary on the leg side. That's at the deep backward square position. And this one is driven, but excellent feeling indeed. So they just get a single. It brings Niall back on Smith. Niall back on strike. An attempted sweep. Loud appeal for catch at first slip. So at the end of over number 38, 131 for 6. 12 overs to go, 72 deliveries still available to Trinidad and Tobago. Ian, what's your thought on what has transpired thus far?
I think the Windward Islands team would be happy with the two teams, obviously. Trinidad and Tobago, the run rate just ambling about 345. But if they want to get to that 200 runs, they need 69 runs in the last 12 overs. Something not unachievable, but they need to get some kind of impetus in this team. We have Fareed Ali already gone, but it's up to Ratcher now, who can be able to bat with Mingo. Mingo is seemed to be the person to bat through the innings because he's 36 from 86, but he would want to get that up just a bit if Trinidad and Tobago is to put a challenging enough total for Windward Islands.
Well, important enough the role that Niall Mingo is playing, but for Adrian Ratcher, he will need to take some of the pressure off the wicketkeeper. And this one goes past the wicketkeeper, very close indeed to the helmet. But there's a throwdown at the non-striker end. And we just wait for the wicketkeeper, the umpire, and he signals a bye. So the wicketkeeper just not being able to haul that one in, just eludes him. And again, we see on this pitch here the ball dying at the last moment here. And to me, that's ominous signs, for the team that's batting second here at the National Cricket Centre. And this one is played out to that third man position and immediately is setting off. So good communication, good running. And if they were to go at a run at ball here, Ian, 72 runs, they definitely get to that 200 total. But I'm sure at some stage they will want to press the accelerator.
Yes, they must. And perhaps they are waiting because as more wickets fall, they would push back the point where they want to accelerate. Perhaps if they were just 2 or 3 wickets down,
and
they would
again, the wicketkeeper here is struggling to hold that ball in. That ball was practically rolling on the pitch there. It's very difficult indeed, and you must feel for these wicketkeepers when they have to wicketkeep on surfaces that have variable bounce. Sometimes, they're just very difficult to hold them in because you tend to stand up when you're standing back, and when the ball rolls along the surface, it's not easy. And this one is driven past the bowler. It's one. So the bowler just taking the piece of that ball there. So this pitch is getting increasingly difficult to bat on, Ian.
Yes, it's getting variable bounce, so the bowlers would want to bowl wicket to wicket. You have a chance of getting that ball to stay low or even get that extra bounce.
And here we see a change of pace, but the direction from Elcock is way outside the line of the off-stump. It was so wide that we want to refer to it as a broad. So he's got to reload that delivery. So just going for that off-cut in delivery. This one, it goes past the outside edge of Adrian Ratcher's bat. Adrian Ratcher just throwing the hands of the ball. They're not really no foot movement at all, Ian. And one might just remind this young man to just get in line. You have a batter who is set, who has been scoring. You know, one would just want him to get the rotation up the strike. The field is very well spread. And this one, this punches out to backward point. And hurdles a return, but excellent feeling there. From the guy there at that mid-wicket position, backing up really well. So wicketkeeper Jonathan Daniel, you know, really having a tough day at the office here at the National Cricket Centre, and it's no fault of him, of his at all, Ian. The pitch has been challenging enough for the wicketkeepers.
Yeah, so the wicket keepers, they have to make use of their pads, and maybe when the balls are staying very low and bouncing before it reaches to them, you can stand up to it and use their pads to block. So it's very difficult to keep, as you mentioned, on these kind of surfaces, at getting variable bouncing twice before it reaches the wicket keeper.
So this one, Ratcher stands up tall, punches it out to that extra cover position. There's no run. So we are into over number 40. Trinidad and Tobago winning the toss. And this one getting the treatment is lofted over that backward square position. It's trickling into the boundary. It goes into the boundary now. So a welcome boundary for Trinidad and Tobago, but a poor delivery indeed from Joseph, allowing the likes of Adrian Ratcher to extend those levers and loft that ball handsomely over backward square for a boundary. And you do expect these deliveries sometimes from the wrist spinner. It's difficult to, sometimes to keep gripping the ball. And unfortunately for Jelani Joseph, not getting that one right. But Adrian Ratchak taking full toll of that delivery. And again, this one is hit. And it goes into the boundary again. So two full tosses here. And Adrian Ratcher taking full toll of these deliveries.
So Ratcher making use of that, taking advantage of the loose deliveries.
So the wrist spinner here, Jelani just struggling a bit here to control those deliveries, but presenting two leg side full tosses, and Adrian Ratcher was able to cash in. So now we see that fine leg going right back onto the boundary there to give some protection there for Jelani Joseph. He's also decided that he's going to be coming from wrong the wicket. So Adrian Ratcher making that adjustment with his mark, batting on an off stump now, trying to negate whatever spin is on offer. And he's bang on target.
And this is good. This is good batting from Ratcher. You got the 4 back-to-back fours, and no need to force and make things bad for yourself. You got 8 runs already in the over.
But you'll want to see him, Ian, still looking for that rotation as well.
Yes.
So skipper Murray just making some adjustments to the field. So it's a 5-field 4 implemented here. And this one is played late down to that third man position. There's a single on offer. So Ratcher into double figures here now. The score moves on by 1. It's 145 for 6. And the run rate just crept up now, just above 3.5 runs and over for the first time in this innings. Nile allowing this ball to go into the middle of the wicket keeper, Jonathan. There's no run. So after over number 40, the score 145 for 6. We're going to take a break. The players are going to refresh themselves. And the latest score here at the National Cricket Centre, the Trinidad and Tobago winning the toss here in the Rising Star Under 17 Regional Tournament against the Windward Islands. They are 145 for 6 with wicketkeeper Niall Mingo batting brilliantly on 38, and assisting him out in the middle is Adrian Ratcher, who is on 13. So we are back here live. It's the batting power play, the bowling power play. Overs 40 to 50. Trinidad and Tobago winning it to us and electing to bat first here at the National Cricket Centre. And at this time, I'd like to say a special good afternoon to no other than Kisha Bahadur.
Yes, good afternoon, Anil. Definitely pleasure to be witnessing some good cricket on display here. Very tight contest indeed, as we saw some ups and downs in the game with the momentum shifting from team to team. Right now we have seen Aidan Ratcher played some lovely shots since he has come to the crease and scoring at a run of ball, so definitely helping Trinidad and Tobago to get towards that total of 150 at the first instance. And then with 10 overs remaining in this innings, I'm sure they'll be looking to over 200.
Yeah, Aidan Ratcher has brought some refreshing energy to the TNT batting. This one has worked out to that backward point position. Is off and running, and excellent running again from Niall Mingo, immediately setting off with that ball angle away to that backward point position. So that single takes the score to 147. And how well Niall Mingo, the wicketkeeper for Trinidad and Tobago, has batted. He's played according to the situation, and one would really love to see him now just express himself a bit more.
Yeah, definitely. 39 from 90 deliveries, just 11 runs away from that half century. And he has been batting so well thus far. I'm sure he'd want to carry through the end of the innings and bat and remain not out when the 50th over arrives.
Yeah, so very good innings indeed from the wicketkeeper Niall Mingo, but still a lot of work to get done. 9.4 was still available. And an excellent Yorker indeed, but having batted for a very long time indeed, it needed all the skill in the world, to keep that one out. And normally those two crushers normally does take the bat handle out. So Niall Mingo, batting brilliantly here at the National Cricket Centre and negating that in swinging Yorker from Can Elcock. But you have to reload that delivery. Going wide of the crease, just trying to angle that ball into the stumps, into leg stump, but missing his line, missing his length, and giving away an extra. So that takes the score on to 148. So Trinidad and Tobago just on the verge of 150. Oh, and missing out on that cut shot there. Possibly in two decisions there, Keisha, either to trash it or just try and play it late down to that third man position, but in the end, not making contact.
Yeah, and unfortunately, when you're caught in two minds, most times that leads to you playing an errant shot because you're not playing with the full confidence or with the full face of the bat as intended.
And this one is played out to that backward point position, but excellent running again. So we see the TNT batters now taking on the fielders inside the 30-yard circle. And what will happen is eventually, with they coming in very tight, if you're able to pierce the gap, more than likely you're going to cash in with scoring a bit more runs. So good running, definitely putting the fielders inside the 30-yard circle, under pressure. But the communication has to be good.
Yeah, the understanding between the pair at the wicket and all of the batters coming in definitely to be on point.
Oh, and this one is punched through extra cover. There's one. They're going to turn for two, and they're going to get it very comfortable indeed. So Aidan Ratcher, he continues to blossom here at the National Cricket Centre, and he's showing everyone present that he does have batting ability.
Yeah, he's a good all-round player, as we noted, for the entirety of the secondary school's domestic season, where he represented Presentation College San Fernando as they went to the three-peat, winning the 50 overs, the T20, as well as the T10 title. He's also a very good fast bowler as well, so the ability for him to bat at this stage of the innings and prove his worth, definitely a testament to his all-round game.
Well, it's not only a testament to his all-round game, but he's a very hard worker indeed. His work ethics is second to none. He's always willing to put in the extra yards, and here we are seeing the rewards of that, that hard work. Very exciting young fast bowler all the way from Rio Claro is Aidan Ratcher, and Trinidad and Tobago will want him to make some early inroads into the Windward Islands batting lineup. But at this stage, he's got work to do with the bat.
Yeah, definitely, as we see the left-handed spin of Murray resuming the attack from the at a bowler end.
So wicketkeeper Niall Mingo making his debut for Trinidad and Tobago in this game. He's on 40 from 92 deliveries. And he's off and running. Very good placement indeed. Just allowing that ball to come onto him and angle that ball between that backward point and extra cover, and immediately taking off for a single. So that brings the left-handed Adrian Ratcher on strike. So Trinidad and Tobago, 150 up on the board, Kishav. And I'm sure looking forward to possibly any score in excess of 200.
Of course, and getting that 150 in itself is a milestone that they can be proud of, given the fact that how the innings has played thus far.
This one is drilled down to long off, just single on offer. So Adrian Ratcher continues to do an excellent job for Trinidad and Tobago, scoring at a runner ball, and the partnership is now worth a value of 30 from 35 deliveries. So just about a runner ball is excellent. And this one is on driven down to the long on. So we're seeing Jelani Kurt Murray serving up some half volleys, some full tosses.
Yeah, he's been very economical in his first 7 overs. Just 18 runs were conceded in his first 7 overs. And at this stage of the innings, I'm sure they brought him back to finish his last 3 overs in that same vein.
Adrian Ratcher just trying to be a bit expansive there, taking his eyes off the ball at the last moment and not making contact. Wicketkeeper Jonathan doing an extremely good job behind the 6 of Windward Islands. It has been a tough day for him at the office. And trying to play that forcing shot through the offside, not making contact, is Adrian Ratcher. The score remains on 153 for 6. And playing the delicate touch there. It goes on the turn and the turn for 1. And they're going to come back for 2.
Yeah, good running there by the batters. Definitely looking to milk the bowling as much as they can. As we noted previously, Murray didn't really give much loose deliveries on offer for them to score boundaries. So the fact that they can still get just around 4 runs and over by rotating a strike is a good initiative from the Trinidad and Tobago batters. Look to score as much as they can within these remaining overs. As we note, 8 overs to go, some 48 balls left, and 45 runs needed to reach towards 200. So a runner ball would do the job if they are to get towards that 200 mark.
Well, I'm sure they're going to play it and possibly until maybe over 45, over number 45. And then we may see some acceleration taking place. I'm sure Adrian Ratcher, he will be given the license once he's there at that stage of the innings, you know, to really try and get some boundaries.
Yeah, the good thing is Ratcher is getting some deliveries in to get his eyes in as well. And when he reaches that latter stage, capitalize.
So Elcock just taking the piece of that delivery. Niall was through the shot even before the ball came, just taking the under edge and going to the wicketkeeper. So a lot is going to be dependent on this batting pair here. They now have a partnership going. They both set batters. A lovely off drive. It goes to the long off. So the score moves up by 1. It's 156 for 6. And a lovely flowing off drive there from the wicketkeeper, now Mingo.
Mingo has certainly been looking in good touch since he has come out, and take nothing away from the fact that even though it's 41 from 95 deliveries, he came to the crease when there was a tough time for Trinidad and Tobago, and he certainly played his role excellent.
Yeah, and I like the look of this young man, I must admit. It doesn't seem to get flustered at all, Kishav. No matter what the situation is out in the middle, he just seems to have that cool demeanor about himself in the manner in which he goes about his cricket. And to me, that's very refreshing indeed from this youngster.
Of course, that's most important, especially at this age level, to have that sort of temperament and maturity certainly will speak volumes going forward.
This ball is turned down to, and they're going to come back for two. Yes, they're going to come back for two. So good running indeed, but I felt that the fielder from mid-wicket was possibly just moving a bit too slow there, not expecting the batters to really look forward to that second run, but excellent running indeed. Ratcha taking the pace of that delivery here, and the fieldsman there unable to stop that second run, unfortunately. So that the score moves up by 2. It's 158 for 6, and we are in over number 43.
Yeah, I think as he was running there, we saw he just had to shift to the left as the umpire was walking forward. So that may have accounted for the extra run, because he picked it up and threw to the keeper in one sweet motion.
And this one is hammered out to extra cover. There's one, but they're going to come back for 2. No. Nile was a bit late in getting across. So now we're seeing that the Windward Islands fielders, these youngsters, the sun has been very, very hot out in the middle. And you can see that the sun now is taking a bit of toll on the fielders. They've been outside there now for approximately 3.5 hours. And one will only expect that physically it will have that kind of demand on their body.
Yeah, definitely on point there. We know that over the last week or so, and there's been a heat wave across the region. In fact, and Trinidad and Tobago has been experiencing temperatures of over 35 and 36 degrees on a constant basis. And sometimes you have this heat without any wind. As we can see, usually the trees in the background are blowing freely, and it just seems to be going from side to side ever so slowly.
So a loud appeal, and the dreaded finger goes up. So Niall Mingo, having gotten to a score of 41, possibly just guilty of playing across the line there and paying the ultimate prize, going LBW. So Khan Elcock getting his second wicket here. But what a wonderful hand indeed from Niall Mingo, keeping the Trinidad and Tobago innings together. And it's 160 for 7, but he's done his job.
So just as we take a look at the replay there,
Yeah.
it looks as if Mingo stepped across, back and across, and that one striking him on or around the leg stump region as he moved across the stump seems to have allowed the ball to struck him in line, and unfortunately has to go LBW. And an excellent hand played, as you said, Anil. Certainly played the role that his team required alongside Riyad Muhammad, and they essentially stabilized and rebuilt the innings from a point of losing 3 early wickets and bringing them to some sort of respectability in the total.
Yes, I'm sure he would be a very disappointed young man indeed, having done the hard work but not being able to carry on, to that half-century mark. But for Trinidad and Tobago, Jonathan Chase, is it?
It's Alexander Chase.
Alexander Chase, my apology.
Number 32, the left-arm swing
Left-arm
bowler.
seamer from Central. He's going to be accompanying Adrian Ratcha out in the middle. So he does have some batting ability, is Chase. But one will just have to wait and see how he goes about his business out in the middle. But it's going to be over number 44 in progress. Adrian Ratcha is going to be taking strike. So Khan Elcock, he's been really consistent, taking out 2 excellent wickets indeed. And we're just having a look here. It's a full house here at the National Cricket Centre. All the parents and supporters of the TNT team, they're supporting every single run that's scored.
Yeah, I must say, from even before the teams were warming up, parents arrived, and they have been at the ground since then, showing their unrelenting support for the youngsters out in the middle.
So this one goes down to third man. It's going to be a wide. So Adrian Ratcha trained the kitchen sink at that wide delivery there. The wicketkeeper Jonathan struggling to gather that ball. And the score moves up by 2. So it's 162 for 7. It brings Alexander Chase making his debut for Trinidad and Tobago at this level. So exciting young left arm seamer out of Central. His dad being a prominent lawyer as well. And he works this one down to long on. There's one. And where is he going? Is he run out?
Seems to have gotten back safely. It looked very close, I must say.
But an elementary mistake on the part of Alexander Cheese, not looking at where the ball went, just turning blind.
Yeah,
And almost paid the price there.
I think as we just saw Racha walking down there to have a short chat with Chase, seems to have been indicating that he wants to strike. So, interesting. With the left-handed orthodox into the left-handed batter, he probably just wants to play through the line of the ball.
Very unlucky indeed is Adrian Racha there. Played that one very late indeed. All he had to do was to beat that field at backward point, and he possibly would have gotten a boundary, but unfortunately for him, he found the fielder at that backward point position, and there's no run. Oh, this one.
Turn and bounce.
Spinning sharply back into Racha.
Now, those signs, Anil, as we come to the end or the close of Trinidad and Tobago's innings, I'm sure their bowlers would be taking the benefits from looking on at some of these dismissals and how the pitch is playing. That one again turning and taking the outside edge.
One, they're going to definitely turn back for two. And I'm seeing Chase looking for that third run, but it's not on. So score moves out like two, but we remember Kisha, even though the pitch is a bit slow and low, you still got to put the ball in the right areas to get the results. So yeah, there might be as much assistance on offer, but if you don't put the ball in the right areas, you're not going to get the desired results.
Yeah, definitely. Execution is what's required. The intentions and the game plan can always be there, but to execute it on the field of play itself is most important.
Yeah, it's important to just keep whatever you're doing as simple as possible, and the results will come. And this one is worked through that square leg position. It's only going to be a single on offer. So Racha is going to keep the strike here for the next over. Trinidad and Tobago progressing to 166 for 7 after 44 overs. So your thoughts at this stage, Kishore?
At this stage, I believe that with 34 runs required to reach that 200 mark and 6 overs, again, 36 deliveries left, it certainly is gettable. And once they can reach that mark, more so for the mental aspect as well, because as they always say, runs on the board are there to defend.
Yeah, and once you get to that magical figure of 200, there's a psychological effect. So here we see the Trinidad and Tobago flag fluttering here down at the indoor facility there. All the parents, giving their full support to this TNT team.
And it's really not easy, even though the tents are offering shade. The heat outside there and the humidity, and I must say kudos to all of those parents for coming out in their numbers and showing their unwavering support for the Trinidad and Tobago team.
Indeed, but it's going to be Khan Elcock to continue from the pavilion end. Pulling to Racha. This one taking the pace there. Adrian Racha just trying to muscle that ball through that extra cover position.
He's a tricky bowler, Khan Elcock. Seems to have some deliveries that just skid through a bit quicker than usual with that short arm action. Not the longest run up, just seems to be about between 10 to 15 steps, if so much.
Yeah, just seems to bowl off his shoulders there. It's Khan Elcock, but keeping Adrian Racha quiet in this over. So 166 for 7. Still some work to do. The projected score 187, but Trinidad and Tobago will want to get out in excess of 200. So still some work to do for both these batters. Elcock. And doing the right thing. Once it doesn't feel comfortable, then it's all within your right to abort that run-up and start all over again. So Alexander Cheese plays for the Monroe Road Cricket Club. He's also part of the Central Zone. And what a wonderful Yorker indeed from Elcock. And going neck and crop, bowling neck and crop is Adrian Ratcher. Excellent delivery there from Elcock. And at this stage of the innings, those deliveries, those Yorkers, very, very good deliveries at this stage of the innings.
Yes, I would say that one was near unplayable because there was some good pace on it, and that Yorker line delivery, certainly the only thing Ratcher could have done is get his bat down in time. But due to that extra bit of pace from Elcock, that one cartwheeling the off stump, and unfortunately Ratcher has to go bowled by Can Elcock. Well played innings, a short cameo, but he certainly came out with the right intent to get some runs on the board for his team and score them quickly as well, just going close to a run off a ball, and that would bring the new batter to the crease, number 12, Ismail Ali.
So Ismail Ali also making his debut for Trinidad and Tobago in this Rising Star regional tournament. He's an off spinner by trade. So still a lot of balls available, 33 balls still to go, Ian. And I think Trinidad and Tobago at this stage, Keisha, possibly now on the verge of being bowled out.
Yeah, definitely it's possible with just 2 wickets remaining in the hut, but let's hope Ismail Ali can play a good knock for his team here, noting that he's from the Toko area, in fact, attends Manzanilla Secondary, and he had 11 wickets for Northeast and the 17 in the zonal competition, also a top score of 165 versus Queen's Royal College in the championship division, and 5 wickets in that same game. So certainly he can bat, given the fact that he has scored a century and had some decent scores, but we know that the difficulty here is facing up to a new bowler in the death of this innings, who has taken 3 wickets.
And running immediately, caressing that ball, pass backward point and getting 2, and he just gets in. So Ismail Ali immediately getting into his work here at the National Cricket Centre. Just waited on that delivery. It was a slow delivery and caressed it through that backward point position and immediately coming back for 2 runs. So that takes the score to 168 for 8. Still a lot of work to get done, Kishal.
Yeah, definitely.
And this one is lofted over, extra cover. They come for 1. And they're going to stay at 1. So we're seeing some aggression here from Ismail Ali.
You can see the intent. Definitely he has come out here with a purpose. I'm sure he would have received instructions from the coach and management team as well, given the fact that just 5 overs remain after this delivery. Even though 2 wickets are in the hut, play smart. You don't want to get bowled out, but at the same time you don't just want to soak up deliveries and have dot balls.
Yeah, so it's that catch-22 situation, Kishav, where 2 wickets remains in the shed, and both these batters have that opportunity. You know, they have to take that responsibility to navigate for the next 5 overs.
Chase the faces. Final delivery of this over from Alcock.
And this one, a misfield there at mid-wicket, and the score moves up by 1. It's 170 for 8. So Alexander Chase getting his 2nd run.
You can see before he played that shot, Anil, he actually wound up his hands as if he was ready for that ultimate big heave.
Yeah, well, he's noted, Kishab. He's a no-nonsense character. He loves to be in the challenge. He loves that competition. You know, he's got that adrenaline pump. You know, he wants to be in the thick of action, the thick of things.
I believe he represented Trinidad under 15 as well previously. He making his debut at the under 17 level, but played for the under 15 sometime.
And here we see some parents here just taking some time out to possibly read some messages, you know, from maybe some family and friends.
More than likely, I think they are watching the live stream itself to see the action directly on the field of play.
Well, I'm sure that gentleman is not looking at the stream.
Yeah, definitely. I think
he's possibly just discussing the lotto numbers. It's just about 16 million this weekend.
I mean, today, Saturday, being one of those days for the draw. Do you have a ticket, Arnold?
No, I don't believe.
If you don't have a ticket, you don't have a chance.
Yeah, I don't believe in gambling, Kishal.
Likewise. Leave it up to the Lord.
This one is played down to long off. They're going to turn for one. They're going to come back. No. There's some excellent work down at long off. Just restricts the scoring to one. So that single takes the score to 171. And it brings Ismail Ali back on strike.
And as you mentioned, Anna, the concept of gambling, as we just know the relevance to the game of cricket, sometimes teams have to take a gamble as well. For example, the batters at this stage of the innings with 4.5 deliveries remaining, they have to take a gamble to score aggressively, but at the same time, not throw away their wicket.
Well, at this stage, with just 2 wickets in the shed, one would just want them to continue going maybe at 5-6 runs and over, and the last 2 overs really have a dash. But this one is a poor delivery, and they're going to take it on. And a direct hit from the wicketkeeper. It ricochets, and they're going to get a third run here. So a comedy of errors here.
I think the bowler actually fell into the stumps before the ball reached. We'll just take a look at the replay to confirm. But as we can see, he still hasn't gotten up from the ground, possibly in some pain there, as he's just holding his knee. But yes, I think the bowler, when he was running back, he actually knocked over the 2 stumps, and that would have made the extra run possible. But I really appreciate the alertness of the batters on Trinidad and Tobago throughout the innings, not just on that occasion, but they have looked for any overthrow, any misfield opportunity, and even quick singles inside the 30-yard circle. They have been very alert to capitalize on those.
Yeah, good awareness from both these batters here, Ismail Ali and Alexander Chase. And this one, they're going to steal a single. Is he out, run out?
And he's made it home, as we could see there. The keeper collected the ball, went around the stumps, and then took off the bails. So I think that extra second or 2 allowed the batter to reach home, because he looked as if he would have been gone, Anil.
Yeah, he looked at Ghana from the word go. And here we see it again. What was Ricardo Chase looking at? Well, I must tell you, that looked very tight indeed. So the benefit of the doubt has gone to Alexander Chase on this occasion.
Sure, he'd be most grateful for that benefit given by umpire Foster. And square leg there. Umpire Sisnet at the striker's end. His hand outstretched.
So it's going to be Chase. And this one is played straight to extra cover. There's no run. So trying to get some room there to access the offside. Only finding the fielder at extra cover. There's no run. So the score remains 175 for 8. More importantly, there's still 26 deliveries on offer.
It's a well bowled there. Good defense as well by Chase. Let's keep that one out.
Yeah, he does have batting ability, but sometimes he could be a bit agricultural.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's all part of the natural game, you know. As we have these young cricketers, you have to take their abilities that they come with and see how best you can harness them and develop them.
But he will tell you once it's runs on the board and it's scored, he's gonna take that.
He's been bowled there. I'm not too sure what type of shot he tried to play there, Chase. But he has been bowled there. And he seems to have backed away as we take a look at this replay.
But the ball just coming off his pads there and
keeping extra low indeed.
Yeah, but he just seems to be backing away from the ball there. 4 overs still to go. There's absolutely no need to do anything different. But it does bring, looking at it again, backing away. What was he trying to do? He alone would be able to tell us. And
so you can see he was backing away, clearing that front foot. It seems to go to the leg side, but that ball just rushed onto him, hit his pads, and then went on to the stops. So in fact, I think it kept a bit lower than the previous deliveries as well. So by the time he opened that front foot and was ready to swing, the ball rushed onto him. He wasn't able to play the ball at all, and hitting his pads and going on to the stump. So we can see he was definitely disappointed in that and walked off dejectedly there.
Well, he should have just stepped out and played that ball nice and straight back to the bowler, and he would be still be batting out in the middle. But wicket number 9 goes on for Trinidad and Tobago, 175 for 9. And Anil Ruplal, the nephew of Ravi Rampal, he's a very talented right arm leg spinner. So we're going to see him in action a little later down in the day. And he's off and running. This ball is played out to that deep cover position. There's one.
And you know, Ravi Rampal grew up not too far from here, just over the highway in Prisal, where we have other games taking place in
Yes.
Chenali Park.
So Ravi Rampal just living a stone throw, as you would say here in Trinidad and Tobago, Kishav. But that brings the end of the 46th over. Trinidad and Tobago 176 for 9. And let's be realistic. If they get to 200, it would be a great achievement. I think it's really touch and go to get that total. Maybe that projected score of 192 looks more likely at this stage rather than that magical figure of 200.
Yeah, well, definitely. Given the fact that they have lost that 9th wicket and they just have one more wicket to lose, essentially, both batters at the crease. The best approach might be to bat out those remaining 4 overs and accumulate as much runs as you can during those 24 deliveries. Because, as we said, a runner ball from here to the end would still get you to 200. Now, granted, the bowlers are doing well. They are keeping their lines tight. And we see the return here of Moranci, who certainly troubled the batters earlier in the innings. And I'm sure with his height, pace and bonks, he's looking to do the same to the tail-enders here.
So the Windward Islands smelling blood here at the National Cricket Centre. They want to wrap this up as quickly as possible. Skipper Murray bringing back one of his main seamers here. And remember, there's fast bowling points on offer. So every wicket that goes to the fast bowler, 0.1 of a point, will be added to the overall point system. And that could be the difference between winning and coming second in this tournament.
Yeah, and we already see Khan having 3 scalps bowling his medium pace. Moranci with 1, left-handed pacer as well with 2.
So this one is played down to that square leg position. The fieldsman from fine leg comes in. Score goes up by 1. So huge responsibility for both Anil Ruplal and Ismail Ali to bat the remaining 20 deliveries from this innings. Coach Riyad Muhammad, if they do not bat out this full allocation, I'm sure is gonna, not be not gonna be pleased with that effort at all. Oh, and an excellent shot. This one is pivoted down into the. Did it go into the boundary? No, but they're gonna come back for 3. So an excellent shot there by Ismail Ali, flicking that ball
Excellent
over
look in the
mid-wicket.
field as well. Just take a look at that. And that's the previous replay of Chase's dismissal, but that shot there, certainly very exquisite indeed. And very nice looking from a batsman who comes lower on the order, but as we noted before, certainly has the ability to bat, having scored runs earlier in the seasons.
But more importantly, adding some valuable runs to this TNT total. So here we see it's touch and go here for Anil. So another run is added to the total. So doing exactly what Coach Riyad Emirates would have instructed them to do. Just drop their hands and get as much as you can.
And just like that, they already have 5 runs in the over with 2 deliveries remaining.
So very good indeed. But Ismail Ali back on strike. And swinging to the heavens there, that ball angling along the leg side. Unfortunately for him, not making contact, but TNT benefit from an extra delivery. And more importantly, he will have to reload that one.
Exactly, and that's what pressure does to the fielding team as well. When you score runs like that and you keep ticking the strike over, getting a single off every ball, has the bowler been forced to think and alter his plans rather than bowl the same stock delivery each time?
Especially when number 10 and 11 is out in the middle. And this one is played down to third man. They're going to be one. That's all it's going to be. Some good feeling from the fieldsman at third man.
It was again a nice looking shot from Ali. Just opening the face of the batter and guiding it down to that fielder there, knowing fully well that it was a Yorker line delivery.
And how valuable is these runs being scored by the tail enders here?
Yeah, definitely putting in all of those runs would be a great effort for Trinidad and Tobago to reach close to that 200 target and see if they can get there with 3 overs remaining after this delivery.
And here, another run. Excellent batting. They're going to turn for 2. So the ball ricochets off the stump and allows the batters an opportunity for a second run. So after over number 47, 185 for 9.
Yep, and 9 runs coming in that over with 2 off that last delivery. And the irony, getting a direct hit leading to an extra run. Not something that you would intend, but you can't really fault the fielder there for trying to hit the stumps.
And it's something that, to be honest with you, I feel that it's so unfair to the fielding team when you're able to hit the stump and then you're penalized, you know, for that great effort.
And then even if you have to get the run out after, you have to have the ball in your hand and outroot the stump. So, I mean, it's definitely one of those give or take situations, you know.
But the batters for TNT, they continue to battle out in the middle at the National Cricket Centre. Ishmael Ali and Anil Ruplal adding some valuable runs at the back end here. And this one is played through that mid-wicket position. They won. They're going to come back for 2. Very easy indeed. And that takes the score to 187. So Ishmael Ali, you know, is no mug with the bat, having scored in excess of 100 and unbeaten 100 at the secondary schools level, and showing us here that he's got batting ability.
What I like about his innings as well is that you can see he's a smallish guy, not the biggest of size in terms of his ability to strike the ball over the boundary, but he's been playing smart cricket in shots and finding the gap with each delivery. Even that one, he punched that straight down to the fielder long off, but definitely intelligent batting here from Ali thus far.
Yeah, very intelligent batting from both these batters here, playing situational cricket, not trying to be fancy, just keeping it absolutely simple. The ball is there to punch, you punch the ball. And they've been able to do a wonderful job for their team thus far.
And they're running between the wickets as well, as certainly propelled Trinidad and Tobago to get closer to that ideal score.
Yes, so now the projected score just about 199. And this one is driven handsomely through extra cover. It's going all the way into the boundary. So Anil Ruplal, what a wonderful extra cover drive indeed, against all odds. You know, just caressing that ball through extra cover, having a look at it again. Just trusting his hands. The leg was no way close to the ball, but good hand-eye coordination and finding the boundary here for TNT.
Excellent shot for a boundary there. Ruplal showing that he can also score some runs as well. Defending that ball smartly. The follow-up from McDowell onto the line of the stumps.
So the score now moves up to 192 for 9, and the 200 mark, you know, is looking more and more realistic at this stage, Kishav.
Yeah, definitely. I think they can even cross it, Anil, given the fact that there are 14 deliveries left in the innings, just 8 runs to reach the 200. And the way this pair is going at the moment, they're looking to score minimum 6 runs per over.
And this one is played down to third man. It's only not going to be a single on offer. But more importantly for TNT, Ishmael Ali comes back on strike. So Anil Ruplal, he is showing that he's got some batting ability as well. And what I like about the manner in which the pair has gone about their work, they've done it in a very simple manner.
Yeah, even that shot to get a single to bring Ali back on strike. It was one of the few short deliveries we saw banged into the pitch from the fast bowlers, and he just opened the face and guided it down to third man smartly for a single.
And this one is lofted down to the backward square. They're going to be one, and that's all it's going to be.
Probably keeping the strike there, Ali, for
So
the next over.
So that takes the score to 194 for 9. 12 deliveries still on offer. So Elcock, the best of the bowling so far, having gotten 3 wickets, and I'm sure these fast bowling points could play a major part in the winners of this tournament as we progress to the back end.
Well, as we saw just from that scorecard, 6 wickets have been taken by fast bowlers in the Windward Islands innings. 2 of those have gone to spinners, and then we note the 1 run out as well. So those 6 wickets would certainly be very crucial for Windward Islands going forward in the tournament, and especially to start off with those bonus points.
But do you think at this stage, Kishav, that the Windward Islands is just possibly gambling with the seamers to get this wicket rather than bringing back one of those spinners and trying to wrap up the innings?
Yeah, definitely. I think seamers at this stage of the innings is always a risk because, as we can see, the ball flies quickly off the bat, and once you miss your line or your length, it's easy pickings for the batter. The spinners at the same time is a gamble as well because batters can easily go aggressive, or you can keep the run scoring down.
And a loud appeal, and here goes the dreaded finger.
They have heard you, Anil. They have heard you in terms of responding to that call of gambling with the Cedars to get the final wicket. And so said, so done. Moranci picking up the last wicket there, getting Ismail Ali caught behind, and the 7th wicket in the innings for a fast bowler. Certainly kudos for them to stick into that plan and bowling Trinidad and Tobago out for 194 under that score of 200.
Well, more importantly, Kishav, that really bothers me is the fact that here is another 50-over contest, and the batting team have failed to bat out their full allocation of 50 overs. And it is, I must admit, it's a worrying factor at all levels of the game where teams are not being able to bat their full allocation.
Yeah, agreed. And the thing is, even though it's 48.1 overs with some 11 deliveries left in the innings, those 11 deliveries could have been 11 singles, could have contributed to boundaries, the bowlers could have bowled extras. Anything could have happened if you stay there and bat till the end of the innings.
Well, more importantly, even if they didn't score an extra run, what I would love to see is that the batters taking the responsibility to bat until the end of the over 50, until the end of the 50 over.
Of course. And it's just, it comes down sometimes to that mental maturity, that strength and ability to just last for the entirety of the innings, So many things that could have gone differently during the innings, but as we know in cricket, it's not about looking at the past and dwelling on it, but taking the lessons learned and building on it for the future. So I'm sure the Trinidad and Tobago camp, they would be expecting to have put on a better total, but at the same time, take nothing away from the fact that they have put on a formidable total in the circumstances, and given the fact at how the pitch is playing, and also the fact that they have some good bowling as well. They have the seam of Fariz Ali, as well as the left-arm seam of Alexander Chase, some good spinners as well, and Brendan Boodoo and Ismail Ali. So I'm sure, Anil, that they will be backing themselves to come out and get some early wickets to try and defend that total, and more importantly, bowl out the Windward Islands team without letting them reach anywhere close.
Well, like I say, this tournament is about developing the youngsters in the region, and again, you want to see them really taking on board the responsibility of batting, the entire allocation of the overs. And when that does not happen, it really does, ask yourself, are we learning at this level?
And all that's part of development. Learning and growing and improving is the whole reason for development, because you don't want to repeat.
And if it's not happening at this stage of their career, what can we expect when they go to the higher level? Because we're not doing it at this level, but we're expecting it to happen when they graduate to another stage.
Exactly, and that's why I think, again, kudos to CWI for developing the initiatives to have more youth cricket played from under 13 to 15 to 17 to 19 levels, get the players out on the field more. We know that practice is important in the nets and so on, but gameplay and ability to judge match situations and develop that ability in this context is certainly second to none.
Well, what I love to see, though, just as much as we have fast bowling points, I would love to see some kind of incentive being given to teams, who have that, who demonstrate that ability to bat their full allocation of the overs. So it's not just for there must not only just be some incentive for the bowlers, but also for the batting team. They must be able to benefit when they take the opportunity, apply themselves, and demonstrate that level of maturity to bat their entire allocation of overs. So at this stage, we're going to take a break. The players here, they're going to have lunch. So Windward Islands under 17 team will need 195 runs in 50 overs. So we would be back with you just with maybe in the next half an hour or so. And as soon as the play resumes here at the National Cricket Centre, we'll be right here to bring you ball by ball commentary with the Rising Star on the 17 regional competition taking place right here in Trinidad and Tobago.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the National Cricket Centre in Couva, Trinidad and Tobago, where we have this exciting clash between Trinidad and Tobago under 17 versus Windward Islands under 17 in the CWI Men's under 17 Rising Star Championship. The first innings took place where Trinidad and Tobago won the toss, decided to bat first, and they put on a total of 195 all out in 48.1 overs. That means that Windward Islands would require 196 for victory in their allotted 50 overs. As we see the Trinidad and Tobago fielders already out there, the umpires in the middle, and the opening pair for Windward Islands has just walked out past the boundary line. I am Keshav Bahadur Singh, and alongside me I'd like to welcome back Mr. Anil Lakan after the lunch interval for his thoughts on how that first innings went.
Yeah, pleasant good afternoon to all listeners and viewers wherever you may be at this time. It's the Rising Star under 17 regional tournament being played right here in Trinidad and Tobago. 3 venues, the National Cricket Centre, Gilbert Park and Internally Park is where all the action is taking place for the rest of this tournament. So it's going to be Alexander Chase to pick up the attack from the pavilion end. But just coming back to you, Bahadur, in regards to what transpired in the TNT innings, TNT losing 3 wickets very early in the piece. They were 39 for 3, and a wonderful partnership between Niall Mingo and Riyad Muhammad did bring some kind of respectability to the innings. And at the back end, Niall continued his merry way. He made a polished 41, and together with Adrian Ratcher, they were able to really put some respectability to the TNT innings, and Anil and Ali, they added some valuable runs at the back end of the innings. So TNT finishing on 194 all out in 48 overs. So the Windward Islands require 196 for victory in 50 overs.
Just to note, the opening pair, batting pair for Windward Islands under 17, the Senior Fontaine and Can Elcock. It appears as if Can Elcock would be taking strike, as Fontaine is at the non-striker's end, and the umpire from that end, Mr. Robert Foster, officiating with Mr. Kevin Sisnet at square leg. And looks like we are all ready for the first delivery of the Windward Islands reply and chase.
So Chase bang on target. Chase bowling with a slip, a back, short turn man, a backward point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, a fine leg, and a deep backward square. So the 2 guys on the boundary, a fine leg and deep backward square, the 2 boundary riders in the first 10 overs. Remember, the first 10 overs are the batting power play. Only 2 fielders are allowed outside the 30-yard circle. And this delivery, just pitching on about that off stump line, but dying as it goes on its way to wicketkeeper Niall Mingo. So Windward Islands yet to get off the mark here in their pursuit of 196 for victory.
I know that Alexander Chase, the left-arm swing bowler, previously took 4 for 7 against Jamaica for the Trinidad and Tobago under 15 team when he played in that previous tournament.
So Elcock rocks onto the back foot, plays it out to backward point. There's no run. So Elcock, he seems to be some player indeed. Kishal having done some tremendous work with the ball and now opening the batting for the Windward Islands. So he's definitely someone to look forward to during the course of this tournament. And this one is driven out to mid-off. Elcock just length on that delivery. Nice flow of the bat. Excellent song from the Willow. Goes out to mid-off, just no run. So Windward Islands chasing a victory target of 196 for victory. They're yet to get off the mark.
A good start here from Chase. He's keeping it outside the line of the off stump.
And this one is driven to extra cover. Skipper Fariz Ali does the fielding. And there's no run. So a very good start indeed from Alexander Chase.
He's keeping that ball in the right area, just outside the off stump for the left-handed batter. The two slips in play and that field at short cover would certainly come into factor if they are punching any deliveries or he's playing at any deliveries through the line of the ball outside that off stump.
And that's going to be a wide. So Alexander Chase is the kind of bowler, Kishav, where he doesn't really rely on swing. He's more a hit deck bowler, goes hard into the pitch. But thus far in this over, his length has been immaculate. Unfortunately for him, not being able to finish off here and giving up a wide. But very encouraging signs indeed from young Alexander Chase. And this one.
Oh, he's dropped him. It looks as if he's dropped in there just based on the reaction from the bowler, the fielders all around, as we can see on the replay. Definitely an edge there. And an easy take for the keeper, Niall Mingo. Unfortunately, not able to gather that ball cleanly.
Yeah, just possibly dying on his way to the wicketkeeper here at the last moment. Chase in. Just trying to guide that ball along the third man, taking the outside edge. The wicketkeeper, Niall Mingo, unable to haul in that catch. And the Windward Islands live to fight another day. So Elcock getting life here in the first over. Very unfortunate indeed for Alexander Chase not to have a wicket in the bowling column there.
It's amazing how simply a thing like that, Anna, can affect the momentum for the rest of the game. Not saying that it's going to, but we have seen many times in the past where batsmen who have been dropped on duck going to make 50s, going to make 100. And granted that this is one of the opening batters who has been dropped, so I'm sure Trinidad would be ruining that opportunity, especially to get a wicket in the first over with only one run on the board, and that one run is in fact an extra. So to get a wicket with no run scored off of the bat would have certainly put immense pressure on the Windward Islands team, and that bit of psychological advantage was lost when the catch was dropped. But take nothing away from the fact that a skipper is into the attack. Fariz Ali runs in here.
And Fariz is bang on target. No, and you're so right in what you're saying, Kishav. It's very important as a fielding unit how you start. And that momentum, that momentum shift. Having batted brilliantly to get to 195, Trinidad and Tobago would have been going into the interval with that momentum. And having started the way they did, that wicket would have really lifted their tail. We see some good pace here from skipper Fariz Ali, just hovering around that corridor of uncertainty there.
I know that he was a member of the under-19 team as well. I think the only player from this under-17 setup who was part of that under-19 team in the recently concluded tournament. Played a few games, I think about 3 or 4 games, and cut a couple of wickets inside there. So you'd want to come in this tournament and stamp his name with authority.
Oh, and here is it. And he's out, caught at the wicket here. So Fountain just flirting with danger outside the line of the off stump, hanging out that bat out to dry. But wicketkeeper Kyle Mingo making up for his flaw in the first over. So Ernesto Fountain does have to leave.
Right on cue there, Anna. Just as I was saying that Fariz would have wanted to stamp his authority on this game, he comes through with a wicket. As we see there, the previous replay of that drop catch off of Chase. Soon enough, we'll see the replay of that wicket from Fariz Ali. But definitely, what an important breakthrough. And also, it didn't really phase them much from the last over when that drop catch took place because no runs additionally was scored. The only difference is that it's a different batter. So imagine, Anil, if it is Elcock was dismissed in the last over and then Fontaine in this over, the score would have been 1 for the loss of 2.
But that's how it goes in cricket, Kishal. You know, you don't really, you try and not, dwell in the past and just, press on as you see. Even if you're a batter and you get a chance, you don't want to hover around that for any period of time. What's important is the next delivery that comes your way. And skipper Fariz Ali here setting the tone by getting rid of Fontaine in the second over. So Windward Islands not getting off to the best of starts here.
And it's a loud appeal for LBW. And the umpire doesn't seem to be moved. Not flinching there, but again, an excellent delivery from Fariz Ali. What he has done so far in these 4 deliveries is that the ball has been nipping into the right-hand batter off of the surface. And we know that from his action, he has a nice jump and elevation before he delivers. So he gets that momentum for that ball to push through. Nice pace as well, and definitely hitting those right spots to cramp the batsman for any sort of room to play those shots.
Yeah, at this stage here, he's really, hitting the deck hard. So Theo Edwards is the new batter out in the center. So he's got something to think about. Fariz Ali with his tail up, bowling from the northern end. Really cranking it up here at the National Cricket Centre. It's not a surface that you're going to blast people out, but definitely Fariz Ali, is showing us that he's got some peace.
Yeah, but he's a thinking cricketer as well, Fariz. And he works out the batsman's advantages, disadvantages before he even bowls a ball.
And this one, the batter pivots inside the line. It goes down to third man. Riyad Muhammad does the fielding down at that fine leg position. So Edwards is off the mark, and the score is 2 for 1 at the end of over number 2. So the Windward Islands are making a nervous start, if anything, here at the National Cricket Centre.
Yeah, definitely. That run rate we can see, just 4 runs over required as we take a look at some of the family and friends and supporters there. We can see the dad, the mom and sister for Rizali, as well as some of the Trinidad and Tobago players, the rest of them in the camp. Niall Mingo's family, the family of Luke Ali, Alexander Chase, Brendan Bodo.
Well, I'm sure, Kisha, there must have been a lot of culinary dishes on show there.
I think one of us might have to take a walk during the drinks break, Anil, and just, pay a visit to our friendly supporters.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind having a Dalpuri and Dock at this stage.
Or even maybe a snow cone, perhaps, with this weather. The heat definitely kicking in here after lunch, just approaching before 2 p.m. in Trinidad and Tobago.
Or maybe just getting into some pineapple chow if it's on offer.
Definitely. Anything refreshing in this weather would be greatly appreciated. But that just shows you the determination of these players outside there in the middle, because it really isn't easy to be out there in this heat. And granted, they have been playing this cricket with the highest intensity thus far. That one driven uppishly, and a diving attempt there by Fariz at short extra cover. Unfortunately, did not get close to it, and the batsman come back for 2. But encouraging signs indeed, as that one was driven very uppishly, and the field is set for that from the left-hand fast bowler.
Yeah, so Alexander Chase pitching that delivery up, a lofted off drive there, just passing the fingertips of Brendan Boodoo at extra cover, and they get 2 runs. Alvin Sully doing the fielding there, but Edwards, Elcock just seems to be having some problems there out in the middle. He's taking his pads off. Can Elcock. Just maybe a hammy.
Yeah, seems to be some sort of cramp there, or maybe, let's hope it's not a full tweak of the hamstring. Let's hope it's maybe just a bit of cramp that can be massaged out for him to continue. Don't want any of these youngsters to be injured or have to deal with any sort of niggles so that they will prevent them from being able to give the best of their abilities on the field of play.
So Clinton Jeremiah just runs out to the middle, trying to get some running repairs done on Elcock. And it just seems to me, Kishab, it's, from what has been done at this time, it just seems to be cramped. Pushing the tools inwards is Clinton Jeremiah, just trying to get that blood flow back up and running.
And granted, Elcock was out in the field for all 48 overs, bowled a very good spell, getting 3 prize wickets from Trinidad and Tobago. So it could very well be that, the muscles are just cramping a bit and maybe a bit of salt might be needed to just help relax that tension.
Yeah, but he's struggling, he's hovering around, he's hobbling. And I believe that he's going to come off, which I think is the right thing to do at this stage. Yeah. You don't want to risk any further injury to the young man. And he does have the opportunity to retire and come back and bat at a later stage if required.
And look at this excellent display of sportsmanship here, Anil, on the field of play. The Trinidad and Tobago players are lifting the batter and helping him off of the field. What wonderful sights we can see here for youth cricket in the region. And the captain himself leading by the front for Rizali alongside a couple of his other teammates to help Mr. Elcock off the field. We see another Trinidad and Tobago player carrying his gears off the pitch, so you wouldn't have to worry about that. But that's what this cricket is all about. The spirit of friendship, camaraderie, tough competition, play hard, you play to win, yes. But at the same point in time, never forget, cricket is a gentleman's game. And to see this being displayed by our youngsters, it really is refreshing and heartwarming to know that cricket is in the right hands going forward for the future.
Indeed, cricket is in the right hands, and it's really refreshing indeed, to see that the Trinidad and Tobago players, willing, to lend whatever support is required for this young man, Theo Edwards, to get back into the shed, get some running repairs done, and hopefully he does not, have to possibly, get any more running repairs done.
Yeah, I really hope that he'll be okay because he's struggling. I can still see just out the bottom of your screen that his own teammates are helping him beyond the boundary to the dressing room. So it doesn't seem as if he's able to walk freely at all there, is Can Elcock. So unfortunately, his stay at the crease is limited, not out due to any dismissal, but has to retire hurt for this time being. And it will bring Edmund Morancy to the crease. Another one of the opening bowlers. So it appears just from the first 3 or 4 batters we have seen for Windward Islands that they have a lot of all-rounders, Anil.
Well, it confuses me a bit because I'm asking myself if they are batting all-rounders or bowling all-rounders. And from the evidence, they have to be more of a batting all-rounder than a bowling all-rounder because they're batting in the first 4. And this one is driven.
That's
through
a
extra
beautiful
cover.
shot. Captain Ali giving chase. Picks it up just before the boundary. And retains it. But as you rightfully said, that's a point to note on it in terms of most players in the modern version of the game are all-rounders. Even fast bowlers who traditionally would bat 10 or 11, they have to learn how to bat because of how cricket has developed, whether it be in test match, 50 overs, 2 days, 3 days, T20, T10. Everybody from number 1 to 11 has to be able to bat, bowl, field, wicket keep if needed. So all players on the 11 should really and truly have a holistic understanding of the game.
The chase. And this one. Bang on target. But just coming back to the conversation, Kishab, the game has evolved so much in the last couple of years that now it's impossible as a cricketer to be one-dimensional. You've got to be multifaceted in that even though you might be a specialized bowler, but you still must be able to wield the willow as well as hold your own out in the field.
Very important indeed.
So Chase runs away from us. Oh, and it's a drop chance there. That ball going in and out. Brendan Boodoo, what have you done? Look at it here.
Lost for words here, Anil. That was a regulation catch.
And Chase possibly asking himself, what does he have to do to get a wicket?
I don't know how to console the young man if I had to, because 2 drop catches in 2 overs, and both of them were easy catches. Nothing to say that it was out of the ordinary. That
Yes,
one, I
so-
think he closed his hands rather than keeping them open, Anil.
Yeah, Moranci just trying to get that drive going, taking the outside edge and going straight to Brendan Boodoo at first slip. So this one is played with soft hand. It goes into the boundary. So insult to injury here.
Rubbing salt in the wound, as they would say. Instant karma. Drop catch 1 delivery, next delivery, an edge through the gap, next to the fielder that dropped the catch and runs away for 4 runs.
Yeah, so Trinidad and Tobago not helping themselves here at all, Kishab. Poor indeed from a fielding perspective. The wicketkeeper putting on a regulation catch, and Brendan Boodoo, that should have been in the breadbasket.
At this point, Anil, it could have easily been 10 for the loss of 3. That one, no run there to end the over. So at the end of 3 overs, the score, 10 for the loss of 1. Theo Edward, 9 from 9. Moranci, 0 from 0 thus far. Chase bowling 2 very good overs, and unfortunately 2 dropped catches in the space of his 2 overs. Fariz Ali thankfully getting a wicket in his previous over, so let's see if he can continue in that vein and try to prize out another one here for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, Alexander should have had 2 wickets in the wicket columns there. And had he gotten those 2 wickets, Kishab, I'm sure it would not have been 9 runs. It possibly would have been maybe 2 wickets or possibly 2 or 3 runs. But unfortunately for the young man, you know, he suffered again in the second over. The catching has not been the best, I must admit, but TNT will really need to improve in that area if they want to continue to be dominant in this tournament. So just bringing you up to speed on what has transpired in Fort Lauderdale, India getting to 179 for 1. And this one, Yashri Joshua not out 84, Shubman Gill polished 77, and Tilak Farmer not out on 7. So at this stage, it's 2 all and 1 to go. Kishal.
Yeah, that's really an astounding victory there by the Indians. 179 for the loss of 1 in 17 overs, so 3 overs to spare as well. And they reached there quite comfortably in the end. That's a great short delivery from Fariz, and it seems to have taken the edge off the bat, but again, another dropped catch, Anil. That's 3 in the space of 3 overs. Look at that one. Definitely taking a very blatant edge off of the bat. And it seems as if the first slip dived towards the ball there. Same time at the keeper. Just seems to have taken the right hand off the first slip, Brendan Boodoo.
So Edmund Moranci trying to get the bat out of the way. That ball did take the edge. It was going between the wicketkeeper and first slip, and neither of them was able to catch the ball. So another one goes a begging here. So TNT not helping themselves here at all, but it's been tremendous bowling from both Alexander Chase and skipper Fariz Ali. At this stage, Windward Islands could have well been 4 wickets down. And this one is pulled through square leg.
A beautiful shot there for 4 runs. That too short on that occasion. Fariz banging that one into the pitch and allowing Edward to just stand and pull that ball. Didn't really move his feet anyway. He just stood up, waited for the ball. And we know that this cricket center pitch is a bit slower than usual. So those deliveries that are extra short, you can wait that extra second, unlike the delivery before, which was certainly hostile and took the edge off of the bat of Moranci. So again, karma, we see it previously in the last over and this over, a drop catch, then 4 runs. Really and truly, Anil, the opening bowlers have done exactly what a coach would want them to do.
Yeah, but they've done a fantastic job. Unfortunately, the fielding has been very poor indeed. This one is played down to that backward point region. There's no run.
And the ironic thing for me is that the catches that were dropped, all 3 catches, were from 2 of the supposedly stronger fielders in the team. Niall Mingo, the keeper, with the gloves, who shouldn't be dropping any, and Brendan Boodoo, the National Under 15 captain, who was in fact MVP of that tournament with bat and ball and in the field as well. So he usually doesn't drop any catches, and for that previous one in the last over, that regulation catch, it really was astounding.
So a slower bumper there from Fariz Ali. Edwards goes up by 1. It takes the score to 16 for 1. And it brings Edmund Moranci on strike. So TNT putting down 3 easy catches here in the first 4 overs of this contest.
Yeah, it really is a bit shocking, to be honest, because Trinidad and Tobago have always prided themselves on being a good fielding team throughout all age groups. In fact, I saw you yourself, as well as Coach Emmerich, doing a lot of fielding drills with them in the warm-up, a lot of catches with them. It's beautiful.
And he's beaten all ends up here. Fariz Ali having a dream start to this under-17 regional competition here in TNT. Going past the outside edge of Moranci's bat. But at the end of over number 4, the Windward Islands chasing a victory total of 196. They are 16 for 1. And at this stage, they could have well been about 10 for 3.
Yeah, definitely. It should have been much more wickets in that column. As we take a look at the Bolden Stadium, located behind the National Cricket Centre, all of the lovely green trees around the flora and fauna on display here in Couva. And we know that just yesterday, in fact, was the last day for the conclusion of the Commonwealth Youth Games, which was hosted in Trinidad and Tobago, and 2 venues right behind the National Cricket Centre, the cycling velodrome as well as the National Aquatic Centre. So it's good to know that sport is certainly continuing after we had that interruption for the COVID pandemic. We're definitely aiming to get all of these athletes back on board.
So this one just going across the right-hander. Theo Edwards having nothing to do with it, just allows it to go into the mitt of wicketkeeper Niall.
Edward has certainly come out with a very positive approach, scoring at a runner ball thus far, and anything short, he has not been shy to pull on the leg side, also play his drives expansively through the offside. Moranci, on the other hand, has certainly been living a charmed life.
Oh, and a wayward delivery there from Alexander Chase. Theo Edwards just possibly thinking to himself that he's missed out. That's a delivery angling down the leg side. Should have done better with that delivery.
Yeah, definitely could have done better with those angles.
And this one split down to mid-off. There's no run. The score is kept on 17 for 1. So Ricardo Chase from the pavilion end. And this one, eludes the keeper. Goes down to that flying leg position. We just wait on the umpire for the signal.
Wide signaled.
So wide, Alexander Chase is losing the plot here. Not getting the reader right.
And in fairness to him, no justification for straying in line, but after you bowl 2 excellent overs and create 2 opportunities that are dropped with no doing of your own, granted his morale and his zeal would be a bit lowered at this stage. However, all of this is part of the mental building and the strength that these cricketers need to show. Those 2 almost dismissals have gone already. Time to focus on getting this one right now. And just so, passing the outside edge of the bat. Very close indeed, and almost again coming right on cue as Farizali did with his wicket. So they have the ability. It's just to maintain that composure and to bowl with confidence. Remind yourself that if I can get an edge in each over I've bowled thus far, I can get one in every over that I bowl from here going forward.
Yeah, very unlucky for Alexander Chase, indeed. And this one is driven through extra cover. It's only going to be 1. Alvin Sonny doing the fielding there. It is very deflating indeed, Keisha, when you, especially in very hot conditions out in the middle, you're really bending your back, and then the catches go up begging. It really does, take a lot from you mentally as a bowler, as well as physically, because the temperature is just hovering around that 35 to 36 degrees Celsius.
That one flicked nicely on the leg side. Fielder coming off the deep square leg boundary. Throw goes over the keeper head, but thankfully enough backup on hand to prevent that going for any extra runs.
So the right hand, left hand combination does provide a stern test to the bowlers. You have to adjust their lines, their lengths, and sometimes it could reward the batting team with a lot of extras if the bowlers are not able to make that adjustment. So Trinidad and Tobago getting to 195, Riyad Muhammad 15, Niall Mingo 41, and Adrian Ratcher 25. So getting 3 good contributions indeed to get to that total of 195, Kishal.
Also the contributions from Ismail Ali and Anil Ruplal at the end, even though they wouldn't have been a larger number in terms of the amount of runs scored, certainly put on at least about 20 odd runs between the pair of them for that last wicket or so, and ensure that Trinidad and Tobago reached up to that 190 mark, just falling 5 runs short of that 200 total.
And here this one is coming back sharply from outside the line of the off stump. Theo Edwards just getting that bat down in time there. And had he not got contact there, that ball would have definitely gone into the sticks. But, from a Trinidad and Tobago perspective, the chances that have gone down has been via the fast bowlers. And it doesn't help the fast bowling points when you're not able to get that in the bank.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't help at all, especially when the fast bowlers have been bending their backs. As you see, that one just pushed into the offside for no run. They have really been running in hard, Anil. And the thing is, the first 10 overs, you have to bowl pacers. So both teams will be fully aware of that. And a simple thing as in your fast bowler losing that momentum can lead to runs being leaked easily. Because the faster the ball travels to the batter, if he bowls any errant line or length, it allows the batter to get that ball going to the boundary quicker as well, with the power play in effect.
So this one is played out to extra cover. There's no run. Remember the Windward Islands getting 0.7 when it comes to the fast bowling points. TNT is just on 0.1 at the moment. Not helping themselves. 3 chances going up begging in this innings thus far. but they continue to toil away here at the National Cricket Centre. So Riyad Muhammad is now at that first slip position. Really in a second regulation, second slip. And this one is tugged down to fine leg. Brendan Boodoo comes off the boundary. And there's 1 run to the total. So at the end, so it's 22 for 1. It brings the left-handed Edmond Morancy on strike.
This is who they'll be looking to target for sure, the bowlers, given that Morancy has at least edged the ball twice since he has been at the crease. Edward seems to be very confident in his gameplay, so Morancy certainly looking.
And this one is spooned up, but not carried to the field at extra cover. So Morancy beaten in pace. So Morancy living a very charmed life here at the National Cricket Centre. And again, beaten all ends up here, Morancy. So at the end of over number 6, the Windward Islands chasing a total of 196 for victory. They are 22 for 1. Alexander Chase 1 for 8 in 3 overs and 1 for 13. And Faraz Ali 1 for 8 in 3. So here we see the Trinidad and Tobago supporters here taking in the action from under the tent. And absolutely no one is going anywhere at this stage, Kishab.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, the game is certainly in the balance, and given the way that Trinidad and Tobago has started the innings, a lot of excitement on display. Granted with a couple of drop chances, but also some very good fast bowling. It's anything can happen at this stage. Now Edward seems to be set, very competent. 16 from 19, not playing as if he's phased at all. But Rancy, on the other hand, I think Trinidad and Tobago need to get him out soon and see if they can cause a collapse of wickets thereafter.
Oh, and what a Yorker from Alexander Chase. He was just honing in on the toes of Theo Edwards there, but Theo Edwards was good enough to negotiate that delivery. So Alexander Chase at 3.1 overs, 14 dots. And had those chances been taken, it could have been a different story altogether. But that's history in the context of this game. And this one is driven down to mid-off. It's no run.
And notice that Chase has a very unique, quick round arm action before he delivers, Anil.
Yeah, I would just love to see him with his wrist position being a bit more upright in his presentation of the seam so that he could get that ball to travel down, straight down. And this one is undriven. It's fielded by Anila at that short mid-on position. There's no run.
You know that they also have the pace of Aidan Racha lying in wait as well. I'm sure we'll see him at some point.
And this one is squeezed out to mid-wicket. Excellent feeling from Anil. It's only going to be one on offer, so no. 2 balls still remaining. So it's going to be Edmond Morancy, to take strike from Alexander Chase. And really, none for 15 from 3.4 is not a testimony of how well Alexander Chase have bowled in this encounter.
No justice at all in terms of how he has bowled and the runs allocated next to his name.
And he goes into the pitch here. That ball making some height off the wicket. And Moranci just getting tucked up a bit there. But at the end, no damage done. So we are into over number 7. Chase bowling with a slip, a third man, a gully, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, with wicket, and a man down at the backward square. And this one, a loud appeal for a caught behind. But nothing is doing. So the score remains on 23 for 1 after 7 overs. So Alexander Chase, none for 15 from 4 overs. Been very unlucky indeed in this encounter. 2 regulation catches being put down. 1 by the wicketkeeper and 1 at slip. Just talking to himself, keeping himself composed. Is Alexander Chase as he goes back to his position there at third man. So skipper Farizali is going to continue from the northern end. And this one is driven out to extra cover. Excellent feeling there from Alvin Sunny, diving away to his left. Alvin Sunny, a live wire for Trinidad and Tobago. Very energetic indeed. Does bring a lot of energy to this TNT side.
Energy is always most important, especially when you have youth cricketers. Have to be buoyant and upbeat out there in the field. Certainly transfer into the performance.
So it's going to be Moranci to take strike from Farizali. Farizali, the skipper of this TNT team, into his 4th over, 1 for 9. And this one is played out to short mid-wicket. There's no run. Sonny does the feeling, attempting to throw along the sticks. But just doing some polishing work as the ball is relayed back to mid-on. There's no run.
Just like that, the score 24 for the loss of 1, when it could have easily been about 1 for the loss of 3 wickets.
So the new ball has definitely given TNT the opportunity to get some early wickets. Unfortunately, the fielding has not been up to scratch. $170 required from 255 balls. So that's not a question. That's not an issue here, Bahadur. The amount of balls required to score the allocation of 172 runs.
And that to me just sinks the point home in terms of how critical those missed chances were. Because Trinidad and Tobago has to bowl out the other team to win this game. It's not a matter of just letting them, and we have just seen on field here another issue of cramp. It definitely seems to be similar to the situation with Elcock, is it?
So the humidity out in the middle is definitely taking its toll with the players, especially the batters. The second batsman here to be struggling with cramp.
Yeah, granted, it's not easy outside there at all. Like you said previously, a heat wave has been going on across the region. Temperatures in excess of 35 and 36 degrees on a constant basis. So at this point in time, again, we see it's Moranci who's down. And similar to the other batter who had to retire hurt in Cannes, both of them bowled at least 5 to 6 over spells of fast bowling. And then they have come out in the early stages of this innings to bat. So I'm wondering if that has a factor to play as well, if they didn't get enough time to rest in between, if the heat is so intense that is causing further exasperation of these players.
Well, I think recovery is an important part of the conversation, Bahadur. And fast bowling is no easy job, as you know. It does take a lot out of you physically. So I'm sure that these young men they're feeling the heat, in terms of having to don the bowling boots, and now, having to take the responsibility of taking their team to victory via the bat. So not very good signs at all at the National Cricket Centre here, in terms of these youngsters really struggling with the heat here out in the middle.
Well, we saw previously Kyle Cook had to be held off of the field, which means that it's very unlikely we might see him return if it is the required to bat, unless he gets sufficient rest and, the massage therapy or so on that might be needed to help relax those muscles. But in this situation here, I'm intrigued to see whether Morancy is able to continue, whether he also has to come off.
Well, what is good about this overall situation is that the umpires have been spot on. They have allowed the players to come on ever so often to ensure that the players rehydrate themselves out in the middle. So I'm sure the umpires is very aware of the humidity that exists out in the middle.
Yeah, definitely they would be aware. In fact, it was noted at the pre-tournament briefing for all of the teams and the managers that there are certain elements to take into consideration, and the weather is one of those main factors, whether it be the immense heat or the heat wave, or in fact torrential downpour with the rainfall. As we know in the Caribbean, we have the extremities at either end. We can have all of the sunshine now, and within a couple hours we can see rain. So it's always good to be prepared either way.
So it seems that Morancy is going to come off as well. So there's another batter who is going back into the sheds, and he just seems to be really struggling at this stage here, is Morancy. So not good signs at all here for the Windward Islands. Losing a second player via...
Two players retired out due to... Hopefully, I wouldn't want to say it's an injury, because I'm hoping that they will be able to recover from whatever cramp they're experiencing very soon. But definitely you can see by the constrained look on Morancy's face that he's in a bit of pain there as he hobbles off the field. A strong lad indeed, as we saw from when he was bowling earlier in the day. Certainly has a lot of pace and good carry through to the keeper. Nice bonks. Didn't get a chance to do too well with the bat. In fact, he had two chances that he survived. But still gets to go back to the innings, retired out. And it brings the captain, Kirsten Murray, to the crease.
Yeah, Kirsten Murray, the captain of this Windward Islands team, now having to take the responsibility, having lost two players due to extremities of the cramp. So we are into over number 8, 24 for 1. Windward Islands facing a victory target of 196. And he comes stylishly into line, presents solid forward defense. It quickly goes to that fielder at a cover point. It gives no run. So the score is kept on 24 for 1. So the Windward Islands, they're really feeling the heat here at the National Cricket Centre, Kishav.
Yeah, definitely. And the thing is, even though it's just one wicket in a column, it's technically for the loss of 3, given that 2 batters have retired out and don't seem like they'll be able to return at any point. So Trinidad and Tobago really needs to strike while the iron is hot.
And this one just keeping a trifle low as it goes into the mitt of the wicketkeeper, Niall Amingo. So remember, 10 overs at the start of the innings must be bowled by the seamers. So the West Indies management, they're looking to develop the fast bowlers. this one, just leaning forward, plays it out to extra cover. There's no run. So at the end of 8 overs, Keisha Windward Islands 24 for 1. But more importantly, from a Windward Islands perspective, they've got 2 batters who are struggling with cramp at this time.
Yeah, and that
And also their top order batters as well.
exactly. I think that's one of the main factors to take into consideration, that it's 2 batters from the top order who clearly are all-rounders, because both of them bowl lengthy spells in the first innings of the day. And we see some more supporters there with the Trinidad and Tobago flags flying proudly at the National Cricket Centre that's located right by the indoor nets, and where a lot of the players who come down here to train also stay as well. So it's great to see that support. I'm sure they'll be appreciating the shade at this time, given that the sun is beating down on all other areas of the ground.
So there's going to be a bowling change from the pavilion end. Alvin Sonny is going to pick up the attack. Alvin Sonny plays with the Caltrack Sports Club out in California. Very talented young man indeed.
And let's hope, like his last name, Sonny, that he can show some shades of Sonny Ramadan.
Yeah, well, I'm sure this young man will want to make a name for himself. So it's a big occasion indeed for him to showcase his skill sets here at a regional level. And this one just making a bit of height outside the line of the off stump. Edwards having nothing to do with it, just allows it to go into the gloves of wicketkeeper Nile.
And we saw an excited reaction there from the slip Riyad Muhammad as that delivery went through to the keeper. Possibly it could be because of the amount of bounce and carry that Sonny extracted from that first delivery.
And that ball comes off the pad, it goes down to fine leg. So we just wait on the confirmation from the umpire. He does. So a leg bite. So the score goes up by 1. It's 25 for 1. So Alvin Sonny making his debut for Trinidad and Tobago at the regional under 17 tournament. And, you know, Coach Riyad Muhammad, you know, giving these youngsters the opportunity, Kishav, you know, to show their worth at this regional level.
Yeah, of course. It's always good to see youngsters getting their chance, and most importantly, taking the chances when being given.
So this one.
And it's gone. He's cut away straight to the field at point, and a catch taken comfortably. Finally, one of those catches have been taken, Anil, and definitely a much-needed breakthrough for Trinidad and Tobago at this stage. As we see the replay here, that one outside the line of the off stump, cut away with a lot of power, but straight into the hands of that fielder at point.
And it looks like Brendan Boodoo making up for the early chance that he muffed. It's a wonderful catch indeed. Yes, it is Brendan Boodoo taking that catch at backward point, short and wide. You know, deserve to be treated in a different way. Unfortunately for the batter, not getting the connection or the placement and finding the fielder at backward point. But Brendan Boodoo picking up a very good catch indeed. So wicket number 2 goes down for the Windward Islands.
Yeah, most important is that wicket because of the circumstances, and that the fielder who dropped 2 catches previously took that catch. So the confidence that will be restored, not only in him, but also his teammates. As we can see when the catch was taken, you can see the skipper for Rees Ali just raising his hands and basically gesturing to Brendan Boodoo. That's what I expect. That's what you are known to do. Take those catches.
Well, Kirsten Murray, the skipper of the Windward Islands team, he will consider himself a very unlucky young man indeed. Either side of the fieldsman, and that would have gone into the boundary in a flash. But that's how it goes, you know. Excellent catch indeed from Brendan Boodoo, and more importantly for Trinidad and Tobago, it's a fast bowling point.
Yeah, definitely that was most needed. So 2 fast bowling points on offer for them at this stage, with that wicket from Alvin Sonny as well as the previous wicket from Fariz Ali in his first over.
And allowed appeal for caught behind. Jonathan Daniel trying to punch that ball through the extra cover region. Not getting any connection there whatsoever, but just going perilously close to the outside edge. And
You can see that extra bounce on display from Sonny in each of those deliveries. Even the one that was cut straight away to Brendan Boodoo had some extra bounce on it.
And this delivery, Sonny just going wide of the crease, angling that ball back into Jonathan Daniel. Plays it out, and there's no run. So Alvin Sonny joining the party immediately by getting rid of the dangerous Kirsting Murray, the skipper of the Windward Islands team. And the Windward Islands, they're really up against it here at the National Cricket Centre. The Trinidad and Tobago team, they're all over this Windward Islands, seems like a rush. Oh.
Beauty again. That one going between bat and pad there, passing very close to the stumps. And at the end of 9 overs, the score 25 for the loss of 2 wickets. What an over there from Alvin Sonny, living up to both names. Alvin, significant of Alvin Kalicharan, and Sonny, significant of Sonny Ramadan. So I'm sure he has cricket and excellence embedded in him.
Well, I'm sure that his skipper will be very pleased with his opening over at this level. Alvin Sonny asking a lot of questions from these Windward Islands batters there. Going past the outside edge, flirting with danger outside the line of the off stump. Unfortunately for him, he didn't pick out another pepper.
Yeah, definitely. That one also keeping a bit lower than all of the previous deliveries, which had extra bonks.
So Windward Islands needing 171.
Take a look there at the cycling velodrome in the background and Price Club.
Yeah, wonderful facility indeed. World class. And this one is honing into the stumps. But Theo Edwards, he'd been out there a bit and was able to negotiate that delivery. Fariz Ali continue from the northern end.
Well, the good thing for Trinidad and Tobago is that Theo Edward has not been on strike as often as when he just came to the crease and he was scoring freely. So they have been targeting the batters on the other end, and really and truly, if they can get his wicket.
Oh, and this one takes the outside edge. It goes down to third man. Alexander Chase does the fielding. They get a single. The score moves up by 1. It's 26-2. And Theo Edwards, he goes up to 19, but it brings Jonathan Daniel on strike for the first time. And for the new batter, I would have definitely taken out the third man and put him into maybe that second slip or gully position. But Fariz Ali's getting that ball to tail away from the right-hander. And the new batter, not settled just yet. I would be tempted to have another attacking catcher in place. And trying to pull there, beaten in the piece there was Jonathan Daniel, trying to pull that delivery through that square leg position, but Fariz Ali was on to him very quickly, possibly coming off the glove, Kishav.
Yeah, definitely. That one, thankfully, it didn't go officially when he played it, but hitting the glove and just going bang into the ground.
And this one, he just comes forward and plays it back out to Fariz Ali. There's no run. So this pitch continues to get lower and slower here at the National Cricket Centre.
Now, after this over, they can introduce spin, so I'm wondering if they're going to introduce it right away, If they, well, definitely might give Sonny another over based on how he just performed. And we know they have Aidan Ratcher as well to come into the attack. But I would love to see how soon spin will come into play a factor here.
And this one, a loud appeal, but just possibly going down the leg side there, angling in and just going further away down the leg side. Yeah, that
Seems to
ball
have been height as
definitely-
well.
Yeah, definitely missing the leg stump. Trinidad and Tobago winning the toss and electing to bat here at the National Cricket Centre. And a loud appeal, and the dreaded finger goes up there. Jonathan Daniel guilty of going across the line. Fariz Ali full and straight.
What a wicket there from Fariz Ali, as we could see the batsman holding his head in shame as we take a look at the replay, stepping back and across, and that one hitting him much fuller and much more plumb than the previous appeal. And great bowling here from Fariz Ali, seeing the intention from the batter in that ball before Anil, and he just put the ball a bit fuller and allowed that ball to hit him plumb on the pads. You can see the batsman holding his head in shame and hanging his head as he walks off the field, and it looks as if the players are going to take their water break at this time. So right on the break, the score 26 for the loss of 3 wickets, and a very important breakthrough there for Trinidad and Tobago, as we will resume very shortly. Welcome back here to the National Cricket Centre, where Trinidad and Tobago are taking on Windward Islands. And we see Alvin Sonny resuming the attack from the media centre end after 2 very eventful overs before that water break. Sonny getting a wicket, Fariz Ali getting his 2nd wicket, and Windward Islands presently 26 for the loss of 3 after 10.1 overs. And alongside me, the revered Mr. Ian Mason. Ian, your thoughts on those first 10 overs from Trinidad and Tobago in the field?
Well, despite having the 3 drop catches, they're still on top of this game.
It could have well been 6 wickets down already. So the Trinidad and Tobago team showing how good they are with the ball in their hand. It's so much so that Adian Racha has not been given a ball as yet. He hasn't been introduced in the attack as yet. And we know how he can be. So this shows that Trinidad and Tobago could defend anything that their batsmen give them to defend.
Yeah, definitely. And just as I mentioned before the break as well, the possibility of spin.
Yes, of course. Trinidad and Tobago, no shortage of spinners in this country at all levels. And Sonny continues yet to concede. Taken a wicket already. 1 for none. Halfway through his second over. Ball is keeping low. Stifled appeal. Never get no run. I know very soon we'll see Adian Racha introduced into the attack, especially as Ali would have completed his 5th over. So maybe we'll see Racha coming from the northern end. Getting the inside portion of the bat as he looked to come forward. To Elcock, who returned on the pitch because he left. He was one who would have been retired a little earlier, and he would have returned to continue his innings. This one is pushing on the onside, could not get past the cover. And that's the end of his second over. 2 overs, 1 wicket, no runs. Chase, none for 15 or 4. Ali, pick up the bowler so far, 2 for 10 or 5. Theo Edwards is on 19. As the fans, the local fans, the parents, friends, family of the Trinidad and Tobago players making up the bulk of the supporters here at the NCC. Fariz Ali will continue into his 6th over. The last over being a maiden over, and he continues to show how good he is. That's why he has been, that's why he has played for the under-19 team. One of the top bowlers.
It'd be a maiden wicket, in fact, as he got that LBW decision right before the water break. So definitely Trinidad and Tobago having the lion's share of the momentum right now, and they'd want to use that to convert as best as possible.
This one is signaled wide by the umpire. Ball outside you of some. Maybe he wanted Elcock to reach for it, especially how he just came back from suffering from some cramps earlier. So maybe the bowler is thinking about getting him outside of his comfort zone and having to stretch and meet that ball. That's the line that he has targeted. This one is forcing him to play on the back foot. Ali, 5 overs, 1 delivery, 2 for 11. Coming out of Naparima College, formed a partnership with the under-19 national player Liam Mamchan during the secondary school season. Getting some awkward ball staying low. Batsman playing this one awkwardly into the onside. Elcock had a very good spell when he was bowling in the Trinidad and Tobago innings. Got some extra lift and purchase from the pitch. This time the foot is in the other shoe, as they say.
So Faris Ali continues to bowl a nagging line and a nagging length. He's driving straight to the man in the cover region. They will get no run. Faris Ali well supported by his teammates in the field.
Yeah, definitely needs to have that support from all of the fielders, not only as the opening bowler, but also as the captain as well. And I think once the Trinidad and Tobago team can show that set of energy and that determination to win, they will be on the right track here. That one driven into the offside. Again picked up by the fielder in the covers region for no run. So building some good pressure here is Faris Ali. Into the 12th over and the score 27 for the loss of 3. One of the other batsmen who retired hurt is still in the dugout. Interesting to see if he would come back to the innings, as has Elcock. It's well defended from Elcock, just into the offside. And it brings the end of the 12th over from Faris Ali. The score 27 for the loss of 3 wickets. Ali 2 wickets for 11 thus far. Sunny 1 wicket for no runs.
It's a strange bit of gardening from the batsman. I've seen gardening all over, and for many years. First time I've seen gardening like that. Actually pushing and scraping whatever off the pitch.
Well, I'm sure it's probably a new method, Ian. You know, it might be something that has recently come into development, given that both you and I have progressed in age. You know, it might very well be a new technique that is used.
I know usually they would tap on a spot. And that's what I'm accustomed to seeing, but that looks like you can. This a bit short, but didn't time it well. Ball coming down to mid-off. Fielded by the long-off fielder who will run into a mid-off position. This will bring the left-handed Elcock to strike, so the fielders will just make the necessary change around. Gardening like that, you know, most cases batsmen would try to have minimum damage to the pitch whatsoever because you are to face on that pitch. And that seems like a slower delivery from Sonny. And Elcock had to wait on it.
Sonny has been bowling very tight here indeed. And the thing is, he's getting some variable bounce as well. So it's not the easiest player to get a hold of. That one just in the wide line. You see the umpire turning. Is he going to signal? I think he's given the bowler the benefit of the doubt on that occasion.
He was actually thinking about it. You could tell that he was thinking about it.
You can see the way he just positioned his body. You were just expecting to see the arms outstretched, but Sonny getting a reprieve there. One again, displayed to that field that short cover. So bowling to his field, into his 3rd over. Only 1 run scored of him from the bat. 1 leg by in his 1st over. A run off the bat in the first delivery of this over. And 2 more deliveries left to finish strong for Sonny. That's a very intelligent slower ball there. Deceiving the batter all ends up. He saw it, went for the full heave, and played a shot before the ball even reached. And we saw it even took a bounce before it reached to the keeper, Niall Mingo. So intelligent again from Sonny, showing all of his different tricks and tactics on display.
And that was a beautifully executed slower ball. And well lined, drew him into the shot. Well bowled.
Oh, and that one almost chopping onto the stumps. Getting that inside edge and passing ever so dangerously close there, Ian.
Yes, very good, intelligent bowling from Alvin Sonny. 1 for 1 off his 3 overs. So certainly a handful for the Windward Islands team. So it looks like what is going to happen at the top end. There's going to be a bowling change. Looks like we're going to see the introduction of spin. So still no Racha. As you can see him in further back at the top of the screen with his hands just in the air a short while ago. So still no Racha into the attack. Maybe he might replace Sonny from the southern end. So going to see some spin for the first time. Anil Ruplal introduced into the attack. And of course with the pitch, you're going to get some purchase. Going to get some turn. What are your thoughts on seeing Ruplal being introduced early into the attack?
Well, I definitely was calling for spin, so I am excited, I must say. I've heard a lot about this youngster. And we can see from that first delivery, there's much justification as to what has been said about him.
And if you look at on the pitch, just in front of the right-hander.
Those footmarks were readily made for him by the left-arm fast bowlers.
Definitely made for him. That's for him especially. So the batsmen are going to have some problems once he pitches the ball right around that area. So the right-handed batsman, in this case Theo Edward, will have to be concerned about that. And
he's giving him...
As we were talking, as you asked for Anil Ruplal to come into the attack, you asked for the spin, and right away, Tony took 3 deliveries. And right away, Theo Edwards go.
I'm telling you, Ian, I was just looking at the footmarks on the pitch from the start of this innings. And as you can see, that delivery, lovely flight. And that one actually seems to probably have been a googly because it seems to have gone into the pads rather than turning away from the right-hander. The first 2 deliveries were leg spin. And that one, the googly just keeping low and going straight onto the pads. Plum is Edward, and that's a very, very big wicket because he was the only batsman that stood up for Windward Islands thus far and has been playing confidently in his strokes. But now that he has to go, it leaves Elcock stranded there on none from 18 deliveries, and now the twin brother of the captain, Kurt Murray, comes to the crease. So, as you rightfully said, I was asking for the spin because we both know how the NCC wicket plays, and the second innings with spin on offer, anything can happen.
So Windward Islands looking for 196 for victory, or 28 for 4 in the 14th over. And really on the back foot by a strong Trinidad and Tobago bowling attack. Ruplal, his first wicket in just 3 deliveries, getting rid of Theo Edwards. And of course the Windward Islands in some serious trouble as they are looking to get to 195. That looks like 400 at this moment.
Yeah, definitely. And you can see the required run rate also creeping up as well. Right now, the current run rate just over 2 and the required over 4.5 thereabouts. So, definitely the Windward Islands will be looking to get a move on if they can. At least try to convert some of those dot balls into singles. Just look to milk the bowling, find the gaps, and put some pressure on the fielders. But at this stage, Trinidad and Tobago certainly on top with their bowling efforts.
He's driving straight to extra cover. So Ruplal, 4 deliveries, 1 wicket for no runs. He has the bowler's footmarks outside the right-hander. And of course, it's another right-hander who has come into the attack.
who has come into bat, sorry.
That one pushed down to long on, single taken. I would have probably even liked Ian with that new batter at the crease to see that long off and long on come into the circle and just build that pressure, make them go over the top or force them to work hard for any sort of runs. You don't want to give away easy signals after an excellent over from Rupal comes to an end at the end of 14 overs. The score 29 for the loss of 4 wickets with one batsman having retired out previously.
Well, the runs looking like a scarcity at the moment as these spectators certainly happy with the progress the Trinidad and Tobago team would have made so far. And the Windward Islands 29 for 4 in a serious pot of butters. Alvin Sonny will continue from the southern end. He is 4th over. He will begin. Just 3 overs gone. 1 wicket for 1 run. So Alvin Sonny, still no Racha. Doesn't look like Racha may get a ball the way things are going here.
Well, it's very intriguing indeed because we were so accustomed to seeing Racha open the bowling for Presentation College for the entirety of the season. However, Sonny has done an excellent job. For Rizali, also an excellent job. And take nothing away from the left-handed opening bowler as well, who also did an excellent job.
Yes,
That's Chase.
Alexander Chase, I've been watching him since Presentation College Agonas this season, and he has been very impressive. While the Ricardo Chase from Presentation might be a bit more popular, but I think Alexander Chase has been doing superb for Presentation as well. He's very aggressive. I saw him bowl some nasty bouncers in some of the games. I know he's a handful. And this shows how good and strong this team is.
Yes, you're definitely spot on there, Ian. And in fact, Chase set the tone right with his first over getting that outside edge and then also getting 2 edges off his bowling that was dropped. And the thing is, he did not sulk. He continued to persist. He continued to find the right areas, build that pressure, and it led to Farizadi getting wickets on the other end. So it really just goes to show, once you bowl in partnerships and you bowl sensibly, anything can happen.
Murray driving. I'm sure his uncle Junior would be proud. And they will get 1.
I wonder if there's any relation to our local Colin Murray.
I said uncle, but I think it's actually cousin.
Yes, it's good to see that the cricketing genetics have flowed down the line, and greatness certainly.
Yes, of course. Even when the under-19 tournament, and when you look at the Leeward Islands, you had Wilden Cornwall Jr., and of course we all know Wilden Cornwall Sr., and of course they both related to Rakeem Cornwall as well. I think Wilden Cornwall Jr. will be Rakeem Cornwall's cousin.
It's great to have all of that involvement. Sonny looking for another wicket here. Whew, and he almost had it on that occasion. Slower delivery, getting the inside edge of the bat, passing ever so close to that leg stump, and good work in the field, restricting the batters just to 2, preventing that ball from running all the way down the slope to the boundary for 4.
He's showing his variety with the well-disguised slower deliveries, Alvin Sonny. Perhaps actually taking a page out of Dwayne Bravo's book. He was an excellent bowler when it comes with a slower ball.
Well, even in his first over, Sonny showed that slower ball, and he started off with 2 maidens. So he's definitely not afraid to mix it up.
This one is driving, getting good handle off of that one. They would come back for the second.
Yeah, that one was a nice looking shot. Not timing it as sweetly as you would have liked, otherwise it would have raced away to the boundary, but getting 2 welcome runs indeed. And in this over so far, 5 runs coming off of it for Windward Islands. A bit of an anomaly for Trinidad, given the fact that Sonny's first 2 overs went for maidens.
And good work from Mingo. Excellent work. That ball had to hit something on the pitch. Big deviation. And excellent work from Mingo. He looked like
I was watching a replay of an old Jeffrey Dujo tape. Look at the work for Mingo. The ball definitely.
In fact, that was a leg
That
cutter,
was a leg
Ian.
cutter from.
Look at the amount
Sonny.
of turn off of the
Way.
pitch from Sonny.
That he actually turned that ball. I thought it had hit something on the pitch. He actually turned that ball. I think Sonny could be an excellent leg spinner as well.
That just goes to show you, I'm sure with Rupla taking the ball from the other end, he's licking his lips at the opportunity here with all of that turn on offer.
I think he's driving. Oh, another drop catch. And Riyad Muhammad this time the culprit. Oh my word.
It went straight to him, quick indeed, as we see the replay there. But
Just had to go a bit.
just that head height, Ian.
Yes, just over some disappointment. That's Lendl Simmons and Imran Khan.
I'm sure Imran Khan will be very proud of the leg spin he's seen on display.
Yes. Imran Khan, the leading wicket taker for Trinidad and Tobago in first-class cricket.
It really is great to have those legends of the game in Trinidad and Tobago coming and showing their support to these youngsters, as well as we know the coach Riyad Emrit, who would have played and still plays alongside Imran Khan and Lendl Simmons, and Riyad Emrit and Imran Khan having been part of that Central Sports team that won the T20 Festival this year as well.
Yes, and I'm sure I can almost put my head on a block to say that Imran Khan and Lendl Simmons would have lent support to Riyad Emrit in some of these coaching sessions, and he would have invited them.
Yes, well, to be honest, the knowledge that those three players have amongst them is so invaluable that once they can impart it in the right manner to these youngsters, they will definitely be better off, because to have players who are still active in the game, as you see that one just fended into the offside, to have players who are still playing and coaching at the same time, having that regional and international experience is something that you can definitely hope to gain and maximize from.
So Anil Ruplal, the cousin of Ravi Rampol, but Rampol not a leg spinner, but and this one is turned away to the widest fine leg. They will get one. They will come back for two, and they will not get the 4 runs because of the heavy outfield. The outfield is a bit slow, on the slow side. So Anil Ruplal completed his second over. 3 runs coming off of this one.
It's going to be the spin of Ismail Ali. And we take a look at some of the supporters there, definitely enjoying some refreshments. See the father of Mr. Chase.
Henry Chase, also legal advisor of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board. I'm not sure if I get that term correctly, but he is with the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, Henry Chase, the father of Alexander Chase. Ali, the man from Sally Bay in Toku, gets this one driven back past him. I spoke to his parents this morning. They got up since about 4 o'clock this morning to make the trip here to support their son.
And that sort of dedication, Ian, I can tell you, is priceless. You know, the fact that the parents got up, sure they would have had other things to do, but cleared their schedule and ensured to be here to see their son make his debut for this national team.
This one is driven, and they will get no run. Fielded in the covers. Ali, and also there's some bowlers rough marks in front of the right-hander. The ball is looking to swing that one, loud appeal. And they will get a disappointing response from the umpire as he says not out. Morio's on 3, Elcock 6 from 25 deliveries, looking to drive. They will get 1. That's the end of Ali's first over. The Windward Islands looking to get at 196 to win. They are 38 for 4 after 17 overs and really in a spot of bother.
Yeah, definitely 158 required from 198. Previously, the runs to ball ratio really did not have much significance because they required a 196 off 300 deliveries at the start of the innings. At this stage, you can certainly see that gap closing due to the pressure put on by Trinidad and Tobago in the field. And 158 required from 198. As you see this delivery from Rupal down the leg side and signaled a wide by umpire Kevin Sisnet. So essentially, the pressure that Trinidad and Tobago is putting on right now, they need to build on that and get more wickets. Otherwise, Windward Islands can easily bat through here and still look to rotate the strike to get up to that total of 196. That one is a full toss, hoisted away on the leg side. Fielders giving chase and pick it up quite comfortably. Good return and just 2 runs conceded in the end.
Yes, you can see that full toss, and it's always difficult for a leg spinner. As we did mention that earlier, even in the Trinidad and Tobago innings.
Well, we in fact recall one of the full toss deliveries from the Windward Islands leg spinner, Joseph, that Riyad Muhammad almost played straight into the hands of the fielder short on the leg side right before he reached 50. So those full tosses can be devious indeed. So one just taking the bottom edge of the bat onto the leg side. Just a single. Rupal will be encouraged here to just pull back the length of the ball a bit. Too full at this stage, allowing the batsman to just step forward and drive. And once he pulls back the length and has them second guessing whether they come forward or wait on it, that's where the pitch will come into play.
Rupal playing that one straight to mid-off. Elcock, bothered by his earlier injury scare. 6 from 26. One is hitting this one down to the mid-wicket area. Will come back for 2. Down to the mid-wicket, fielded down to the boundary, the mid-wicket boundary. So Rupal finishing his 3rd over. 1 for 10. Ali, 1 over 5 run, 1 run from his 5 dot balls. Kurt Murray, he is on 7, and Can Elcock is on 8, as the Windward Islands are 44 for 4 after 18 overs. The current run rate down to 2.44 runs per over. And they need 152 runs from 192 deliveries.
You see the both umpires there just having a bit of a word with the batters. Not sure if it's in relation to the water break on the field.
Ali to the right-handed Murray, ball wide and signal wide by the umpire. So they add one more to the score, 45 for 4. The off-break bowler.
Ali, who is in fact the captain for the Northeast Under-17 team, finished with 11 wickets total in that tournament.
Oh, good delivery. Beating the bat of Kurt Murray, drew him forward and picked up by Mingo, who quickly dislodged the bail, but Murray never left his crease. Batsman just trying to use his feet. Playing the ball on the onside, they will get no run.
Seems to be a flat type of bowler, Ali. Not really giving the ball much loop or allowing it to turn off of the pitch, but just bowling some of those darters. And that one is flighted a bit, but too short on that occasion, allowing the batsman to punch it into the offside, fielder coming off deep extra cover, and it's just a single.
Yes, he found the gap in that instance. So both batsmen on 8, Khan and Kurt Murray, Khan Elcock and Kurt Murray, who was very impressive earlier with the ball. Elcock opted to leave that for the wicket keeper. You also leave this one for the wicket keeper. That will close the over. That's the end of the over. It's 46 for 4 after 19 overs. Another look at some of the spectators who are in the shade, getting some of the breeze. The gentleman using that bicycle as a footrest, getting himself comfortable. Anil Upal into his 4th over. Good figures. That makes for a good reading. 3 overs, 1 ball, none for 10. As this one is slash on the onside, they will get 1. And that's all they will get.
I would just love to see him repeat those first 3 deliveries of his first over, Ian, where he turned 2 away from the right-hander with a lot of purchase, and then that third one a bit slower through the air and change of delivery in terms of the googly, and went on to hit the pad. So granted, he has a left-hander to contend with here as well, but a googly first up to this left-hander is a good play. That was 2 full at a one-handed catch. What a catch taken!
Beautiful catch.
My word, that's Israel Ali there, number 12, with a one-handed spectacular catch. And we were just waiting to see if that ball was going over his head to the boundary.
It actually went over his head. He leant back and just snatched that. A beautiful catch from Ali to get rid of Elcock. Look at it again. A full toss, another full toss. Look where he got got it. It actually went over and snatched out of the air. Beautiful catch. And those are the kind of catches that can really lift the spirit of the team. Brilliant catch. To me, that's the play of the day so far.
Oh, definitely. And I mean, that catch, in addition to his batting performance when he came at the end, if he can get a few wickets here when he comes back to bowl on the other end, what a game he's having here, Ismail Ali. But that definitely stood out based on the fact that they dropped at least 3 or 4 sitters in the innings already. And by sitters, we mean those catches were very, very easy to take compared to the ones that they have.
Straightforward catches. You can remember one from Brendan Bodo fielding at first slip. And of course, look at that again. The full toss. I think the bowler has to.
And we see that catch in slow motion. Great work by our producer there just to pull that back and show you how he leaped in the air, was at least 2 to 3 feet off the ground with his left hand outstretched, and that ball just stuck. It's one of those, Ian, that it's either the ball sticks in your hand or it goes out.
And this instance is stuck in his hand as the new batsman is Cody Grant.
So it's going to be Ruplal. 2 wickets now. Just see a fist bump there shared between Riyad Muhammad and Ismail Ali. Celebrating that catch still. This one is driven nicely through the offside. Not a bad way to get off the mark there from Cody Grant. The score pushing on to 49 for the loss of 5. In this, the 20th over, just 2 deliveries remaining.
Cody Grant, the young sensation coming into the banter. Partner Kurt Murray. Good delivery again from Ruplal. 2 for 13 after 4 overs from the leg spinner. The Windward Islands, 5 down, 49 runs on the board. They are going at 196. They need a very good partnership now. They need someone to step up and bring this game home for them. It's not impossible. Only 147 runs needed from 180 balls. Still very gettable. But they need that person or 2 batsmen to put their hands up and make a game out of this. Still in the game, but it's going to be hard work from here.
Yeah, definitely. They just have to keep their heads in the game, keep their focus in the right place, and play smart cricket. Without that, then it might be very difficult for them to reach to the end.
Ismail Ali, buoyed by that brilliant catch he took into field just in the over. So he continues to bowl 2 overs, 1 delivery, only 3 runs.
Yeah, certainly he keeps it very tight indeed. As I was saying previously, I'd just like to see him pull back the pace of the ball a bit. Allow the ball to spin. As on that occasion. Right on cue there, Ali. Beautiful delivery, deceiving the outside edge of the batter. As you realize with the surface here, when you push the ball through, it's easier for the batters to play. When you pull back the pace of the ball and the length, you have to force them to come forward. And just like that, he's finished 4 dot deliveries already. So getting through his overs very quickly here is Ali. Not wasting any time at all. That one is not a full-fledged sweep shot. I would say just paddled on the leg side down to the field that short fine leg, and it's a single to the total.
Yes, so hustling, stealing a single. So Cody Grant will face up to Ismail Ali for the first time. Coming out from St. Vincent. Pushing the ball forward. Fielded there by the captain Fariz Ali. That's the end of the 21st over. Windward Islands 50 for 5. And not a scorecard they would want to look at.
Definitely from the onset it seemed as if it was going to be a relatively simple chase in terms of the runs required from the balls, but we know how this pitch plays. We know how Trinidad and Tobago bowling lineup is in terms of the potency of the pacers mixed with the spinners, and similar to when Windward Islands were bowling and they kept it tight, we have seen Trinidad and Tobago doing that here. A main difference, Ian, that I have noticed is the running between the wickets. Trinidad and Tobago really didn't allow too many dot balls to accumulate. They kept on getting those singles and rotating the strike. The difference here, as we can see, that hesitancy. I mean, granted, he was waiting on that ball to pass the fielder for the single, and they come back for 2. But many instances during the Windward Islands innings, they have not looked for that single inside the circle. They have not looked to just manipulate the ball to either side of the field or play with soft hands and try to keep that scoreboard ticking. And now the equation is getting a bit tight.
If you look at the fielders, they are not actually staying on the circle, the inner circle. They are inside of the inner circle, cutting out that chance of that quick single. You really have to play with very, very soft hands. In fact, almost with no hands at all to get that single. Usually, when the fielders are on the inner circle, you get the opportunity to get that quick single. But not the fielders here; they are inside, cutting that possibility.
That's one short outside and cut away. Just a single again. So even when they do find the gaps, they're only getting 1, maybe 2 at the most. It's been a long time since we've had a boundary.
Anil Rupal, just 1 delivery to complete his 5th over, 16 for 2. See, they're really bowling well in the right areas. The loud appeal and the umpire says not out as Mingo and a comfortable and a confident appeal.
And you can see there clear light between the ball and the bat.
Riyad Muhammad was already up on her way.
I think his finger was also raised too, Ian.
That's not a scorecard that the Windward Islands like. 55 for 3, Edward 20, Murray 13, Elcock 8, Ali 2 for 11, Rupal 2 for 16. And Sonny, the other wicket. Ali, ball driven back to Ali. Doesn't pick it up cleanly, but he did stop a possible single. Ali already into his 4th over. 3 overs, 1 ball, 4 runs. Kurt Murray trying to give himself some room.
When you have a bowler in your arsenal that can bowl his overs quickly and concede little to no runs, Ian, it really is a trump card. Because granted, he would not be getting the wickets on this end, but as we spoke earlier in the first innings about bowling and partnerships, he's keeping it tight on this end, and then you have Rupal on the other end, who's just flighting the ball and bowling different lengths and allowing the batters to play a more variety of shots, which also leads to more potentials for dismissal.
And this shows the good work that Coach Riyad Emirates is doing with his team. Excellent.
Yeah, you can really see the difference in the hunger and the mindset of these players. A bit too short on that occasion. Just a single again. So even when the bowlers have been errant and not pitching deliveries where they would like to, the penalty is not that much. It's just a single.
Another fast over completed. Ismail Ali, 2 overs in that over. 2 runs in that over. I beg your pardon. Alvin Sonny 1 for 6 from 4. Ali 2 for 11 from 6. Ruplal 2 for 16 from 5. So the bowlers are getting through their overs, not only quickly but very cheaply. Not expensive at all.
So Ruplal continuing into his 6th over here.
Is that another chance gone down? We'll wait to see if the umpire will signal. And again, the slow outfield, the ball stopping before the boundary. Let's see what the umpire signals. He does not signal anything.
Seems to have
So
come off the bat in that case.
Definitely came off the bat.
Between the gap of keeper and that first slip. Fortuitous edge there from Cody Grant. That one was definitely an off spinner from the leg spinner. You can see at the last minute he just changes action ever so slightly and bowled that one as an off spin delivery.
I have to see that again because it turned sharply into the right-hander. Was that an off spinner? Was that a googly?
Off spinner indeed.
Excellent. If you can do that, do you even need to bowl a googly?
He bowled it with almost the same action. Only at the last minute he changed.
This one going down the leg side, the umpire rightfully signal wide. That shows the talent that this team has.
And as we say, plenty of the younger cricketers coming up these days here, and they are learning all the different tricks of the trade. You have to be able to, because if you grow up playing the same traditional way as before without improving or adapting your skills to suit, then you'll basically be easy to figure out and to play against. Need to have some sort of element of mystery or surprise, especially as a spin bowler, to have that variety on hand.
Alexander Chase 4 overs 15 runs, Ali 6 overs 11 runs, Sonny 4 overs 6 runs. They're very economical bowling. Ruplal 6 overs 21 runs. Excellent bowling. See some, I think this is family to Mingo. We passed them earlier today. As we say goodbye to Kishore Bahadur Singh, we welcome back Anil Dungi Lakan in the commentary booth. Ismail Ali continues from the southern end. 4 overs, none for 6. And what do you make of Ismail Ali?
Very confident young man indeed. He does get that ball to leave the right hander. It resembles the Dusara that pitches and goes on with the arm. So he does have some variation as this young man, Ismail Ali. Very impressive indeed. This one is driven to mid-off. There's no run. So Ishmael Ali continues his good work here at the National Cricket Centre, putting the skids on the Windward Islands batters.
So the Trinidad and Tobago team getting a measure, well, looking to get a measure of to avenge the loss from the Windward Islands team last year's edition. Ball, they will get 4, I think, this time. The ball will just trickle into the boundary for 4, a rare boundary, something you will not have seen since a very long time. Ali just erring in line just a bit and helped away for 4 by Kurt Murray.
Yeah, Ishmael Ali just pulling long there, but Kurt Murray getting inside the line and tugging it into that backward square boundary. So the score goes up by 4. So 64 for 5. This one is turned into that square leg position. There's no run. Luca Ali does the fielding. And at the end of over number 25, the Windward Islands chasing a victory target of 196 for victory. They're 64 for 5. With Kurt Murray on 18 and Cody Grant, he's on 7 not out. Ishmael Ali has completed 5 overs at 2 for 10.
So they have reached the halfway point of the innings. Only 64 runs on the board. Still needing 132 runs to win. Not a good showing, not a good sight, a scoreboard for the Windward Islands, as Trinidad and Tobago currently has the upper hand in this particular fixture.
Trinidad and Tobago continue to dominate this opening fixture between the Windward Islands here at the National Cricket Centre. And just possibly going a bit too wide, there is Anil Ruplal, the nephew of Ravi Rampal. And here's a loud appeal, but the umpire is having none of it. I'd love to have another look at that. Pitching on. My goodness, just a quarter paint away there, Ian. Excellent delivery from Anil Ruplal. A leg break spinning sharply across the right-hander. And this one is worked out to mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket. They're going to get 1. Alvin Sonny and the boundary doing the duties. So 1 is added to the score. It's now 66 for 5. $130 required for 147 balls. It's the off spinner here from Ruplal. And attempting that second run, but some excellent work from Luca Ali. They're moving from mid-wicket to that square leg position. And they're only able to get a single, so Kurt Murray moves on to 19. And a loud appeal, but I just think that is a bit too high. That ball turning and bouncing alarmingly. So I'd like to say a pleasant good afternoon to Mr. Ian Wilson.
Good afternoon to you too. As this ball is driven on drive, they will get 1. And that's the end of the over. 5 runs coming off of it, 4 off the bat, 1 wide. Rupalal, 7 overs, 2 for 25.
And at this stage, Ian, would you be tempted to bring back one of your fast bowlers to try and finish off this innings? Because remember, fast bowling points are going to play an integral part in terms of who declared the winner of this tournament.
Yes, and I've been calling I've been calling for
Adian Racha. He hasn't been given the ball yet. We are yet to see him in this innings, but the bowlers who would have bowled so far have all bowled well. Each of the bowler, when given the ball, made a very huge contribution. Even that Chase didn't get any wickets, he started off by putting on that pressure in the beautiful first over he would have bowled. This one staying rather low, not getting up at all.
But looking at the conditions out in the middle, it is definitely tailor-made for the spinners.
Yes.
So this one is just inside the tram line, keeping low as well.
Yes, the spinners, it's a spinning pitch, but as you mentioned, the bonus points, very important.
The Windward Islands would have benefited in that way by getting 7 wickets via their fast bowler, so 0.7. This one is drilled down to mid-off. Full toss from Ismail Ali.
And what is even more important, although it's about a full toss, it's a dot ball.
Yeah, so the run rate continues to climb. It's just about 5.5 runs and over. And it's a dangerous ploy by Cody Grant. He just seems to be camping on the back foot. And with the ball having that tendency to stay low, he possibly could be a LBW candidate.
Bowl him! So a wicket here for Ismail Ali, the last ball of his 6th over. And another wicket goes for the Windward Islands, 68 for 6.
And Cody Grant playing all around that delivery is the one that goes away with the arm and knocking that middle stump out of the ground.
So at the end of 27 overs, the Windward Islands looking to get to 196, are 68 for 6, and we take drinks.
So we are back live here at the National Cricket Centre. The Windward Islands chasing a victory target of 196 for victory after 27 overs. They are 68 for 6 and really under the cosh here. With Jelani Joseph making his way out in the middle. And with him, Kurt Murray, he's on 19. So we see a change of bowling from the northern end. Brandon Boodoo, who bowls a leg spin and googly, is being introduced. And this one is punch down to the extra cover position. The fielder comes off the boundary. Alexander Chase doing the work. And rifles a return at the non-striker's end. And the score goes up by 1. It's 69 for 6. And I say special welcome to Ian.
Yes, had a bit of drinks to cool down the heat. This blazing hot sun. Can you imagine how the players are feeling outside? As Bodo, this one is played on the onside, they will get no run. Jelani Joseph yet to get off the mark. Kurt Murray is on 20.
So Brandon Boodoo being introduced into the attack in the 28th over. And this one is played out to the sweeper position. They're going to get a single. Alexander Chase does the fielding. And the score goes up by 1. It's 70 for 6 in over number 28. So Brandon Boodoo, after a promising start with the bat, perishing earlier on. And another one that is played out to extra cover.
They would get 1. So Bodo going through his over quickly. He's just conceded three runs from his 5 deliveries so far.
And that's the length he wants to be bowling. Just a bit fuller there.
Given a lot of air.
Yeah, trying to invite that drive. But it's played out to extra cover. So at the end of over number 28, the Windward Islands are chasing a victory target of 196 for victory. They are 71 for 6 with Jelani Joseph. He's not out on 1. And Kurt Murray is on 21, playing a lone hand here for the Windward Islands.
And that's the end of 28 overs as Ismail Ali, 6 overs, 1 for 10 will continue from the southern end.
So it's going to be Kurt Murray to take strike. Ismail Ali continues here from the pavilion end, bowling with a slip. And this one is flirting with danger again. Ian, it's tricky business to play on the back foot on a wicket that's too paced. And we see Kurt Murray taking that. And this one is punch out to extra cover. Skipper Fariz Ali does the fielding. There's no run. It's a flighty delivery, and this one is drilled through mid-off. An excellent shot there from Kurt Murray, caressing that ball between extra cover and mid-off, and it goes into the boundary. But flighty delivery there from Ismail Ali, and given the treatment there by Kurt Murray. So that takes the score on to 75 for 6.
Murray, and with another rare boundary in this innings. He moves on to 25, the lone fighter in this team.
So at this stage, Ian, Ismail Ali must be just feeling a bit jaded a bit here. It might just be the ideal time to give him a rest.
Yes, 7 overs on the trot.
And this one is work through forward a square. They go for one. They're going to come back for no. So it was sent back there. Kurt Murray was sent back there by Jelani Joseph, and wisely so. So Adrian Ratcher restricts the score in just a single.
This is his most expensive over so far, 5 runs.
But what's important for him, he'll want to close it off here with a dot. And that one had a bit of bite on it. Jelani Joseph just looking at it until a final moment and played it out to that mid-on position. So there's no run. At the end of over number 29, a 76 for 6. Ian, 120 required from 127 deliveries.
It's going to be a very tough task for them. Looking at that, it's not difficult, but the wickets, as you can see, some more spectators looking on from a nice position, nice vantage point. Seem not to be bothered by the sun, what that will be behind them. Joseph is on 1, Kurt Murray on 26. The Windward Islands, tall order, 120 from 126, but only 4 wickets in hand, as Brendan Budofield says old bowling.
Yes, a nicely flighted delivery there from Brendan Budu. And it's played back to the bowler. And this one is on driven, down to long on. It's only going to be a single. That single takes Murray on to 26. The score moves up by 1. It's 77 for 6. So Trinidad and Tobago opting for the leg spinning option of Brendan Budu. And going past the outside edge. Jelani Joseph trying to punch that ball through the offside, not making contact. And we are yet to see the 4th fast bowling option in Adrian Ratcher. And what do you make of that decision, Ian?
I've been surprised. Following his career in the schools cricket, I thought he would have been one of the top bowlers to be introduced early, but just changing things around, the captain seeing, and because every match situation will be different. Every match situation will be different. And every bowler that has bowled so far did what they were supposed to do and did it well. Alvin Sonny, superb in his spell. Fariz Ali, Alexander Chase, they have all been almost perfect. So every situation, because you have to take in consideration the pitch or the pitches playing and everything. So it's not bad decisions
So
made by Fariz Ali.
Are you saying it's horses for courses?
Of course, it's horses for courses. Different pitches have the different situations, and we are seeing Fariz Ali having a look at him, and it looks like there's going to be a change. Looks like he's going to come on from the southern end, because you were just saying that Ali needed a break because you're starting to get tired. 7 overs straight. Now we are seeing Eden Ratcher introduced into the attack.
So Adrian Ratcher getting his opportunity here from the pavilion end, and this young man, very ambitious indeed, comes all the way from Libertville in Rio Claros. He will want to make an immediate impact, having done so with the bat, scoring a polished 25. And I'd like to say a special good afternoon to Gordo.
Gordon Pierre, who would have just come from one of the other matches that was played. So Eden Ratcher, another one from the San Fernando Presentation College. He's a top bowler for them this year. Very quick, and a bowler who will be a handful in this tournament.
Yeah, but one would have thought that he would have been given his opportunity with that new cherry. But I'm sure that the think tank of this Trinidad and Tobago team they're gonna use him maybe in that fashion that he's got the role of an enforcer to run in and bowl as quickly as he can to make some inroads into this Windward Islands batting lineup. So it's going to be Aiden Ratcher. And this one is driven out to backward point. Just opening the face there was Kurt Murray. And Brendan Boodoo doing the fielding there at backward point. There's no run. So the score remains on 77 for 6. So this ball now is 30 overs old. Let's see what the likes of Aiden Ratcher could muster out of this ball. And this one is driven sweetly down to mid-off by Kurt Murray. He does look very stylish indeed. Just easing onto the front foot. Hitting through the ball on the up, but not being able to pierce the gap. The score remains on 77 for 6. Kurt Murray, one of the lone bright spots in this Windward Islands batting team. And this one is short of a length, and that one really took off from a length. It was true. Murray, even before he could have got the bat down, wicketkeeper Niall doing the cleaning up. So the score remains on 77.
Yes, so Ratcher bowling with a ball 30 overs old on a pitch like this and getting the ball to do things like that. He's driving on, getting on the inside portion of the bat. They will get 1.
So that ball was just tailing back from outside the line of the off stump. Kurt Murray trying to drive that ball straight down. It takes the inside edge of the bat. It goes down to a long on position. There's only 1 on offer. The score moves on to 78 for 6, and we are into over number 31. The Windward Islands chasing a victory target of 196. And this one is played again. Jelani Joseph getting a single and getting off them. He moves on to 2. So it's not a pitch that's going to keep you awake all night, Ian. It's a little bit low, it's a little bit slow.
Yes, it might keep you awake if you are a fast bowler. It might keep you awake, but as a batsman, you just have to be able to be watchful because some of them will keep low.
And that's some excellent feeling indeed. At mid-off.
And so it shows how important it is to have your fielders supporting the bowlers. At the end of the 31st over, the Windward Islands looking to get at 196, are 80 for 6 after 31 overs.
Yeah, so the Windward Islands, Kurt Murray and Jelani Joseph, they continue the fight for the Windward Islands here at the National Cricket Centre. So the skipper Farizali ringing the changes here at the National Cricket Centre. Brendan Boodoo, he's going to continue from the northern end. Boodoo bowling with a slip, short third man. The third man now goes into backward point position. Cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg. And this one is a nicely flighted leg spinner. Kurt Murray just comes onto the front foot, a bit tentative in nature, but he squeezes it out to backward point. There's no run. And again, was that a missed stomping there, Ian?
It looked like it did not come off the bat, so Didn't look like a catch, so he's
And
driving.
So Brendan Boodoo settling into a nice line and length, just varying his pace a bit. He does have that googly in his armory, so I'm sure at some stage we're going to see that googly. This one is short, rocks onto the back foot, plays it out to that cover point position. Adrian Ratcher does the fielding, and there's no addition to the score. The score remains on 80 for 6. Kurt Murray remains on 29. And this one is turning, it's bouncing. Ishmael Ali at that first slip position. You could see him just getting excited with the bounce and offer. And it's another well-flighted delivery. It's the googly. Getting the inside edge was Kurt Murray, and it goes out to mid-wicket. So at the end of over number 32, the Windward Islands chasing a victory target of 196 for victory. They are 80 for 6 with Kurt Murray. He's on 29 from 66 deliveries. And Jelani Joseph, he's on 2 from 9 deliveries.
That's the end of a maiden over from Boodoo. Boodoo 3 overs 4 runs as Ratcher continues, 1 over 3 runs. The Windward Islands 80 for 6 and in some serious trouble, but Kurt Murray is a man standing alone, 29 not out from 66 deliveries.
Yeah, so Kurt Murray standing between Trinidad and Tobago and victory at the moment here, Ian. But it's going to be Jelani Joseph to take strike from Adrian Ratcher. Adrian Ratcher bowling from the pavilion end. And this one.
So ball, only Mingo was very interested in that one, but the umpire not interested as the appeal has been turned down. Ratcher starting his second over.
So Adrian Ratcher attends the Presentation College in San Fernando, also comes from all the way from Leadbettville in Rio Claro. And this one is driven to extra cover. Skipper Farizali does the work. And there's no addition to the score. So Ratcher immediately hitting those lines and lengths immediately, Ian.
Yes, so he was an integral part in the success of the Presentation College San Fernando team, treble winning team, winning all the formats. He's bowled him. So Ratcher gets in and he signals his fans there watching on. So Ratcher gets into the attack early. He gets into the thick of things. Aidan Ratcher, who would have done so many times this year as Presentation College, they won the 40 overs, 20 overs, and the T10 competitions, winning everything. Ratcher. So it's 80 for 7.
Yeah, so Adrian Ratcher getting his first wicket in this year's tournament here. A quick delivery indeed from Adrian Ratcher. He was through Jelani Joseph trying to drive that ball on the up and being bowled neck and crop. So Kurt Murray standing alone here between Trinidad and Tobago and victory here. Kurt Murray batting very good on 29. So it's going to be Edmund Morancy is going to be accompanying Kurt Murray, and I'd like to say a special good afternoon to no other than Kishav Bahadur.
Yes, definitely a great afternoon, Anil, for Trinidad and Tobago under 17, and especially all of their supporters who are outside, located by the indoor nets. And we have seen more and more people come in throughout the day, and right now I think it's a full house underneath those tents. In fact, some supporters have gone onto the stands to get an ideal vantage point of this potential victory for Trinidad and Tobago. 80 for the loss of 7 wickets. Just 3 wickets remain as we see Moranci has returned to the crease after his initial retired out earlier in the day. So definitely all smiles in the camp, I would assume.
Yeah, at this stage, but for the sake of Trinidad and Tobago, they will want to clinically finish this game as quickly as possible, and one could only appreciate the fact that this Trinidad and Tobago team, having been in a spot of bother, when they batted, they came back really well. They stitched some partnerships together, and it gave them that opportunity to put down a score of 195, which they are defending brilliantly at this stage. But as we say, it's not over until it's over. All it takes is a partnership to develop, and then the whole context of the game changes.
And Kurt Murray is still at the crease, which is another factor to consider. 29 from 66. And for all we know, he could just have been taking his time to get into stride and look to play an expansive or explosive innings coming down to the end. So it would be interesting to see how they continue with the rest of this innings.
And this one takes the edge. It goes down to third man. Niall, the wicketkeeper. That one staying very low. Very difficult take for the wicketkeeper. So the score goes up by 1. It's 81 for 7. Edmund Moranci, adding to his previous total of 2. He's now moved on to 3. And Ratcher continues. This ball is driven down to mid-on. Alexander Chase does the fielding, and there's no run. So 80-23, not 29. And it's a day that the Windward Islands will want to forget very, very quickly indeed. With the next round of matches just in a couple of days, Kishav.
Yeah, especially as they did really well in the first innings to restrict Trinidad and Tobago to just under that 200 target. Granted, it was 5 runs under the target, but as you mentioned rightfully before, the psychological impact of not reaching the 200, they could have capitalized on that, the Windward Islands, from when they came out to bat. And we saw even from the early stages when Trinidad and Tobago dropped at least 3 catches in consecutive overs, the momentum could have easily gone to Windward Islands then. But kudos to the Trinidad and Tobago players, because the captain Fariz Ali taking the first wicket from his end and then continuing to lead from the front with the support of the other bowlers. It really has been an excellent effort all round by Trinidad and Tobago in the field thus far. Apart from those drop catches, they have certainly come back and have the momentum to win this game in their favour right now.
Well, skipper Fariz Ali, he is gonna implement a forward short leg. So Alvin Sonny has the responsibility of taking on that rule. So there's just enough from this surface that's encouraging the spinners as well as the skipper to continue to have aggressive field placings. And this one is driven out to that extra cover. The man from the boundary comes in. Riyad Muhammad doing the work there at that extra cover position. So Trinidad and Tobago smelling blood at this stage. They're going to have that sailing mid-off in position. And this one is cut away to backward point. They're going to be a single. Ratcher runs around to his left. And there's a single on offer.
Given that 3 wickets are remaining, Anil, who do you think would be the premier bowlers if you had to select to get those 3 remaining scalps?
Well, at this stage of the innings, Windward Islands, under the cushion at the moment, I would be tempted if I'm skipper Fariz Ali to bring himself back on and continue with Ratcha and try and finish off, steamroll this team, and get them done and out.
Also with the fast bowling points on offer.
Yeah, so one always have to keep that in mind as well. In order to stay in contention, you need to be picking up fast bowling points. But I must admit that the surface is not conducive to fast bowling at this stage. But with 9, 10 and shark batting, you would definitely fancy your opening bowlers or your frontline bowlers to clean up the steal.
And exactly as we saw with the dismissal from Ratchas over previously, that ball just seaming off of the surface and beating them all ends up for pace.
So there's a silly mid-off in position here now. This is a flighted delivery. It's played out to that short third man position. There's no run. This one is driven down to long off. There's a single on offer. And I think it's important at this early stage of the tournament as well. Most of the teams may not have had competitive cricket for an extended period of time. So I think at this stage, it's important for the likes of Fariz Ali to give his fast bowlers a bit of a workout and get them, into that readiness going deeper into the tournament. Get them to that match fitness level that will be required for them to continue to develop their competitive juices going into the tournament.
Really good point there, Anil. Why not take this opportunity and maximize it and allow all of your players to get that experience and even build their confidence by getting some wickets if they can and get into that groove?
Yeah, so physical fitness is no comparison to match fitness, Kishal. Match fitness is a different kettle of fishes when it comes to game scenario and what it presents in terms of pressure cooker situations. You need your players to be match ready. And the only way that they could be match ready is allowing them the opportunity to express themselves in a game situation. This one goes on the leg side. We were delivery there from Adian Ratcha. So the right hander and left hander just creating a bit of a challenge here for Adian Ratcha. He's coming wrong the wicket to the left hander, trying to get that ball to come in and then leave the left hander at the last moment on the angle.
And previously we saw that Moransi, when he first batted before he had to retire out, he really wasn't looking too comfortable at the crease. Anything outside of the off stump was playing and missing.
Oh, this one is hammered away down to backward point. Moransi looking to be a little bit expansive, but not getting the timing. That ball just dribbles out to backward point. There's no run. The score remains on 85 for 7.
The current run rate has just gone over to 7 for the first time in the innings. And I think at this stage, those defensive shots really wouldn't help them as much. I mean, granted, they wouldn't want to get bowled out too cheaply, but it's either they are playing to win because there's no draw result in this 50-over game.
And he's going for that booming drive outside the line of the off stump, nowhere close to that delivery. It goes past the outside edge, and wicketkeeper Niall Mingo doing the work there. So Adian Ratchard very close to getting a second wicket here in the spell. 1 for 5 in his third over. Looking to get some work under his belt here. And this one is played over that square leg position and it goes into the boundary. A poor delivery there from Adian Ratcha, ponging the ball in the surface. It's not giving the response that he was expecting. It just sat up for the likes of Moransi to tuck that ball over square leg and into the boundary she goes. So that takes the score on to 89 for 7.
We saw that on a couple of occasions when they tried to go short, but the pitch just doesn't seem to have the pace in it to allow those bowlers to bowl that length. And the batters have just waited on it and played that shot very convincingly down the leg side for 4 runs.
So Moranci moving up to 9 with that boundary. And that one is creamed down to that sweeper on the extra cover boundary. That single takes the score on to 90 for 7. And Moranci moves into double figures. He's now 10 from 23 deliveries. And we are into over number 35. And this one is driven straight back. It's beaten the mid off. It goes into the boundary now. And a lovely straight drive there from Kurt Murray. Had 4 written all over it from the moment it left the bat. And a wonderful strike indeed. Going downtown and getting a boundary.
Yeah, you see the fielder chasing it there. I wonder if he could have put in a dive instead of trying to flick it back with his heels. But already went to the boundary and 4 runs added to the total. So Windward Islands playing a bit more aggressively. And this over, as we have already seen, 2 boundaries compared to a lack of boundaries within the first 20 overs of the innings.
Yeah, and skipper Fariz Ali making some adjustments. And this one comes off the wicket. It's driven straight back at the wicket. It deflects down to mid-on. So there's another run on offer. Edmund Moranci. Kurt Murray moves on to 35 at the end of over number 35. So 15 overs still remaining in this game. Required run rate just around that 6 3/4 mark. But what's important, the runs now has gone past the amount of balls. 101 required in 90 deliveries. And we're seeing umpire Simon Aaron is going out to the center. Is it with a box of balls? So they possibly just having a change of ball at this stage here. The ball may have just lost its shape.
Yeah, it's very possible. We saw it happen in the first innings as well. There was a change of ball coming down to the latter period of the overs. Just 15 overs left in the innings so far. 3 wickets remain. It's really interesting to see how the teams would fare. At this point, I think Trinidad and Tobago should go for the jugular. Look to get those 3 wickets as soon as possible, while Windward Islands might want to bat out the overs and allow it to reach to that stage where they can come in not out.
So Kurt Murray continues to battle for his team, the Windward Islands, together with Edmund Moranci. They're putting up some fight, and you know, Kurt Murray, he's been one of the lone bright spots in this Windward Islands batting team, and you must give this young man a lot of credit. You know, there's wickets falling all around him, but he has stood firm. He's continuing that vigil for his team, and you know, it really is a good sight to see this young man continuing to take the fight to the TNT bowlers. One would hope that this TNT team doesn't become complacent.
Yeah, definitely they don't want to let the game run away from them at this late stage. Now, granted, the equation is tough given the fact that 3 wickets are left in the dugout, but Moranci has shown that he has the capability to hit boundaries, as we have just seen in that last over. Kurt Murray is going steady on 35 from 70, even strike rate of 50 that, and I'm sure it can easily change if he wants to be aggressive in this latter stage of the innings. We see a bowling change with Anil Ruplal coming back into the attack, having bowled 7 overs, 2 wickets for 25 runs, replacing Brendan Boodoo. Both of them bowling leg spin with 2 different styles of leg spin.
And this ball is lying just about leg stump. Kurt Murray trying to get that sweep shot going, making no contact. And there's no addition to the score. So Anil Ruplal being summoned by his skipper to make some further inroads. And this one is pulled down. This one is hit. Is it over mid-wicket?
I think that's going to be 6 runs. Yes. And we see the umpire raising his hands here to signal 6 runs as that ball went into the set of fig trees down that area.
So Anil Rupla there dragging along that delivery, but getting the punishment, from that delivery, and that takes Kurt Murray on to 41.
Now that's the danger I was just speaking about, Anil. The fact that Murray is already set. Any loose delivery he can pounce on. So Trinidad and Tobago really cannot afford to bowl any loose deliveries at this stage or relinquish the stronghold that they have over Windward Islands.
So Anil. And he's bang on target. So that maximum takes the score. The 100 comes up for the Windward Islands in the 36th over. 101 for 7. This is a wayward delivery from Anil. Just losing it a bit here. And it's the off break. This one is played down to mid-wicket. Kurt Murray looking for the single. It's not on. Luke Ali at that mid-wicket position. Moves smartly to his left. There's no run. So the forward short leg and Alvin Sunny is going to continue. Oh no, he's removing the helmet. And he's going to be placed at that square leg position. So TNT looking to tighten up things here. Skipper for Rizali. And this is a lovely flighted leg spinner from Anil. Kurt Murray allows it to go to the keeper. There's no run. And this one just making a bit of height off the wicket. Goes back down the pitch. So at the end of over number 36, it's 102 for 7. Kurt Murray, he's on 41 from 76 deliveries, and with him, Edmund Moranci, he's on 10. So a bit of a partnership building here taking place here for the Windward Islands.
Yeah, and they don't want to let this game run away from them. 94 required and 84. Just over 6 runs over, 6.71, the exact required run rate. And with a couple lusty blows, they can easily bring that down to under a run or ball.
Yeah, so once it doesn't get above 8 runs and over, 6.77 runs and over, is more than manageable during the course of the innings. So the TNT unit, they need to continue to be aggressive in their approach. They can't allow this Windward Islands batting team to continue at this rate.
And with that, we see Aidan Racha being replaced by Ismail Ali. 7 overs, 1 for 15 thus far in his spell. Has been very economical. Certainly bowls with a bit more pace through the air. Tries to restrict the batters from scoring.
So he's going to be bowling through and round the wicket to Edmund Moranci. Ismail Ali. Fariz Ali ringing the changes here, looking for that breakthrough. And this one is hit over the bowler's head, just keeping a trifle low. Not getting the elevation. But the score moves up by 1. Moranci goes to 11. Total goes on to 103. So Farizali, the skipper of the TNT team. And this one just holds his line.
You can see how low the ball is keeping there, Anil. More than one occasion, that ball definitely not even getting up past, I would say, ankle height.
And that's why it's important to bowl wicket to wicket.
So you said the feet there, but he wasn't too convinced as he used the feet and stopped in his tracks to just dab that ball into the offside for a single.
Yeah, so Ismail Ali realizing that Kurt Murray wanted to advance down the track and trying to fire that ball wide outside the line of the off stump so he could affect that stumping from his wicket keeper. But just breaking the edge and going down to third man. So it brings Moransi on strike. And this
That's
one is
one. Down the leg side, signal wide by the umpire. One thing the spinners will be mindful of in this innings when they are doing their assessment of the performance, it just be the amount of extras, Anil. I think the spinners have bowled a bit too much wides for their liking.
So we see another chance goes up begging there, the wicketkeeper Nile and Mingo putting down that edge from Moransi, but it's a difficult chance nevertheless. And again trying to attempt that lead dab.
At the end of 37 overs, the score 105 for the loss of 7 wickets. Kurt Murray on 42 from 79. Top scoring for Windward Islands at this stage.
So the experiment has not worked, so back comes Brendan Bulu into the attack. So it's going to be Brendan Bulu from the northern end. It's going to be bowling to Kurt Murray. And he starts off with a nicely flighted leg spinner just on about that fourth stump line. My apology, it's Anil Ruplal returning. This one is lofted down to long on.
Both players very similar in their style of delivery and bowling leg spin. So
yeah, similar style in terms of stature as well.
Rupal want to get a breakthrough here into his 9th over. That one is
And
played
this one is
beautifully.
nailed through mid-wicket. It goes into the boundary now. But a wonderful stop indeed. Restricting the score into just 2.
And he's got the breakthrough. Finally here, Anil Ruplal getting that coveted wicket. And Edmond Moransi has to depart. That ball just seems to have held up in a pitch a bit. Can see from the replay here. He stepped back and across, looking to heave that one to the leg side, getting outer edge and just presenting one of the easiest catches that Ismail Ali would have to take in his life. Very important wicket there, Anil.
Yeah, so just when the Windward Islands just seems to be putting a partnership together, Anil Ruplal spoils the party, getting rid of the dangerous Edmond Moransi here. So after we are into over number 38, and wicket number 8 goes on. It's 108 for 8, trying to flat bat that ball somewhere between mid-wicket or long on. not getting the connection, getting the top edge, and he holds out to slip. So Devonte McDowell. So Anil Rupal gets his third wicket, 3 for 35. He's into over number 9. And it's the off spinner just fizzing past the outside edge.
He really disguises that very well, I must say. Goes as if he has the same delivery and style of action as the leg break, but at the last moment just changes his wrist position and bows that off break delivery. I think against the left-hander he might be encouraged to try another one.
Yeah, one would hope that he will continue with those off breaks.
Can see it right there again. And at the end of 38 overs, the score 109 for the loss of 8 wickets.
So it's going to be Ismail Ali to continue from the pavilion end. He's going to be bowling to Kurt Murray, playing a lone hand of 43. And Kurt Murray standing between victory for Trinidad and Tobago. Flighted delivery, this one is smashed down to mid-off. There's one. It brings Devonte McDowell. I'd like to say special good evening to Ian Weeson.
Good afternoon. Good to be back.
And a quicker delivery from Ismail Ali. Just played back to the bowler. There's no run. And this one is badly lined. So umpire signal in a wide. This one is chopped down to third man. It's only going to be one. So McDowell gets off the mark. 112 for 8. We are into over number 39. And this one is swept down to that deep backward square. They're going to come back for 2 comfortably. Excellent running indeed from the spear, Kurt Murray. That takes him to 44. 46, my apology. And we're closing in on a very impressive half century indeed.
Yes, he stands tall for the Windward Islands, 114 for 8. He's there for 46, for his 46, and faced 83 deliveries. He's been there for quite a while. Ismail Ali, who has replaced Adian Racha, he's into his 9th over, 1 for 23 in his statistics so far. Driving along the carpet, they will get 1.
So lovely flowing off drive there from Kurt Murray. That takes him on to 47. And this one is played out to that extra cover on the boundary. Adrian Ratcher comes off the boundary. Rifles a return. So at the end of over number 39, the Windward Islands, they are 116 for 8, with Kurt Murray batting on 47, and Devontae McDowell, he is on 2.
They need 80 from 66 deliveries. Kurt Murray is well set. What Windwards would need to do, don't give up. It's still, there's hope. If McDowell can stay there with Murray for as long as possible, let Murray, of course he's a set batsman. He's a set player, 47 from 87. Let him get most of the strike and take the game home.
Well, Fariz Ali is going to reintroduce himself from the northern end. So the skipper looking to clean up the tail here, and rightly so. Fariz Ali bowling with a backward point, extra cover on the boundary, long off, long on. A third man goes into position. The man on the mid-wicket boundary comes into inside the circle. And immediately goes past the outside edge of Devontae. Looking for that booming drive through the offside. So Fariz Ali looking to clean up the tail here now. We are into over number 40. And this one is got some pace, it's got some bounce, it's got some carry. Fariz Ali bending his back on this docile track here at the National Cricket Centre. Looking to close off the innings of this Windward Islands batting. And this one is played out to extra cover. Brendan Boodoo doing the fielding. There's no run.
So it's 116 for 8 in the 40th over. Fariz Ali, he's into his 7th over, 2 for 11. McDowell just a 2, but Kurt Murray is on 47. They would want to get Kurt Murray to face most of the strike. As Devontae places on the onside to mid-wicket, they will get 1. So Murray will have 2 deliveries to face. He would obviously want to keep the strike and face the next over.
Yeah, Kurt Murray, he would want to take the majority of the strike. But during the course of this over, McDowell doing the bulk of the batting. So Kurt Murray on strike. And this one is short, rising. Kurt Murray rocks into the back foot, essaying a pull shot, but it goes out to extra cover. There's no run.
So just see Murray rehearsing what he could have done there with that short delivery, maybe pulling it over mid-wicket. He's on 47. He would want to look at his personal milestone, just 3 runs away from 50. But of course, he would want that victory for his team. Still a long way to go. Still needs 79 runs from 61 deliveries. Just 2 wickets in hand But it's not impossible. Just need someone who can stay with him.
So it's a no ball.
So it's a no ball and a free hit, as checking to see how many fielders they have outside of the circle. I think that will be the infringement there, Anil.
Yep. Having more than 4 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. And this one is drilled to extra cover. Anil Rupal, some great feeling at extra cover there. Kurt Edwards unable to take full advantage of that free hit.
Well bowled by Fariz Ali.
That one had a bit of pace on it. It hurried on to him. Looking to steal a single there. Brendan Boodoo unnecessarily pelted with the ball from backward point.
And what is so important about that, it allows now Murray to get first strike in the next over. And if he hadn't done that, then he would have kept Devontae McDowell on strike. So that's a very important mistake they would have made.
So at this stage, the players are going to have a break. We're going to take a break as well. And we're going to come right back when the action resumes at the National Cricket Centre.
Welcome back at the National Cricket Centre in Couva, where Alvin Sonny has returned to the attack. 1 for 6 from his 4 overs, replacing Ismail Ali. So Kurt Murray on strike. He's on 48, just 2 runs away from his personal milestone. But of course, he will be trying to get the Windward Islands over the line. On ball keeping low, the wicketkeeper just having some difficulty in getting that ball, as very importantly, it goes as a dot ball. The Windward Islands need a further 77 runs from 59 deliveries, Anil. With 2 wickets in hand, how would you see this going?
Well, it all depends on how well Kurt Murray continues to bat here at the National Cricket Centre. It's becoming more and more challenging, but he stood firm. He stand tall. And this one, he plays it down to long off. It's a single on offer.
He gets 1. He moves on to 49. But that would also see Devontae McDowell batting at number 10. He will have the next delivery to face, a possible 4 deliveries. And of course, the Trinidad and Tobago team, especially the bowler Alvin Sonny, would want to keep McDowell on strike.
Yeah, so Alvin Sonny does have a bag of tricks, noted for his slower ball. And here he goes into the wicket with that slower ball. That one is drilled through extra cover. For 1, they're going to come back for 2, and they're going to get it very comfortable indeed. So McDowell drilling that ball through extra cover.
Murray showing a lot of faith in his partner, McDowell. Don't mind that he's batting at number 10. And he's looking like a solid top order player. He comes forward, bat and pad close together, plays the ball in front of him. They will get no run.
Yeah, so McDowell coming forward in the approved fashion and playing it back to Sonny. There's no run. So Sonny being reintroduced into the attack. And very easy single. This one is played out to a backward point. There's 1. And Kurt Murray, how well he's played during his innings of 49 thus far. It will be a very well deserved half century indeed if he's able to get on to that 50 mark.
He's standing alone in this innings. He saw wickets falling around him, but he stood resolute. Turning that one, that's his 50. So Kurt Murray raises the bat as he reaches 50. He reaches his personal milestone, but of course the more important milestone for him actually would be to get the Windward Islands over the line. They still need 72 runs from 54 deliveries from 9 overs, as the required run rate now climbs to 8 runs per over.
Yeah, so many congratulations to this young man, Kurt Murray, playing a very important hand for Windward Islands. Even though at the end of the day he may not be able to take his team over the line, but I'm sure he is going to ink his name somewhere along in one of those selectors' handbook somewhere along the line. 50 runs, 90 deliveries, 3 4s and a 6. What a wonderful hand indeed. And looks very promising indeed from this young player from the Windward Islands.
It's a tall order for Murray and the Windward Islands, but Alexander Chase returns to the attack with just the 4 overs he's bowled, so he's still relatively fresh. 4 overs, none for 15. And Murray would want to use the pace coming onto the bat.
So Chase bowling with a third man, a backward point, cover on the boundary, extra cover, long on, long off, mid-wicket, square leg, and a man at the deep mid-wicket position.
Unlike most West Indies batsmen, they would prefer see a fast bowler running up to them than a spinner.
And this one is played down to extra cover. They're going to turn for two. No. A good work from Luca Ali coming off the boundary in a flash. Rifling a return down to the non-striker's end. So the score moves up by one. It takes the score on to 125 for 8. Murray goes on to 51.
And what is very important, it keeps Devontae McDowell on strike, and he will be facing Alexander Chase. Chase, who was on the squad last year but was a reserve. Now he plays his first match for the Trinidad and Tobago under-17 team, member of the Chaguanas Presentation College, and ball left alone.
So excellent delivery from Alexander Chase. Plays his club cricket with the Monroe Road Sports Club, Mr. Manohar Ramsaran, the man at the helm.
Loud appeal, but the umpire is not interested in that one. The ball staying very low, but he drew the batsman into a shot, having him come forward, but just not making contact with the bat, with the ball. Look at the replay. Well pitched up. Almost a carbon copy there. So Chase being consistent with his line and length.
Chase troubling McDowell outside the line of the off stump. Not sure when to play and when to leave. And this one is another piece of a delivery there. Possibly millimeters away from that off stump. A lovely Yorker there from Alexander Chase. Just close to shaving that off stump.
Yeah, so almost on the same spot. And Alexander Chase being very consistent.
And this one is driven up to extra cover. There's no run. So Chase into a very good over here. So at the end of over number 42, the score 125 for 8.
Very good over from Chase. 5 overs, none for 16. Not among the wickets yet, but his economy has been good. A very good over, just conceding that one run, and therefore as a result of that, the run rate goes up again. The required run rate, in fact, goes up to 8.88. The over started with the leading 8 runs per over. It's almost a 9.
Yeah, so Ricardo Chase very unlucky not to get a couple of wickets earlier on, having a catch dropped in the very first ball of the innings, and then another catch going through the slip region. And this one is hit over extra cover. Luke Ali is getting hot attendance, and they're gonna come back for 2.
So 2 more added to the score. Murray goes on to 53. The score 127 for 8.
Alvin Sonny pitching up that delivery. Kirk Murray just lofting that ball over extra cover. Inside out shot. And this one is a repeat. Luke Ali in hot attendance, doing some great work down at mid-off.
Not sure if that was another one of Sonny's leg break deliveries.
Here's one of those cutters that he normally bowls, getting some height of the pitch. But Kirk Murray batting there for a very long time was able to negotiate that very well.
So already we 4 runs from this over, the halfway point.
So the Windward Islands is still in with a chance here. Kirk Murray and McDowell continue to fight for the team. 67 runs, 45 balls. Still not out of the woods yet. And this one is driven down to long off. There's a single on offer.
And that would leave McDowell with the other 2 deliveries to face. 5 runs in this over. Murray is on 56. McDowell is on 6 from 17 deliveries. The Windward Islands need 66 runs from 44 deliveries, 9 runs per over. The current run rate is 3.05. This one is hit violently in the air, and it will just well saved. And it will come back for 2.
So Ismail Ali making a very impressive stuff indeed. It was some footballing talent that helped him out on this occasion, sticking out the left boot and saving his team 2 valuable runs.
Yes, and with that, McDowell goes on to 8. 132 for 8, still needing 64 runs. Still very much possible for the Windward Islands team.
And this one is racing down to the boundary. It does go into the boundary now. So Sonny now is beginning to hemorrhage some runs here at the National Cricket Centre. A full toss on legs down. McDowell getting enough bat, and it goes down into that fine leg, a boundary for 4.
Well played, I must say, from McDowell. 11 runs conceded from that over from Alvin Sonny. So his first 5 overs went for 11 runs. His 6th over alone went for 11. 6 overs, 1 for 22. More importantly, the Windward Islands have moved on to 136 for 8. The run rate has dropped just a bit, a tad, to 8.57. And the start of that over was 8.58. So a very good over, and if they can get a couple more overs like this one, they can put themselves back into the hunt. They only have 2 wickets in hand, but the run rate is still there and it's still gettable, it's still reachable.
Yeah, once could Murray and McDowell continue the fight for the Windward Islands. You know, they're making a fist of this game. They're not throwing in the towel. And it's great to see that both these players are fighting for their team. And this one is driven down to long on. It's going to be a single. It brings McDowell on strike. And, you know, this just reminds me of, you know, what we have seen over and over again, Ian, in that you got to the stage where you've taken 8 wickets, but for whatever reason, you're unable as a team to complete the demolition.
And that goes to show, as we were having a conversation like this earlier, it shows that importance of players not being one-dimensional, so that the batsmen, even if you are coming in at number 10, you can still contribute and not give up. We have seen many times when the number 8, well, not number 8 really, but let's say the number 9, number 10, number 11 batsmen just come and they see a score like this, they just give up. But it's good to see the fight back from the Windward Islands team, still seeing a victory, despite being 8 wickets down.
And this one goes over the keeper head. It's going to go into the boundary. A valiant attempt by Ismail Ali, and it's 4 runs to the total. So McDowell and Kurt Murray continues to fight for his team there. That ball taking that on the edge and going over the keeper head. And it goes into the boundary for 4 runs. So the partnership, 33 from 37 deliveries, excellent indeed. And it's great to see that both these players still having that belief that they could win this game.
Yes, and this is what you need from these players. And good to see that they are adopting this from young.
And this one is driven over extra cover and it races into the boundary for another 4 runs.
And Devontae McDowell, you could understand why that Kurt Murray was showing faith in this player. He's handy with a bat. And very importantly, you can see now this now brings the Trinidad and Tobago coach right down to the boundary. He's concerned of what is going on here, that the match is seeming to be getting away from the Trinidad and Tobago team. The required runs is simply now down to 51 from 37, well now 36 deliveries. Something that is really gettable. Now they only have 2 wickets in hand, but this game is still very well within the reach of the Windward Islands.
Definitely within the reach of the Windward Islands, and they continue to believe both Kurt Murray and Devontae McDowell, and they're doing an extremely good job. And like in every situation, once a partnership starts developing, it does create shivers down the captain of the fielding team. So the skipper feeling the effects of this recovery by the Windward Islands, deciding to bring himself on. You could see the coach Riyad Muhammad now, very animated indeed. He's not happy with what he's seeing. So Murray.
And this is the first time we have seen Faris Ali from the southern end. He have bowled his overs from the northern end. And now he's brought himself back into the attack. 7 overs and 2 for 14 before the start of this over.
So Trinidad and Tobago desperately needing a wicket here. And this game continues to be in the balance. All to play for in this contest. It's never done until the fat lady sings. And this one takes the edge. It goes on to third man. But more importantly for Windward Islands is another run to the total.
And it brings Murray into strike. He's a set batsman, faced 97 deliveries. He's on 58. McDowell just faced the 25 deliveries. He's on 21. So he's going at a strike rate of 84 runs per 100 balls.
So this situation will definitely test the mettle of this Trinidad and Tobago team.
Not getting past the extra cover, a dot ball, one that Faris Ali will be happy about.
But the likes of Alvin Sonny just needs to tone it down a bit. There's no need to pelt at the sticks on that occasion. Had that eluded the fielder at mid-wicket, that could have gone away for at least a couple of runs. So you could see now the pressure is building. And when the pressure starts building, elementary mistakes starts to creep in.
And it is good that the Windward Islands batsmen are putting the fielders under pressure. Yes, it's going straight to them. And because you're looking for that run, putting the fielders under pressure, that is making the fielders now make mistakes. They want to pelt the ball and make those mistakes, and then you can earn those runs via overthrow. So it's good that the batsmen are continuing to put the fielders under pressure, because they know that they are still within, a victory is still possible. Only 49 runs from 32 deliveries, but they need someone to go after it. Now, if they are not getting the boundaries, they need to get more twos, maybe a couple threes. But you can get that if you continue to put the fielders under pressure. Try to force a 1 into a 2, force a 2 into a 3. I saw at the Super 50 last year, Trinidad and Tobago versus Guyana, Savory and Imlach. They were batting like that. In fact, they turned a dot ball into a 4. When they hit the ball straight to, well, I tell you, after this delivery from Faris Ali.
It's So good situational cricket from McDowell here, seizing the opportunity to rotate. So after over number 45, 149 for 8. And the Windward Islands is still in the hunt here. Kurt Murray batting brilliantly on 59. And with him, a very good ally indeed in Devontae McDowell on 22 from 26 deliveries. 47 runs in 30 deliveries. What possibly the Windward Islands need at this stage is to have one big over and try and bring down that equation a bit.
And as I was telling you earlier, what they can do is force the 1s and 2s into 3s and 4s. As I was telling you the story about Imlak and Savory batting for Guyana against Trinidad and Tobago. They hit a ball straight to Shannon Gabriel at backward point. And what could have been a dot ball, they forced a single. That created a mistake from Shannon Gabriel. The ball passed him as he was running down to the boundary to retrieve the ball. They ran 2 more. So he turned to 3 and they chanced 1 for the throw. So they turned a dot ball into a 4. Now, if you are not getting the boundaries right now, because the bowlers are not going to give you 4 deliveries on purpose, you need to take risks and put the fielders under pressure. Try to turn a dot ball into a 1. That could turn into a 2, because the fielders would now panic, throw the ball wild, and things like that. So you need to get in, but not like that, because the ball went straight to the wicket keeper.
So at this stage, the team that's going to win this contest is the team that is able to keep their nerve until the 50th over. So that's what is required at this stage. It doesn't matter which team it is. Both teams have to try and stay very calm. And this is a loud appeal. Not out, says the umpire. But she's bowling 2 excellent deliveries there.
Alexander Chase, 6 overs, 2 deliveries, none for 25. Despite not having a wicket, he's bowled superb.
And this one is driven down to long out. It's going to be 1. That's all it's going to be. But more importantly for Windward Islands, Cook Murray comes back on strike.
They need a couple 4s. 46 from 27. They need a big over, as you mentioned, to bring that down. The run rate has gone back up. It's over 10 now, 10.22.
And this one is hammered down to long on.
They should come back for 2. They should come back for 2. But just one, that's all they would get. I think Windward Islands need to get that belief back in them. But a good over from Chase. Ball played uppishly. And they will just get 1. I think they definitely need some 2s and some 3s.
Well, they need to finish off this over with a boundary. If they get a maximum,
a 6 will be better. But Chase is not giving them that delivery to free their arm. He's keeping it very tight.
So this one is hammered down to... Oh my goodness, and what a poor bit of fielding down at the long off position, and it results in a boundary.
Well, they will take that as well, so that's 4 runs for Murray, who goes into the 60s. He's on 60. And
so the pressure is telling on this TNT team here now. They're feeling the pressure.
And this shows what a bit of pressure can do. You hit it down there to long off, run the first run hard. Perhaps you're trying to do quickly to prevent the second run. And that little bit of pressure caused a mistake from the fielder. So it shows if the batsmen put the fielders under pressure, and that would force them into making mistakes. So Windward Islands need to keep that in mind.
So what should have been a single results in a boundary. So it seems like Christian Rampasad making that elementary mistake down at that long of position. But it's going to be the skipper.
Well, the skipper is back. He 2 overs again from his spell, 2 for 18 from his 8. Of course, he would bowl out. Yes, who will bowl from the other end? Most likely Chase.
And this one goes past the outside edge. But wonderful work from wicketkeeper Niall. Keeping his eyes on the ball. That ball was dying on its way to the wicketkeeper. And making an excellent stop. But more importantly for Trinidad and Tobago, it's a dot ball, Ian.
Very important.
So we've been blessed with a tremendous weather here at the National Cricket Centre. Tailor-made for a very competitive game of cricket. This one is played out to backward point. It's only a single on offer.
So Faris Ali looking to pull things back, but Windward Islands need a big over. They need a big over. Faris Ali throughout this innings have not looked like he would concede a big over. Not timing this one.
It's a lovely change of pace of Faris Ali there. Just going for the cutter delivery there. Taking the pace and defeating Kurt Murray with that change of pace. But more importantly for Trinidad and Tobago, it's a dot ball. So that rate continues to climb. It's above 11 runs and over now. But it's not over until the fat lady sings. Trinidad and Tobago really feeling the pressure here with this partnership in progress. And this one is played out to extra cover. Alvin Sonny does the fielding.
I would like to see the batsman getting better, getting in line. You see, he has to reach for the ball, playing away from his body. And that could be a telling factor as well. If he can get closer, reach closer to the delivery. Because he's having to play the ball away from his body a bit too often.
Well, he would say to you, Kurt Murray would say to you, he's gotten to 64 playing the way he has. There's absolutely no need to do anything different here. And this one eludes the keeper. It's going to be a bye.
Saying that you got to 64 from 104 deliveries is one thing, but when you need more than a run of ball, when you need 2 runs per ball to win, you need to try something different.
So the 50 partnership comes out. So congratulations to both Devontae McDowell and Kirk Murray putting on a valuable 50 runs to his team. It may be in vain, but what's important is the fact that both these players have really buckled down to the challenge. At no time you felt that they're going to pack in the towel, and you want to see that fight from these youngsters. And this one is drilled to extra cover. There's no run. So at the end of over number 47, 158 for 8. .38 required from 18 deliveries.
The flag indicating the breeze that we have, and the players will benefit from that breeze across the ground that will aid in their coping with the heat.
So there's going to be a change from the northern end. It's going to be Anil Ruplal replacing Alexander Chase.
18 deliveries, 36 needed.
38 needed.
38 needed, sorry. They need a big over now, and perhaps they will target the spinner.
Well, they got to either go hard or go home. So it's going to be very interesting indeed. I'm sure that on both sides of the fence, messages are going to be sent out as to how to proceed during this last 3 overs of the innings. TNT opting for the spinner in Anil Ruplal. Is this the time when the Windward Islands are going to make that move now? Cook Edwards, the set batter, on strike. So they gotta make a move now if they're gonna get to this total. Fariz Ali making sure. This one is played down to third man. Excellent feeling indeed. Brendan Boodoo doing the work there at that backward point. And this is lofted over the backward square. It goes into the boundary here. So a welcome boundary for the Windward Islands here. Poor delivery on leg stump, but Devontae McDowell just lofting this ball over that square leg position, and it goes into the boundary. So 4 to the total, 37 required from 36 deliveries. Game on here at the National Cricket Centre. Both McDowell and Kurt Murray really putting some jitters through this TNT team here out in the middle.
And the only issue for the Windward Islands is that they have lost 8 wickets. So that would still negate the batsmen trying to go hard. They have to balance now, going hard, but still keep at the back of your mind, you only have 2 wickets in hand.
So a quick single to that short third man position. She's late to react, but Murray gets in very quickly indeed. So 1 to the total. The total goes on to 164 for 8, 32 required. 14 deliveries. When does he decide to go big here? Nicely flighted delivery. This one is drilled down to extra cover on the boundary. This one. And that's all it's going to be. Excellent feeling indeed from Adrian Ratcher on the cover boundary.
"31 from 13, just getting away now."
So this one goes through the wicketkeeper. Is heading towards the boundary. Is it going to go into the boundary? No. Excellent feeling indeed. And they get 2 runs. Is it 2 byes? Yes, indeed, 2 byes. So Brendan Boodoo throwing his frame here at this fine leg position. And saving his team 2 valuable runs.
So just 167 for 8 and 48 overs, 29 runs from 2 overs. Certainly, if they don't get a big over now, it's going to be very difficult for them to get a win.
And it's going to be skipper Fariz Ali to be bowling the 49th over.
As you can see, the coach, and partially hidden would be the manager of the Trinidad and Tobago team.
But I tell you what, Ian, at this stage, whatever the result is, you've got to applaud this Windward Islands team. They've shown that fight, they've shown that courage, you know, never to give up. And this is what you want to see from a developmental stage of the game.
Exactly.
That both these players are really fighting for their country, and you must applaud these young men.
Yes, of course. And this is what you want to see from at any level.
in cricket.
This one goes down to fine leg inside edge. Murray not getting the connection that he would have wanted. So the score goes up by 1.
However, on the other side now, the Trinidad and Tobago team will be concerned, and they haven't closed out the game, getting 8 wickets very early. You'd have thought that this game should have been over a long time ago. So they want to be concerned about of their inability to close off the game. But at the same time, you must praise Windward Islands for that fight.
And this one is lofted into the... And Sonny takes the catch there at extra cover. Just running back a few paces, but you got to applaud this young man, Devontae McDowell there, going high and high, not getting the connection, and spooning a catch to Alvin Sonny at extra cover. But what a wonderful hand indeed it has been from this young man, McDowell, giving his team every opportunity to win the game. But
you could have seen that he was walking down the wicket. He was showing Ferris Ali exactly what he was going to do, and Ali would have seen that, take some pace off the ball, and then he would hit it straight in the air because he would have played the shot too early. You know, good bowling. I think that was the only error I see from McDowell. He played his hand a bit too early.
Well, at this stage of the innings, one of these guys needed to get some boundaries to keep them in the hunt. Unfortunately for the young man, McDowell, he has perished in pursuit of that total of 196 for victory. But playing a wonderful hand indeed, getting a partnership in excess of 50 runs with Kurt Murray. Kurt Murray continues to bat on 67 not out, so it's 168 for 9, 28 required from 10 deliveries. Still game on, if you ask me.
It's going to be a lot more difficult now. 28 runs to win from 10 deliveries.
And I tell you what, Ian, that last wicket partnership between Ruplal and Ismail Ali is proving to be the difference between both teams here now.
Yes, definitely.
And this one is squeezed down to third man. They go for 1. And that's all it's going to be.
I think the Windward Islands would only want to take 1 at that stage because you don't want your number 11 batsman facing too many deliveries. And Kurt Murray on 67 from over 100 deliveries. He's the man. Definitely would want to farm the strike. And if Windward Islands is to win this game, he should be facing the 9 deliveries.
Yeah, Kurt Murray definitely has to take the majority of the strike in order to keep the Windward Islands in the hunt.
Still need a big over if you can get a couple 4s, some boundaries. They will just get 1 because he has fielders spread out.
So the skipper of the Trinidad and Tobago on the 17 team, Fariz Ali, would want to close up this innings now. This one could do nothing but played out to extra cover. There's no run. So I'm sure he's possibly going to look for a single or a boundary option here. 26 required from 7. And this one is peels off the edge. It goes down to third man. So at the end of over number 49, the Windward Islands 171 for 9. 25 required.
So
from 6 balls.
the Trinidad and Tobago team is in the driver's seat at this stage because the Windward Islands need 25 runs from 6 overs. But if the World Cup qualifiers, 6 deliveries. But if the World Cup qualifiers taught us anything, it's not impossible to concede 30 runs in 1 over. So it's still Windward Islands with a slim hope.
Yeah, it's all up to Kirk Edwards at this, Kirk Murray at this stage. So it's going to be Adrian Ratchet to finish off things here for TNT. 3 overs, 1 for 15. And I'm sure he'll want to get this final wicket here to close off this innings.
So Racha in a discussion with his skipper, Fariz Ali. Edian Racha. Just the 1 wicket, just the 3 overs, he bowled. It's surprising to some of us here. He was introduced very late into the attack after 30 overs. So he has the opportunity to close things off. Bowling to Durand. They will just get 1 as they couldn't pass the extra cover.
So Brendan Boodoo doing some good work at that cover point position. There's only a single on offer, but Kirk Edwards does not take it. Kirk Murray, my apology.
24 from 5 deliveries. Can still do it with 6s.
This one is true extra cover. There's 1. He's gonna come back for 2, and he's gonna get that very comfortable indeed. So Murray goes on to 70.
22 runs from 4 deliveries. You can still do it with 4 6s. Not like that, but to get 1. So all Ratchet needs to do now is to not bowl a no ball, and Trinidad and Tobago have this game in the bag.
So 21 required.
Dot ball, I think Mangot is in some trouble. He got some awkward bonks. I think he was hit in the face. So Mango, let's hope he's okay. He seems okay. He's a tough young man. He's shaking his head. He seems to be okay. Let's look at it. He got a bounce just before it reaches the wicketkeeper. He got it maybe on the chin.
Yeah, one of those awkward bounces. That ball taking the under edge of the bat, and on landed it just took off.
Maybe he just had to go through a quick concussion test. Just ask him what is the date today, what match is this, things like that, just to make sure that
He seems
he's good.
Yeah, he seems to be
Yeah.
in good shape.
Yes, he seems to be in good shape.
Possibly
Fatima College wicketkeeper.
Yeah, maybe a drink of water. We see the medic striding out to the middle. So I'm sure they're going to conduct the concussion test. And you know, it's ironic. 2 balls to go in the innings, and the medic has been summoned for for the first time for the entire day.
Mingo was just a hit. Ball getting some awkward bunks. Ball that stayed low, and we have seen that happening throughout the day. And just maybe you got a little bruise that the medic is taking care of.
Yeah, so they're just cleaning it up.
So Racha, Fariz, Ali, they are there. Riyad Muhammad, they're all looking at their teammate, hoping that he's okay. The physio, the umpires. Just 2 deliveries away from victory, Trinidad and Tobago, and must say that a good fight from the Windward Islands.
And you know, looking at this game, the way it has, what has transpired, I think it's the ideal tonic for this Trinidad and Tobago team in terms of testing them to the hilt from the very first round of this regional under 17 Rising Star tournament.
At one stage, the Windward Islands were 50 for 5, and we would have thought that this game would have been over a couple hours ago. But a very good fight from the Windward Islands team, and as you mentioned, the very first game let the Trinidad and Tobago team know that you're in a competition. You need to continue. You have to play cricket for 100 overs. 50 overs batting, you have to keep your focus for the entire 50 overs. And another 50 overs when you are bowling, so you have to keep focus, bowling and fielding. Stay focused, because Trinidad and Tobago would have dropped about 4 catches. And that could have contributed. And then the Windward Islands fight with that big wicket partnership.
Well, had they taken those catches, it means to say the likes of Kurt Murray and company, they would have had to bat it. They would have had to stride out in the middle a lot earlier, and one never knows what would have transpired at that stage. But compliments to Kurt Murray. You know, he's really batted brilliantly here at the National Cricket Centre. He's shown a lot of poise, he's shown a lot of courage indeed. And, you know, it just augurs well, not only for Windward Islands cricket, but for West Indies cricket to see this young man really not packing in the sponge. So Racha, 1 delivery to go in the 50th over. And this single brings the end of the Windward Islands innings. They close on 178 for 9. TNT on the 17 boys, winning by 17 runs. Annie Rublal is judged a man of the match, scoring 11 from 8 deliveries. Well, according to the computer, that is. And having a bowling effort of 10 overs, 3 wickets for 43 runs.
Of course, some other notable performances, of course, from Murray, unbeaten 71, Riyad Muhammad's 50 in the Trinidad and Tobago innings, and Mingo himself was on 40-odd. So it's some good performances from the Trinidad and Tobago team. Fariz Ali's 3 wickets with the ball. But Trinidad and Tobago winning this one by 17 runs, as the players would go out and meet each other. The coach will be relieved at one point, but after having the Windward Islands team 50 for 5 at one stage, he will be concerned about the inability to close out the match.
Well, I'm sure that he would have taken some notes as to areas that the team needs to improve, and whenever possible, I'm sure he's going to put in that work that's required to make this Trinidad and Tobago team a more competitive unit going forward. But many congratulations to Trinidad and Tobago getting off this under 17 Rising Star under 17 tournament with a win. And, congratulations for Rizali and the entire TNT team. But take nothing away from the Windward Islands. They've been absolutely brilliant here at the National Cricket Centre. After being 50 for 5, one would have thought that they were dead and buried, but the likes of Kurt Murray and company, they decided that they're not going to lie down and die. They're going to fight till the very end, and that's what they did. They were very courageous in their efforts, and at one stage they looked very much that they could cross over the line, but TNT bowlers and the entire team was able to hold their nerve till the final delivery, and they were able to run away with a victory margin by 17 runs. So that brings the end of today's proceedings. Just to give you a brief summary, TNT winning the toss this morning and electing to bat first, getting to a score of 195 all out in over number 48. Riyad Muhammad, the opener, the left-handed opener from Presentation College, getting a polished 50. Wicket-keeper Kyle Mingo getting to 41. We had some good contributions as well from Adian Ratchet, 25. And then we had partnership for the 10th wicket in excess of 25 runs, which made a difference in today's game between Anil Rupchan and Ishmael Ali. For the Windward Islands, Kurt Murray, he showed everyone present here at the National Cricket Centre. He's one for the future, batting with a lot of maturity and poise, and taking his team to within 17 runs of victory. And there were some other contributions as well, but Kurt Murray being one of the lone bright batting spots for this Windward Island scene, and I'm sure they're going to take a lot of positives from the manner in which they've performed here today at the National Cricket Centre.
Yes, so a lot of positives from the team, the Windward Islands team. Even when they were bowling, some good bowling, even from Khan, who got the ball to lift on this track. He did well with the ball. Devontae, McDowell, all these guys, they bowl pretty well. And of course, there are a lot of positive points, even for Trinidad and Tobago, having the Windward Islands 50 for 5, although they let it slip, not able to close out the game, not getting to take 10 wickets, but a lot of positives from the team. Just they have to keep in mind of the 4 drop catches, something that need to work on. Some of the catches were very simple, straightforward. Some of these are the things that they would need to work on, despite getting a victory by 17 runs.
So the TNT team winning by 17 runs in round 1 of this Rising Star Under 17 tournament. So many congratulations to TNT. But at this stage, we're going to leave you here. We're going to say goodnight from the National Cricket Centre. And we're going to be right back here on Monday for round 2. So we see you back on Monday.